Dust and Defiance, a Western saga of courage and conspiracy. Chapter 1. A Whisper of Dust and Steel. The world was still painted in shades of charcoal and lavender when Maggie O'Neill first tasted the day. It was a flavor she knew better than any other. Dust, sharp and mineral-rich on her tongue, mingled with the sweet, earthy scent of hay from the stables and the tang of old leather that clung to her clothes like a second skin. Before the sun had even thought of cresting the jagged peaks that fenced in the town of Redemption Creek, she was there, standing in the quiet yard of the Overland Stage Company, her world silent save for the soft snorts of the horses and the distant, lonely crow of a rooster. Her hand rested on the high, sturdy seat of the Concord coach, the wood worn smooth and cool beneath her calloused palm. This was her throne, her sanctuary, her cage. From this perch, she ruled a small, rumbling kingdom of leather and wood, pulled by 6 souls whose hearts she knew as well as her own. She was 23, an age when other women were considering husbands and children, their hands softened by domesticity. Maggie's hands were a roadmap of her life, etched with the stories of reins gripped too tight, of splinters from mending a broken spoke on a lonely trail, of burns from a campfire coffee pot. She ran her gaze over the coach, a ritual as ingrained as prayer. The heavy wheels, the sturdy undercarriage, the leather thorough braces that gave the Concorde its deceptively gentle sway. She saw not just a vehicle, but a living, breathing thing, a promise she made to every soul who paid their fare, a promise to get them through. Her father had taught her that. He had taught her everything. The memory of him was a constant, gentle ache behind her ribs, a ghost who rode beside her on every mile. "The coach is an extension of you, Maggie girl," he'd said, his voice as warm and rough as homespun wool. "Feel the road through the wheels. Listen to what the horses are telling you with their ears. They know trouble before you do." He'd been gone 3 years now, taken by a fever that had swept through with the winter chill, leaving her with the company, the debt, and a reputation she had to fight for every single day. O'Neill's girl, they'd called her at first, their voices thick with pity or doubt. But doubt was a luxury Maggie couldn't afford. She had earned her name. Now they just called her O'Neill, and the respect in that simple word was worth more than gold. She was the best driver on the Salt River line, the fastest and the most reliable. She had to be. A stable hand, a boy named Jimmy, whose face was a constellation of freckles, led the team out. 6 magnificent bays, their coats gleaming like polished chestnuts in the growing light. She greeted each one with a soft word and a touch, her fingers tracing the powerful line of a neck or stroking a velvety nose. There was Samson and Goliath, her lead pair, intelligent and steady. Then Titan and Atlas, the swing horses, strong and true. And at the wheel, closest to the coach, were Hercules and Zeus, the muscle, the anchors of her team. They were more than livestock. They were her partners. They were the ones who truly understood the language she spoke, a language of gentle clicks, soft whistles, and the subtle pressure of the reins. "Mornin', Maggie," Jimmy mumbled, his voice still thick with sleep. "She's all loaded. Mail bags are heavier than sin today." Maggie nodded, her gaze shifting to the rear boot where the precious cargo was stowed. The U.S. mail, a contract her father had fought tooth and nail to secure. It was the lifeblood of the company, the one thing keeping them from going under. But lately, that lifeblood had felt more like a slow poison. 3 times in the last 4 months, the mail had been hit. Not the passengers, not the strong box, just the mail. The robberies were clean, fast, and violent enough to leave a message. The last driver to lose a pouch had also lost 2 fingers and his nerve. He'd quit the next day. The company was bleeding money, and the postmaster in Fort Grant was making noises about pulling the contract. The whispers in town were getting louder, uglier. Some said it was an inside job. That suspicion fell on everyone, a fine layer of grime that you couldn't wash off. It made men look at each other sideways, their hands hovering a little closer to their hips. Maggie felt that suspicion like a stone in her gut. She trusted her people, the hostlers and the station masters who dotted the long, lonely route to Tucson, but trust was a fragile thing in a land this hard, and loyalty could be bought for a handful of silver. "Let's get 'em hitched," she said, her voice betraying none of the cold unease that coiled inside her. As the sun finally broke, spilling molten gold over the dusty street, the passengers began to arrive. A portly drummer with a nervous smile and sweat-stained collar, carrying a case of what he claimed were the finest tonics west of the Mississippi. A young woman, barely a girl, with wide, terrified eyes and a threadbare shawl pulled tight around her shoulders. Her face pale with the grief of leaving someone behind, or the fear of what lay ahead. An old prospector, his face a leathery mask of sun and hope, his belongings tied in a bundle that smelled of dirt and whiskey. They were a familiar cast of characters, the hopeful and the desperate, all gambling their lives on her skill. She watched them with a practiced, detached eye. She was their guardian, not their friend. Getting close was a mistake, a lesson the frontier taught early and often. Then he appeared. He didn't walk like the others. They scuttled or shuffled, their movements hurried and uncertain. He moved with a quiet, deliberate grace that seemed at odds with the grit and chaos of the stagecoach yard. He was tall, dressed in a dark, well-fitted suit that, while practical, was a shade too fine for Redemption Creek. It was the kind of suit a man wore in a city, a place with paved streets and gas lamps, not here where the only law was the speed of your draw. He stood for a moment near the station office, his back to the rising sun, which threw his long shadow across the yard. He wasn't looking at the coach or the horses. He was looking at her. His gaze was unnervingly direct, a deep, penetrating blue that seemed to take in everything at once. He had a strong, clean-shaven jaw and dark hair, neatly trimmed. He was handsome, but it wasn't a soft, pleasing handsomeness. It was sharp, all angles and intensity, like a hawk studying its prey. Maggie felt a strange prickle on the back of her neck, the same feeling she got when the air grew heavy and still before a thunderstorm. She was used to being watched. Men watched her all the time, their eyes filled with curiosity, lust, or disbelief. But this was different. This man's gaze wasn't judging her ability or her appearance. It was weighing her. She turned away, focusing on a final check of the harness, her movements brisk and efficient. She would not be unnerved. He was just another passenger, another fare. But when she glanced up again, he was walking toward her, his boot heels making a soft, steady rhythm in the dust. He stopped a few feet away, his height forcing her to tip her chin up slightly to meet his eyes. The proximity did nothing to soften his intensity. Up close, she could see the fine lines around his eyes. Lines earned not from laughter, but from squinting into a harsh sun or a darker truth. "Miss O'Neill?" he asked. His voice was a low baritone, calm and measured, with no trace of a Western drawl. It was the voice of an educated man, a man from back east. "That's me," she said, her tone clipped. She wiped her hands on her canvas trousers, a gesture of defiance. "Your ticket?" He produced it from an inner pocket of his coat without fumbling. "Carter. Ethan Carter." She took the slip of paper, her fingers brushing his. A jolt, small but sharp, like static on a dry day, passed between them. She pulled her hand back as if burned, her heart giving a sudden, traitorous leap. She cursed herself for the reaction. She was a stagecoach driver, not some blushing schoolgirl. "You're riding inside, Mr. Carter," she said, her voice a little harsher than she intended. She gestured with her head toward the coach door. "Find a spot. We leave in 5 minutes." He didn't move. His blue eyes held hers. "I'd prefer to ride up top. With you." Maggie's eyebrows shot up. The shotgun seat was usually reserved for the guard, a grizzled old-timer named Jeb, who was more for show than for a real fight these days. Jeb was nursing a bad tooth and had declared himself unfit for the journey this morning, leaving the seat empty. "That seat's for the guard," she stated flatly. "And you don't have one today," he countered, his gaze sweeping over the yard, noting Jeb's absence. He missed nothing. "I'm a fair shot, and I'd rather have the fresh air." There was an unspoken challenge in his words, a suggestion that she might need a man's protection. It was a sentiment that always raised her hackles. She had protected this coach on her own more times than she could count. She didn't need some slick city man playing at being a hero. "The air is the same inside," she said, her jaw tight. "And the company ain't paying you to be a fair shot. So you'll ride where your ticket says you ride." A flicker of something, amusement, respect, danced in his eyes. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. "As you wish, Miss O'Neill." He turned without another word and climbed into the coach, his movements fluid and economical. The coach rocked slightly with his weight. Maggie watched him go, a knot of irritation and something else she couldn't name tightening in her stomach. Who was this Ethan Carter? He wasn't a drummer or a prospector. He carried no sample cases or bedrolls, only a single, well-made leather satchel that he kept close. And there was a confidence about him, an aura of authority that felt dangerous. She shook her head, trying to clear it. She had a job to do. She swung herself up into the driver's seat, the movement so practiced it was second nature. The leather creaked a familiar welcome. From her vantage point, she could see the whole of Redemption Creek waking up, smoke curling from chimneys, the blacksmith's hammer beginning its rhythmic clang, the saloon doors still shut tight against the morning light. It was a town clinging to the edge of civilization by its fingernails, a place of last chances and long-held grudges. She gathered the 6 reins in her left hand, a web of leather that connected her to the power and will of her team. She could feel the horses' readiness, their impatience to run. She took a deep breath, the dusty, sun-warmed air filling her lungs. "All right, folks, hold on," she called out, her voice clear and strong, carrying over the quiet murmurings of the town. With a sharp whistle and a flick of her wrist, she snapped the whip high above the led horse's ears. It cracked like a rifle shot, a sound of pure, unadulterated power. The team surged forward as one, a beautiful, coordinated explosion of muscle and energy. The heavy coach groaned and then lurched into motion, the iron-rimmed wheels biting into the dirt road. They rolled through the main street, past the general store and the sheriff's office, past faces that turned to watch them go. They were a spectacle, a lifeline, a tangible link to the world beyond the dust and the mountains. Maggie sat tall, her back straight, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. The familiar rhythm of the journey began to soothe the disquiet in her soul. The creak of the leather, the jingle of the harness, the steady thundering beat of 16 hooves on the hard-packed earth. This was where she belonged. The town fell away behind them, replaced by the vast, unforgiving expanse of the Arizona Territory. The land stretched out in every direction, a tapestry of ochre, rust, and sage green under a sky so big and blue it could break your heart. Mesas rose like ancient flat-topped gods in the distance, and the wind began its low, mournful song, carrying the scent of dust and wild things. For the first hour, there was only the sound of the coach and the wind. The passengers inside were likely lulled into a stupor by the motion, but Maggie was alert, every sense alive. Her eyes scanned the horizon, noting the heat haze shimmering over a distant ridge, the flock of buzzards circling lazily to the south, the way the chaparral grew thick in a dry wash that could hide a dozen men. Her father's voice echoed in her mind. Trouble doesn't always announce itself with a bang, Maggie girl. Sometimes it's just a whisper, a broken branch on the trail, a horse that suddenly spooked for no reason. You gotta learn to listen to the quiet. The quiet was what she had now, but it was a tense quiet, a silence that felt watched. She couldn't shake the image of Ethan Carter's eyes. She found herself wondering about him, about the satchel he guarded so carefully, about his reason for wanting the shotgun seat. Was he a lawman? A gambler? A man running from something? The road dipped into a shallow arroyo, the shade offering a moment's respite from the climbing sun. As the coach rumbled across the sandy bottom, she felt a subtle shift in its balance. It was a feeling she knew intimately, the change in weight distribution as a passenger moved inside. A moment later, the door to the coach cabin creaked open behind her. Her hand instinctively tightened on the reins. Her other hand drifted down, her fingers brushing the worn wooden stock of the rifle tucked beside her seat. I find the air is, in fact, quite different up here, a low voice said. She turned her head slightly. Ethan Carter was hoisting himself out of the cabin and onto the empty shotgun seat beside her. He moved with an athlete's agility, settling into the spot as if he'd been born to it. He placed his satchel carefully between his feet. Maggie's lips thinned. I thought I told you to stay inside, Mr. Carter. You did, he said, his gaze fixed on the road ahead, already scanning the landscape with the same intensity she did. But the company inside is less than stimulating. The young lady is crying. The salesman is extolling the virtues of a tonic that I suspect is 90% grain alcohol, and the prospector smells faintly of desperation and unwashed socks. He paused, turning his head to look at her. The corner of his mouth tilted up in a ghost of a smile. I decided to risk your displeasure for a better view. His candor disarmed her. She had expected him to argue or assert some imagined authority. Instead, he had simply stated his case with a dry wit that she found, to her annoyance, mildly appealing. My displeasure is the least of your worries if you fall off, she retorted, turning her attention back to her team. I'm not stopping for you. I'll try to hang on, he said, his voice laced with amusement. They rode in silence for a few minutes, the only sound the rhythmic thunder of the coach. But it was a different kind of silence now. His presence beside her was a tangible thing, a solid, warm weight that changed the very air she breathed. She was acutely aware of him, of the way his dark coat absorbed the sunlight, the clean, faint scent of soap and starch that clung to him, a stark contrast to the dust and sweat of her world. You handle them well, he said, his voice quiet. almost lost in the wind. She glanced at him, surprised by the simple, direct compliment. There was no condescension in it, just a statement of fact. "It's my job," she said. "It's more than a job to you," he replied, his eyes on her hands, on the way she held the reins with a firm but gentle touch. "It's a craft." No one had ever called it that before. They called it work, a trade, a necessity. But a craft? That implied artistry, skill, a dedication that went beyond earning a wage. He saw it. This stranger, this man from the East, saw the truth of her in a way no one else ever had. The realization sent another unwelcome flutter through her chest. "The mail robberies," he said, his tone shifting, becoming sharper, more focused. "They're worried in Fort Grant." Maggie's spine stiffened. So that was it. He wasn't just a curious passenger. "Lots of folks are worried, Mr. Carter. I'm sure they are. But the government is more than worried. It's becoming impatient. A federal mail contract is a serious matter. When it's broken, repeatedly, people start asking questions. They start sending men to find answers." The implication hung in the air between them, as clear and sharp as a shard of glass. He was one of those men, a federal agent. She had suspected as much, but hearing it confirmed, even indirectly, sent a chill down her spine despite the blistering heat. The trouble she'd been sensing wasn't just on the horizon anymore. It was sitting right next to her. "What kind of answers are you looking for?" she asked, her voice carefully neutral. His blue eyes met hers, and for a second she felt like he was looking right through her, seeing the fear and the worry she kept so carefully hidden. "The truth," he said simply. "I want to know who is behind the robberies, and why they only ever take the mail. Maybe they think letters are worth more than people's trinkets." "Perhaps," he conceded. "Or maybe there's something specific they're looking for. A letter, a document, something valuable enough to risk facing a U.S. Marshal's rope." He let that sink in before he continued. "The last driver, he was lucky to get away with his life. These are not common bandits." Maggie's knuckles were white where she gripped the reins. She knew that. She had seen the terror in the man's eyes when he'd stumbled back into the station, his hand wrapped in a bloody rag. "This is a dangerous route, Mr. Carter," she said, her voice low. "Anyone who travels it knows the risks." "I'm aware," he said. He shifted slightly, and his coat fell open for a moment. Tucked neatly into a shoulder holster was the dark, oiled steel of a Colt revolver. It wasn't a fancy, silver-inlaid piece like some gunslingers wore. It was a tool, functional and deadly, a whisper of dust and steel. The name of the chapter floated into her mind, and she finally understood it. The dust was her world. The steel was his. And they were now intertwined, hurtling down a road toward a future neither of them could predict. The sun was higher now, a merciless white eye in the vast blue sky. The heat was a physical weight, pressing down on them. Ahead, the road snaked through a narrow pass between two looming rock formations, a place known as Devil's Jaw. It was a notorious spot, a perfect place for an ambush. As they approached, she saw Samson's ears twitch and flatten. Goliath tossed his head, his gait faltering for a half-step. She felt it instantly, a vibration of unease that traveled up the reins and into her bones. Her father's voice, a clear and urgent whisper in her memory. "Listen to the horses, Maggie girl." "What is it?" Carter's voice was sharp, his hand already moving toward his coat. "My team," she said, her own voice dropping to a near whisper. They don't like something up ahead. Her gaze swept the pass, the shadowed crags and boulders. She saw nothing. No movement, no glint of sun on a rifle barrel, but the feeling was undeniable. The air was thick with it. Trouble was no longer a whisper. It was a scream, waiting to be unleashed. Chapter 2. The Weight of a Secret. The world narrowed to the space between Samson's flattened ears. The wind itself seemed to hold its breath, the usual mournful howl dying to a low, tense hum. Every nerve in Maggie's body was a taut wire, vibrating with the same primal fear she felt coming from her team. The reins felt slick in her palms, not from sweat, but from the sudden, cold awareness that they were no longer just driving. They were being hunted. Ethan Carter didn't flinch. He sat beside her, a statue carved from granite and resolve, his body perfectly still, but radiating a coiled energy that was almost terrifying. His hand had disappeared inside his coat, and she knew without looking that his fingers were wrapped around the butt of his Colt. His gaze was fixed on the rocky maw of the pass ahead. His blue eyes narrowed to slits, missing nothing. "How many?" he asked, his voice a low rumble, devoid of panic. It was the voice of a man who had asked this question before. "Can't know," Maggie whispered back, her own voice tight. "Could be one. Could be a dozen. This is a good spot for it. They can fire from above. Have the road blocked ahead." "Then we don't go in," he stated, not as a suggestion, but as a tactical decision. "Can you turn them here?" Maggie measured the width of the road. The steep, crumbling drop-off to her right, and the rocky embankment to her left. Turning a 6-horse team and a heavy Concord coach on a dime was a fool's errand. It was an invitation to roll the coach, to end up a helpless, splintered wreck at the mercy of whoever was waiting for them. "Not without tipping us into that ravine," she said, her teeth gritted. "Only one way to go. Through." A grim understanding passed between them. It was a choice between a potential trap and certain disaster. For a stagecoach driver, the only real choice was always forward. "When I give the word," she said, her voice barely audible over the jingle of the harness, "make them run. Don't hold back. We'll have to outrun the bullets." He gave a sharp, single nod, his eyes never leaving the pass. "Just get us through to the other side, Miss O'Neill. I'll handle the welcome party." The first shot came before she could give the word. It wasn't the loud boom of a rifle, but a high-pitched, venomous crack, followed by the sickening thwack of lead embedding itself in the wooden panel of the coach, just behind her head. A woman shrieked from inside the cabin. That single shot was the spark on a barrel of gunpowder. The world erupted. "Now, Maggie, go!" Ethan's voice cut through the rising chaos. There was no need for the whip. Maggie leaned forward, her body low over the footboard, and let out a sharp, piercing cry that was part command, part prayer. "Yeah!" The team, already on the knife's edge of panic, surged forward with a collective grunt of effort. The coach leaped like a spurred horse, throwing Maggie back against her seat. The gentle sway became a violent, bone-jarring bucking as they charged toward the mouth of the pass at a dead run. Muzzle flashes blossomed from the rocks above them like deadly flowers. The air filled with a chorus of demons, the sharp crack of rifles, the angry buzz of bullets whipping past her ears, the splintering protest of the coach as it took more hits. Dust and rock chips sprayed into the air. Beside her, Ethan was a whirlwind of controlled violence. He had his Colt in his hand, and he was firing back with a speed and accuracy that was breathtaking. He wasn't spraying bullets wildly. Each shot was aimed, deliberate. A cry of pain echoed from the rocks to their left. He was not a fair shot. He was a professional. Maggie's world shrank to the 6 powerful animals in front of her. They were her only hope. She spoke to them, her voice a low, urgent chant, a constant stream of encouragement and direction. "Easy, Samson. Steady, Goliath. Pull, boys, pull." The reins were alive in her hands, a conduit through which she could feel their terror, their strength, their will to survive. She guided them through the maelstrom, her eyes scanning the road for obstacles, her body absorbing the brutal punishment of the ride. A bullet screamed past her cheek, so close she felt its heat. Instinctively, she ducked, but her hands never faltered on the reins. Her rifle was tucked beside her, a comforting weight, but she couldn't use it. Her hands, her mind, her entire being were dedicated to a single purpose: driving. The inside of the coach was a bedlam of terrified screams and the thud of bodies being thrown against the walls. The drummer was yelling something incoherent, a high-pitched wail of pure terror. Maggie spared them no thought. Their lives were in her hands, and those hands were full. Ethan grunted, reloading his revolver with a speed that seemed impossible, his fingers moving with practiced mechanical precision. He never took his eyes off the rocks. "They're trying to lame the lid horses," he shouted over the din. She saw it then. 2 riders breaking from cover ahead, trying to get in front of them, their rifles aimed low. If they took down Samson or Goliath, the whole team would go down in a tangled, screaming heap. The coach would flip, and they'd be slaughtered. There was no time to think, only to act. "Cover me!" she yelled to Ethan. He didn't ask why. He simply shifted his fire, laying down a volley of shots that forced the 2 riders to swerve. It gave her the opening she needed. With a powerful tug on the right reins and a sharp whistle, she guided the team in a slight, controlled skid, aiming the heavy coach directly at one of the riders. It was a mad gamble. The horseman's eyes went wide with disbelief as he saw the 2-ton behemoth bearing down on him. He tried to pull his horse away, but it was too late. The massive front wheel of the Concorde caught his horse's hindquarters, sending the animal screaming to the ground in a tangle of legs. The rider was thrown clear, landing in a heap in the dust. The other rider, seeing his partner go down, reined in hard, his face a mask of fury. He raised his rifle, taking aim directly at Maggie. Time seemed to slow down. She saw the dark, round hole of the rifle's muzzle, the man's finger tightening on the trigger. She braced for the impact, a cold knot of resignation in her stomach. A deafening roar exploded next to her ear. It wasn't the man's rifle. It was Ethan's Colt. The rider was snatched from his saddle as if by an invisible hand, his body thrown backward in a spray of red. The pass opened up ahead of them. They were almost through. "Keep going!" Ethan yelled, his voice raw. "Don't stop until we're in the clear." Maggie didn't need to be told. She urged the horses on, their sides heaving, their coats dark with sweat. They thundered out of the narrow pass and onto the open plain, leaving the echoes of the gunfight behind them. She held them at a hard run for another half-mile before she dared to slow them, her hands pulling back on the reins with a gentle, steady pressure, her voice now a soothing murmur. "Easy now, boys. Easy. You did good. You did real good." The team slowed from a gallop to a canter, then to a trot, and finally to a halt. They stood, heads drooping, sides pumping, steam rising from their bodies in the hot sun. The silence that descended was profound. It was deeper than mere quiet. It was the absence of noise, a ringing void where the gunfire had been. The only sounds were the heaving breaths of the horses, the creak of the hot leather, and the soft, keening sobs coming from inside the coach. Maggie sat for a long moment, the reins still clutched in her hands. Her knuckles were bloodless. A tremor started in her fingers and worked its way up her arms. The adrenaline was draining away, leaving behind a shaky, hollow feeling. She took a deep, shuddering breath, the air thick with the acrid smell of spent gunpowder. "You all right, Miss O'Neill?" Ethan's voice was low, and for the first time she detected a note of concern in it. She couldn't find her own voice for a moment. She just nodded, her gaze fixed on the endless, indifferent blue of the sky. She had been that close to dying. A matter of inches. A split second. The thought was a cold, smooth stone in the pit of her stomach. He reached over, his hand gently covering hers on the reins. His touch was warm and steady, a grounding force in the dizzying aftermath. "Let go," he said softly. "You're safe now." His touch sent another jolt through her, but this one wasn't from fear. It was something else, something deeply unsettling and strangely comforting all at once. She slowly uncurled her fingers, the stiff leather falling away. Her hand was trembling visibly now. He didn't pull away. He simply held her hand for a moment longer, his thumb stroking the back of it in a gesture of quiet reassurance. "You were magnificent," he said, his voice a quiet murmur. Her head whipped around to look at him. His face was grim, smudged with gunpowder, but his eyes held an expression of raw, unvarnished respect that struck her with more force than any bullet had. He wasn't just placating her. He meant it. She pulled her hand away, flustered, and swung down from the driver's seat, her legs feeling unsteady beneath her. "I have to check on my passengers and the team." The scene that greeted her when she opened the coach door was one of controlled chaos. The young woman was huddled in a corner, sobbing into her shawl. The salesman was pale and shaking, his eyes wide with shock, a dark stain spreading on the front of his trousers. Only the old prospector seemed unfazed, his gnarled hands resting on his knees, his expression as weathered and inscrutable as the landscape outside. "Everyone all right?" Maggie's voice was rougher than she intended. "Anyone hit?" There were shaky heads and mumbled negatives. They were scared, but they were alive. That was all that mattered. She turned her attention to the coach itself. It was riddled with bullet holes, scars of their passage through Devil's Jaw. One of the leather thoroughbraces was frayed, nearly severed. It would have to be repaired at the next swing station. Then she went to her horses. Her heart was in her throat as she moved from one to the next, running her hands over their powerful bodies, speaking to them in low, soothing tones. She checked each leg, each flank. They were exhausted and spooked, but by some miracle, none of them had taken a serious hit. A shallow graze on Atlas's shoulder was the worst of it. She felt a wave of relief so profound it almost buckled her knees. Ethan had followed her. He stood watching her, his coat now buttoned, his professional demeanor sliding back into place like a mask. "They were professionals," he said, his gaze distant, looking back toward the pass. "They weren't trying to rob the passengers. They were after the mail. They tried to stop you, to disable the coach. When that didn't work, they went for the driver." He looked at her. "They went for you." The cold stone in her stomach grew heavier. "We got through. This time." he said, his voice grim. "They'll know who's driving this route now. They'll know who they're up against, and they'll be back." He walked over to the rear of the coach and inspected the mailbags in the boot. He pointed to a long, clean slash in one of the heavy canvas sacks. "See that? It's not torn. It's cut, with a very sharp knife. They didn't have time to finish the job." Maggie stared at the cut. It was precise, deliberate. Not the work of a common highwayman looking for cash. It was the work of someone searching for something specific. "You're a federal agent," she said. It wasn't a question. He met her gaze without flinching. "My name is Ethan Carter. I work for the Post Office Department. I was sent from Washington to investigate these robberies." The weight of his secret, now spoken aloud, settled over them. It changed everything. She wasn't just a private citizen caught in a crossfire. She was now an unwilling participant in a federal investigation. This coach, her father's legacy, was the moving target at the center of it all. "What's in that mail that's worth getting killed over?" she asked, her voice low and fierce. He hesitated for a moment, his jaw tight. He looked at the terrified passengers, then back at her. "Information," he said finally. "Army payroll schedules, troop movement orders, geological surveys from government prospectors, any one of which would be valuable to the right people. People who want to see this territory remain lawless. People who might be planning something much bigger than just robbing the mail." A cold dread trickled down Maggie's spine. This was bigger than her, bigger than the Overland Stage Company. This was about the future of the entire territory, and she was driving right through the middle of it. The weight of her own secret pressed down on her. The secret of how close the company was to ruin. The secret fear that she would be the O'Neill who lost it all. She couldn't afford this kind of trouble. Another failed mail run, another attack, and the contract would be gone. The company would fold. Everything her father had built, everything she had fought for, would turn to dust. "You brought this trouble to my coach, Mr. Carter," she said, her voice laced with an anger born of fear. "This trouble was already here, Miss O'Neill," he countered, his voice firm but not unkind. "I was just sent to face it. And now, whether you like it or not, so are you." He took a step closer, his presence commanding. "I need your help. You know this route better than anyone. You know the people, the stations. The traitors are likely close. Maybe someone within your own company." His words hit her like a physical blow. The thought had been a dark whisper in the back of her mind, but hearing him say it aloud gave it a terrible, solid form. The idea that one of her own, one of the men her father had hired and trusted, could be a betrayer was a poison she couldn't stomach. "I trust my men," she said, the words sounding hollow even to her own ears. "Trust is a luxury in a place like this," Ethan said, his voice softening slightly. "I'm not asking you to accuse anyone. I'm asking you to watch, to listen. The person behind this has to have information. Timetables, routes, cargo manifests, information that only an insider would have." She looked away from his piercing gaze, her eyes scanning the horizon. The land was vast, beautiful, and utterly lethal. A place where secrets could be buried and left for the sun and the wind to scour away. The weight of it all, the company, the debt, the attack. This federal agent and his dangerous mission threatened to crush her. For a fleeting moment, she wished she were someone else. anyone else. A woman with soft hands and simple worries. But she wasn't. She was Maggie O'Neill. And she didn't run. She turned back to him, her chin held high, the fear in her eyes banked by a familiar fire of defiance. "All right, Carter," she said, the formal Mr. gone, erased by the intimacy of shared gunfire. "You can ride shotgun, but you do what I say, when I say it. This is my coach, my road, my rules." A slow smile touched his lips, a genuine one this time. It transformed his face, easing the harsh lines and revealing a glimpse of the man beneath the federal agent. "Wouldn't have it any other way, O'Neill." She turned away before he could see the effect his smile had on her. She walked back to the driver's seat, her steps more certain now. The path ahead was more dangerous than she had ever imagined, but for the first time, she wasn't riding it entirely alone. As she climbed back onto her perch, she felt the heavy weight of the secrets they both carried. His was a mission from Washington, a hunt for a conspiracy that threatened the territory. Hers was a desperate fight for survival, a battle to protect the only home she had ever known. And now those secrets were bound together, two heavy stones that could either drag them both down into the dust or just maybe serve as the foundation for something strong enough to withstand the storm that was coming. Chapter 3. Thunder on the Plains. The air inside the coach remained thick with the metallic tang of fear. The salesman, a man named Abernathy, had finally stopped his trembling, but his face was the color of old parchment, and he kept dabbing at his forehead with a handkerchief that was already soaked through. The young woman, whose name Maggie had learned was Clara, had retreated into a silent, catatonic grief, her eyes wide and vacant as she stared at the bullet-scarred wall of the coach. The old prospector, Silas, seemed to be the only one untouched by the violence. He sat with a placid, almost unnerving calm, occasionally spitting a stream of tobacco juice out the window with practiced aim, as if a gunfight were no more disruptive than a bump in the road. Up on the driver's seat, the silence between Maggie and Ethan Carter was of a different quality. It was no longer the cautious, measuring silence of strangers. It was the charged, humming quiet of comrades who have faced death together and survived. The unspoken event lay between them, a shared memory that had forged a bond as strong and unyielding as tempered steel. Maggie was acutely aware of him beside her, of the solid set of his shoulders, the way his eyes constantly swept the horizon, a mirror of her own vigilance. He was a sentinel, and his presence, which had initially been an irritation, was now a strange and unfamiliar comfort. She had patched the frayed thoroughbrace as best she could with a length of rope and checked the team one last time before they set off again. The horses were still skittish, their ears twitching at every gust of wind, but they responded to the familiar pressure of her hands on the reins, their trust in her overriding their fear. As they moved on, the landscape began to change. The rocky, broken country of the foothills gave way to a vast, rolling plain that stretched to the edge of the world. The sky, which had been a clear, merciless blue, began to bruise with clouds in the west, great purple and gray behemoths that piled up on the horizon, pregnant with unshed rain. "Storm's coming," Ethan observed, his voice a low rumble that seemed to harmonize with the distant, unheard thunder. "We'll be at Stone Creek Station before it hits, if our luck holds," Maggie replied, her eyes on the gathering clouds. A storm on the open plains was no small thing. It could turn the hard-packed earth to a thick, sucking mud that could mire a coach up to its axles. It could unleash flash floods that turned dry arroyos into raging torrents. And the lightning. The lightning was a terror all its own, a jagged finger of God that could strike a man from his horse or set the prairie ablaze. Her luck, however, felt like a currency she had already spent for the day. As they pressed on, a new tension began to build. It wasn't the sharp, immediate fear of an ambush, but a deeper, more elemental anxiety. The air grew heavy, thick, and humid, making every breath feel like a conscious effort. The light took on a strange, yellowish, apocalyptic quality. The horses sensed it too. They tossed their heads and snorted, their pace quickening without any command from her. They wanted to outrun the sky. Ethan had taken out a small, leather-bound notebook and a pencil from his satchel and was making notes, his handwriting small and precise. He would occasionally look up, his gaze sweeping over the landscape, then back down at the page. "What are you writing?" Maggie asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. He glanced at her, a faint, almost wry smile on his lips. "Observations, details from the attack, number of assailants, their positions, the weapons they used, the way they focused on disabling the coach before trying to kill the driver." He tapped the pencil against the page. It wasn't random. It was a planned military-style ambush. These aren't just disgruntled cowboys. They're organized. Organized for what? "That," he said, his smile fading, "is the question that keeps my superiors in Washington awake at night." He closed the notebook and tucked it away. "This territory is volatile. There's talk of secessionists, remnants of the war who never accepted the surrender. There are mining barons fighting for control of the silver strikes, land disputes that turn into small wars. Any number of groups would benefit from disrupting federal authority, from controlling the flow of information." Maggie listened, the scope of his words sinking in. She had always seen the world in terms of her route, Redemption Creek to Tucson. Her concerns were her horses, her coach, the balance sheet in her father's old ledger. Ethan was painting a picture of a much larger, more dangerous world, a complex web of power and intrigue that she had just driven her coach straight into. "And you think someone in my company is feeding them information?" she asked, the question tasting like ash in her mouth. His gaze was steady, unwavering. "I think it's a strong possibility. The timing of the attack was too perfect. They knew this coach on this day would be carrying something valuable. They knew the route, and they knew the best place to strike. That kind of information has to come from the inside." She thought of the men she worked with, old Jeb, with his bad tooth and his grumbling, who had been with her father since the beginning. Jimmy, the freckle-faced stable hand, who couldn't be more than 17. The station masters along the route, Grumpy Mac at Stone Creek, quiet Mr. Henderson at the midway point, friendly Carlos at the San Pedro crossing. She couldn't imagine any of them being a party to murder and treason. It was impossible. And yet, the doubt, once planted, began to sprout, its ugly tendrils wrapping around her heart. The first drop of rain was a fat, cold splash against her cheek. Then another, and another, within minutes. The tentative sprinkle became a downpour. The sky opened up, and a sheet of gray water slammed into them, turning the world into a churning, blurry mess. The wind rose to a shriek, tearing at her hat and whipping her hair across her face. "Hold on!" she yelled, her voice nearly swallowed by the roar of the storm. The road dissolved into a river of mud. The wheels of the heavy coach began to slip and slide, the horses struggling for purchase. The steady, thundering rhythm of their hooves was gone, replaced by a desperate, churning struggle. Maggie's arms ached with the strain of holding the team steady, of keeping the coach on what was left of the road. Lightning cracked across the sky. A brilliant, terrifying fracture of white light, followed an instant later by a boom of thunder so loud it vibrated in her bones. The horses shied violently, a collective scream of terror rippling through the team. Samson, her brave lead horse, reared up, his eyes rolling. "Whoa, Samson! Easy, boy!" she cried, her voice strained, pulling back on the reins with all her strength to keep him from bolting. Ethan had his hand on the brake lever, his knuckles white. He was watching her, his face a mask of concentration, ready to assist, but not interfering, trusting her to handle her team. That silent trust was a small, warm coal in the freezing deluge. Another fork of lightning struck, this one closer. It hit a lone cottonwood tree 100 yards off the road, which exploded in a shower of sparks and splintered wood. The scent of ozone and burning wood filled the air, a terrifying perfume. Inside the coach, the passengers were being thrown about like dice in a cup. Abernathy was praying loudly, a litany of panicked, half-remembered scripture. Clara was screaming again. "We have to find shelter," Ethan shouted over the storm's fury. "We can't stay out in the open like this. Stone Creek is still 5 miles ahead," she yelled back. "We'll never make it in this." She scanned the bleak, rain-swept landscape, her eyes stinging. Was there anywhere an outcropping of rock, a buffalo wallow? Then she saw it. Through the sheets of rain, a faint, darker shape against the gray horizon. A small, dilapidated structure. It looked like an old line shack, a small cabin used by cowboys to shelter from storms just like this one. It was their only chance. "There," she pointed, her arm trembling with effort. "Hold on tight. I'm taking us off the road." It was a risk, another gamble in a day full of them. The ground off the road would be softer, more treacherous. But staying on the road was no longer an option. With a grim set to her jaw, she guided the terrified team off the muddy track and onto the slick, wet prairie grass, aiming for the distant shack. Every foot was a battle. The wheels sank into the sodden earth, and the coach listed precariously. The horses strained against their harnesses, their powerful muscles bunching as they fought to pull the dead weight of the coach through the mire. Maggie's world was a blur of gray rain, straining horseflesh, and the constant, desperate effort of her own body. They were halfway to the shack when it happened. The ground, already saturated, simply gave way. The left front wheel sank deep into a hidden wash, and the coach lurched violently, tipping at a terrifying angle. There was a sharp, cracking sound, like a bone snapping. The coach shuddered to a halt, stuck fast, tilted like a sinking ship. "The axle!" Ethan swore, leaning out to look. "It's broken." Maggie's heart sank. A broken axle. Out here, in the middle of a storm, miles from the nearest station. It was the driver's ultimate nightmare. They were stranded, helpless. The storm raged around them, seeming to mock their predicament. The wind howled like a hungry wolf, and the rain was a cold, relentless assault. "We have to get the passengers to that shack," Ethan said, his voice grim and resolute. He was already shrugging out of his suit coat. "And the horses. We can't leave them tethered to a dead coach in a lightning storm." Maggie nodded, her mind numbly shifting from the large-scale disaster to the immediate, necessary tasks. Survival mode. It was a familiar place for her. Ethan climbed down into the knee-deep mud and wrenched open the coach door. "Everybody out! We're going to that cabin. Move quickly!" The passengers stumbled out into the deluge, their faces masks of misery and disbelief. Abernathy slipped and fell into the mud, coming up sputtering and covered in grime. Clara was shivering uncontrollably, her thin shawl offering no protection. Silas, the prospector, simply spat a stream of tobacco and squinted at the shack as if sizing it up for a new claim. "Miss O'Neill, you see to the horses," Ethan commanded, taking charge of the terrified passengers. "I'll get these people to shelter." He handed his coat to the shivering Clara. "Wrap this around you." The girl took it numbly. He then half-dragged, half-carried the flailing Abernathy toward the shack, with Silas trudging stoically behind them. Left alone with her team, Maggie went to work. Her hands, though cold and numb, moved with practiced efficiency. She spoke to the horses in a low, calming voice, her own fear pushed aside for their sake. One by one, she unhitched them from the wrecked coach, their harnesses heavy and slick with rain. They were her responsibility, her partners. She would not abandon them. Leading the 6 terrified animals, she trudged through the sucking mud toward the shack. The wind tore at her, and the cold had seeped deep into her bones, but she didn't falter. By the time she reached the flimsy wooden door of the cabin, she was exhausted, soaked to the skin, and covered in mud. The inside of the shack was small and dark, smelling of damp earth, old wood smoke, and wet wool. It offered little more than a roof and 4 walls, but right now it felt like a palace. Ethan had already managed to find a few splintered pieces of dry wood in a corner, and was coaxing a tiny, sputtering flame to life in the crude stone fireplace. The passengers were huddled together on the dirt floor, a miserable tableau of wet, frightened humanity. Maggie tied the horses to a dilapidated lean-to attached to the side of the shack, where they would have some protection from the worst of the wind and rain. Then she stumbled inside, her body aching, and collapsed onto the floor near the fledgling fire. The warmth from the tiny flames was the most wonderful thing she had ever felt. She sat there, dripping and shivering, watching Ethan work. He moved with a quiet competence, his focus absolute. He found an old, rusty bucket, which he placed outside to collect rainwater. He used his own pocket knife to shave tinder for the fire. He spoke to the passengers in a calm, authoritative voice that seemed to quell their rising panic. He was a man accustomed to bringing order to chaos. He looked over at her, his face illuminated by the growing firelight. There were streaks of mud on his cheek, and his fine shirt was soaked through, clinging to his broad shoulders. He looked less like a polished agent from Washington and more like a frontiersman who had been through a battle. The change suited him. "Are you hurt?" he asked, his voice low. She shook her head, unable to speak past the chattering of her teeth. He moved over to her, taking a rough wool blanket from Silas's bedroll. The prospector, surprisingly, had offered it without being asked, and draped it around her shoulders. "You did everything you could, Maggie," he said softly, using her first name for the first time. The sound of it in his voice was unexpectedly intimate. "You got us this far." She looked up at him, at the sincerity in his deep blue eyes. A wave of emotion washed over her, gratitude, exhaustion, and a strange, unwelcome flutter of attraction. She was cold and tired, and had just survived a gunfight and a shipwreck on the prairie. And all she could think about was the way the firelight caught the planes of his face. She cursed herself for the weakness. "We're still stranded," she mumbled, her voice hoarse. "The mail is on that coach. Your precious information." "The mail can wait," he said, his gaze holding hers. "Right now, all that matters is that we're alive." He reached out, and gently brushed a stray, wet strand of hair from her cheek. His fingers were warm against her cold skin. The simple, fleeting touch was like a spark, igniting a warmth deep inside her that had nothing to do with the fire. She pulled back, wrapping the blanket tighter around herself, creating a barrier. This was dangerous territory, more treacherous than any muddy road. She was a stagecoach driver. He was a federal agent. Their worlds were not meant to intersect like this. He was a complication she couldn't afford, a distraction from the cold, hard reality of her situation. A broken axle, a failed run, the end of the O'Neill line. The thunder rolled outside, a long, deep growl that shook the little shack. It was the sound of the world falling apart. But inside, in the small, flickering circle of firelight, something else was happening. Amid the wreckage and the fear, a fragile, unspoken connection was being forged between a woman who knew nothing but the road and a man who carried the weight of a nation's secrets. The thunder on the plains was a roar of destruction, but for Maggie and Ethan, it was also the sound of their separate journeys crashing together, their fates now irrevocably, terrifyingly intertwined. Chapter 4. An Unspoken Alliance. The world outside the flimsy walls of the shack was a primal symphony of chaos. The wind howled a high, keening dirge, and the rain fell in a solid, unceasing curtain, drumming a frantic, hypnotic rhythm on the sod roof. Inside, the small fire Ethan had coaxed to life was a defiant spark of orange against the overwhelming gray. It hissed and popped, consuming the damp wood with a reluctant hunger, casting long, dancing shadows that turned the cramped interior into a cavern of shifting shapes and hidden corners. Maggie sat huddled in the wool blanket, the rough texture a comfort against her cheek. The violent shivering had subsided, but a deep, penetrating cold had settled into her bones, an ache that felt as much like despair as it did chill. She watched Ethan, who seemed to have appointed himself the guardian of their small, miserable flock. He moved with an economy of motion, a purposefulness that stood in stark contrast to the helpless inertia of the others. Abernathy, the tonic salesman, had found his voice again, and it was a whining, incessant complaint. "This is an outrage, an absolute outrage. My samples will be ruined. The Overland Stage Company will be hearing from my solicitor. Stranded, attacked by brigands. It's a disgrace." He paced the small, clear area of the dirt floor, his fine clothes now a caricature of filth and dampness. Ethan, who was reinforcing a loose board near the door that was rattling in the wind, didn't even turn around. "Mr. Abernathy," he said, his voice calm but edged with steel, "your choice is to sit quietly by the fire or stand in the rain. I assure you, the company is less concerned with your samples than it is with the fact that we're all still breathing." The salesman sputtered, but the quiet authority in Ethan's voice silenced him. He retreated to a corner, muttering under his breath, a deflated balloon of indignation. Clara, the young woman, was still wrapped in Ethan's suit coat, a dark, incongruous cocoon. She had stopped crying, but her eyes were fixed on the fire, wide and unseeing. She seemed to have traveled somewhere far away inside herself, a place where the storm and the fear couldn't reach her. Ethan had spoken to her briefly, his voice gentle, asking if she was hurt. She had only shaken her head, a small, bird-like motion. He had left her to her silence, a gesture of respect for her trauma that struck Maggie as profoundly kind. And then there was Silas. The old prospector sat cross-legged near the hearth, as still and weathered as a desert rock. He seemed utterly unperturbed by their predicament. He had produced a small, gnarled pipe from a pouch and was methodically packing it with tobacco, his movements slow and deliberate. He seemed to exist on a different plane of existence from the rest of them, a man who had made his peace with hardship so long ago that it no longer registered as an inconvenience. Maggie's gaze returned to her coach, a ghostly shape in the downpour, listing in the mud like a beached whale. Her heart clenched. It wasn't just wood and leather and iron. It was her father's sweat and dreams. It was her own defiance, her freedom, her livelihood. Seeing it broken and abandoned felt like a physical wound. A lump formed in her throat, thick and painful. She had failed. She had lost the coach. The thought was a relentless hammer against the anvil of her exhaustion. Ethan finished with the door and came to sit near the fire, not far from her. He stretched his hands toward the meager warmth, his long fingers flexing. He was soaked through, his shirt outlining the lean, hard muscles of his back and shoulders. He had risked his life for them, for her. He had brought this trouble, yes, but he had also faced it head-on, without hesitation. The contradiction of him was a puzzle she couldn't begin to solve. "The rain is starting to let up," he said, his voice low, meant for her ears only. "The worst of it has passed." She followed his gaze to the single grimy window pane. The furious drumming on the roof had softened to a steady, rhythmic patter. The wind no longer shrieked. It moaned. "It doesn't matter," she said, her voice a rough whisper. "The axle is broken. We're not going anywhere." The words sounded flat, dead. "An axle can be mended," he said simply. She let out a short, bitter laugh. "Not by me. Not out here. It needs a forge, a blacksmith. It needs a miracle." She pulled the blanket tighter, a useless defense against the chill that was coming from within. "This is it. The end of the line. The postmaster will pull the contract. I'll lose everything." The confession slipped out before she could stop it. A raw, vulnerable admission that she would have bitten her tongue off to keep. Ethan was silent for a long moment. She risked a glance at him. He wasn't looking at her with pity, the one expression she couldn't bear. He was looking at her with a quiet, intense focus, as if he were trying to see the shape of her words. "Your father," he said, his voice a gentle probe. "He started the company?" She nodded, her eyes fixed on the fire. "He built it from nothing, just a single mud wagon and a team of mules. He poured his whole life into it. When he died, he made me promise. He made me promise I'd keep it running." Her voice cracked on the last words. The weight of that promise felt immense, a mountain she was no longer strong enough to carry. "Then we will keep it running," Ethan said. His voice was not boastful or full of empty reassurances. It was a statement of fact, a declaration of intent. "Tomorrow at first light, you and I will walk to Stone Creek Station. It's the closest outpost. We'll get a horse, a wagon, whatever we need to fetch a new axle, and the tools to fix it. We will get that mail to Tucson." She stared at him, taken aback by the simple, unwavering certainty in his plan. The we. He had said we. He wasn't just a passenger or a federal agent anymore. He had seamlessly woven his fate with hers. An unspoken alliance had been forged in the crucible of the gunfight, and now it was being tempered in the quiet desperation of the storm. "Why?" she asked, the word escaping her lips before she could think. "Why are you doing this? It's not your job to fix my coach." He turned his body slightly toward her, the firelight carving deep shadows into his face. making his eyes seem impossibly dark and deep. "My job is to protect the United States mail and uncover a conspiracy that threatens this territory. Right now, that mail is in your coach. That makes your coach, and by extension you, a part of my job." He paused, and his expression softened almost imperceptibly. "Besides, I've seen how you handle that team. I've seen you drive through a hail of bullets. You're not the kind of person who gives up. I don't intend to be the reason you start now." His words were a balm on her raw, frayed nerves. He saw her strength, not just her failure. He was offering not pity, but a partnership. A strange, unfamiliar warmth spread through her chest, pushing back the cold. It was hope, she realized with a jolt, a feeling she hadn't dared to entertain for hours. Just then, Silas cleared his throat. The old prospector had finished with his pipe and was watching them with his shrewd, bird-like eyes. "Station ain't got no axle for a Concord," he said, his voice a dry, gravelly rasp. "And Mac, he's a sour old goat. Won't lend you a horse without a pouch full of silver, which I'm guessing none of us has." Abernathy let out a groan of despair from his corner. Maggie's newfound hope faltered. Silas was right. Mac, the station master at Stone Creek, was a notoriously difficult man, and he was unlikely to have the specific parts for a Concord coach. Ethan's jaw tightened, but his composure didn't break. "Then we'll find another way." Silas took a long draw from his pipe, the cherry glowing red in the dim light. He blew a perfect smoke ring that drifted toward the rafters. "There's a blacksmith, about 10 miles east of here, name's Jedediah, lives up in the canyons, works for the silver mine mostly, but he's the best smith in these parts. He could forge a new axle from scratch if he had to, but he don't like company, especially not lawmen." Maggie and Ethan exchanged a look. How could this old prospector know Ethan was a lawman? He hadn't been there for their conversation on the road. As if reading their minds, Silas tapped the side of his nose. "A man learns to read people out here. It's how you stay alive. You ain't no drummer or gambler, son. You got the look of a man who asks questions for a living. And the only folks asking questions out here are either wearing a star or wishing they were." Ethan's expression was unreadable, a careful mask of neutrality. "This blacksmith, you think he'd help us?" Silas shrugged, a slow movement of his bony shoulders. "Jedediah don't care about much, but he hates the man who runs the Pine Ridge mine, fella named Corbin. Thinks he's a damn tyrant. Most folks do. Corbin's been buying up land, squeezing folks out. Some say he's got his own private army of hired guns to enforce his claims." A new piece of the puzzle slid into place in Maggie's mind. A powerful mining baron with his own army. The kind of man who would benefit from disrupting federal authority. Ethan leaned forward, his interest piqued. "What does this have to do with us?" Silas looked from Ethan to Maggie, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. "The men who hit your coach, the ones in the pass, they weren't common road agents. They rode like they were trained, like soldiers." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle in the small, quiet room. "And I've heard whispers, in the saloons, around the campfires, whispers that Corbin ain't just after silver, that he's looking for something that was lost a long time ago." "What was he looking for?" Ethan pressed, his voice sharp with urgency. Silas took another slow puff of his pipe, his eyes glinting in the firelight. The storm had finally broken, and the only sound was the drip of water from the eaves and the crackle of the fire. The old man's next words dropped into the silence like stones into a deep well. "He's looking for a ghost," Silas said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. A mail sack, one that went missing 20 years ago, vanished without a trace on this very route. They say it was full of land patents, the original deeds to half the territory, including the land Corbin's mine is on. If those patents ever saw the light of day, it'd prove Corbin's a fraud, that he's a thief sitting on stolen land. A profound silence filled the shack. Maggie stared at Silas, her mind reeling. This wasn't about payrolls or troop movements. This was older, deeper. A secret buried for 2 decades. Ethan was completely still, his face a mask of intense concentration. He wasn't just investigating a series of robberies. He had stumbled into a hornet's nest of old grudges, stolen fortunes, and a secret powerful enough to tear the territory apart. And the key, the ghost he was hunting, was a lost piece of mail. "So the men who attacked us," Maggie breathed, the pieces clicking together with terrifying clarity. "They think one of these mailbags, one of the ones on my coach." "Is that Ghost?" Silas nodded slowly. "Corbin's getting desperate. He's heard a rumor that the original survey maps connected to those patents were being shipped back to Washington for verification. He's tearing apart every mailbag between here and Tucson, looking for a map that could ruin him." The weight of the secret in the back of her coach suddenly felt immense, a palpable danger. It wasn't just paper and ink anymore. It was a legacy of theft, a catalyst for war. And she was its keeper. The unspoken alliance between her and Ethan solidified in that moment, no longer just a matter of survival or shared duty. It was a conscious choice. They were the only 2 people in this shack who understood the true nature of the storm they were in. A storm far more dangerous than the one that had just passed. Their eyes met across the flickering firelight, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. The road ahead was not just about fixing an axle or delivering the mail. It was about unearthing a ghost, and in this lawless land, disturbing the dead was a good way to join them. Chapter 5. The Comfort of a Familiar Face. The first light of dawn was a fragile watercolor wash of pale gray and rose that bled into the bruised purple of the departing storm clouds. The world smelled clean, scoured by the rain, a fresh, earthy scent of wet sage and damp soil that was a welcome change from the stale, close air of the shack. The silence was profound, broken only by the soft, rhythmic dripping of water from the eaves and the gentle snorts of the horses, who stood huddled and patient under the lean-to. Inside the cabin, the fire had died to a bed of sullen, glowing embers. Abernathy was snoring, a low, bubbling sound from the corner where he'd finally collapsed into an exhausted sleep. Clara was still wrapped in Ethan's coat, her breathing deep and even, her face in repose looking impossibly young and vulnerable. Silas was already gone. When Maggie had awoken from a fitful, dream-haunted doze, his bedroll was gone, and the space where he had sat was empty. He had vanished as silently and mysteriously as he had appeared, leaving behind only the faint, lingering scent of his pipe tobacco and the heavy weight of his revelations. Maggie stood in the doorway of the shack, the cool morning air a balm on her tired face. She had not slept well. The old prospector's story had replayed itself in her mind. A relentless loop of ghosts and stolen land, and a desperate, powerful man named Corbin. The mailbags in her wrecked coach no longer felt like simple cargo. They felt like a ticking bomb. Ethan was already outside, standing by the team. He had his shirt sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing strong, capable hands and a light dusting of dark hair on his arms. He was checking each horse with a practiced eye, running a hand down a leg, murmuring to them in a low, soothing voice. He moved with a quiet confidence that Maggie found herself envying. Despite the disaster of their situation, he seemed entirely undaunted, his focus already on the next step, the solution. He looked up as she approached, his blue eyes clear and direct in the morning light. The weariness of the previous day was still etched around his eyes, but there was a sharp, focused energy about him that was infectious. "Morning," he said, his voice a low rumble. "I was just checking for injuries. They seem to have weathered the storm better than the coach did." "They're strong," Maggie said, her hand automatically going to Samson's neck, her fingers stroking the familiar coarse feel of his mane. "My father always said to buy the best horseflesh you can afford. It'll pay you back when everything else fails." "Your father was a wise man," Ethan commented, his gaze lingering on her for a moment before he turned his attention back to the task at hand. "We need to travel light. I'll take one of the wheel horses, Hercules. He's the strongest. You take Atlas. We'll leave the others here. They'll be safe enough for a day." Maggie bristled slightly at his casual assumption of command, but she couldn't fault his logic. "They're not accustomed to being ridden," she pointed out. "They're harness-trained." "Then they'll have to get accustomed," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "We don't have time to be gentle." He began unhitching Hercules from the others, his movements efficient and sure. They fashioned makeshift bridles from lengths of rope and used spare blankets from the coach as saddles. It was a crude setup, but it would have to do. As they worked, a comfortable silence settled between them, the easy quiet of two people focused on a shared task. The tension and fear of the night had receded with the storm, replaced by a grim, practical determination. Before they left, Ethan approached the sleeping Clara and gently tucked the coat more securely around her. He then looked at Abernathy with a faint look of distaste. "They should be all right here until we get back," he said to Maggie. "The salesman is a coward, but he's not a fool. He knows their only chance is to stay put." He then walked over to the wrecked coach, his boots sinking into the soft mud. He pulled back the leather flap of the rear boot and stared at the mail bags for a long moment, his expression thoughtful and grim. "What if they come back?" Maggie asked, her voice low, nodding toward the pass. "They won't," Ethan said with certainty. "They think the coach is disabled, and the driver is either dead or stranded. They'll wait for the next run. That gives us a small window of time." He secured the boot, his movements deliberate. "But Silas's story changes things. We're not just fixing an axle anymore. We're in a race." They mounted the large, powerful draft horses. Riding an animal trained to pull, not to be ridden, was an awkward, jarring experience. The horses were confused by the unfamiliar weight on their backs, their movements clumsy, but they were steady, their immense strength undeniable. "Jedediah's Forge," Ethan said, turning his horse to the east. "According to Silas, it's 10 miles that way, through the canyons." "I've never heard of him," Maggie admitted. "The canyons are rough country, easy to get lost in." "Silas was kind enough to leave us a map," Ethan said, pulling a small, folded piece of hide from his pocket. Scratched onto its surface, in what looked like charcoal, was a crude but clear map of the canyon system, with a small X marking a location deep within. Maggie stared at it, a renewed sense of wonder at the enigmatic old prospector. He was more than just a font of rumors. He was a key. Why would he help us? "Maybe he dislikes Corbin as much as he said," Ethan mused, his eyes scanning the crude map. "Or maybe he has his own reasons for wanting those old patents to surface. In this territory, everyone has a secret." Everyone has a debt to pay. With a final look back at the forlorn coach and the tiny shack, they urged their horses forward, leaving the main road and venturing into the wild, untamed land to the east. The journey was slow and arduous. The canyons were a maze of twisting passages and high rock walls, the ground littered with loose scree and sharp stones that were treacherous for the heavy-hooved horses. The sun climbed higher, beating down on them, the heat radiating off the red rock walls until it felt like they were riding through an oven. They spoke little, conserving their energy. The only sounds were the clatter of hooves on rock, the creak of the makeshift saddles, and the heavy breathing of the horses. Maggie found herself watching Ethan. He rode with a natural ease, his body moving with the rhythm of his horse, his gaze constantly scanning the cliffs and ridges above them. He was a man at home in dangerous places. She wondered about his life, about the path that had led him from the civilized streets of Washington to this raw, unforgiving land. What had he seen? What had he lost? The questions hung in the silent air between them. She was so lost in her thoughts that she almost didn't hear it at first. A faint, rhythmic sound carried on the wind, clang, 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 the sound of a hammer on an anvil. Ethan heard it too. He reined in his horse, his head cocked, listening. A slow smile spread across his face. Well, I'll be. The old man was telling the truth. They followed the sound deeper into the canyon system, the rhythmic clang growing louder, more distinct. It led them to a narrow, hidden ravine, at the end of which was a ramshackle collection of buildings tucked against the cliff face. A small, sturdy-looking cabin, a corral, and a large, open-sided smithy, from which the sound was emanating. A thin plume of smoke rose from the forge's chimney, a gray banner against the brilliant blue sky. A man stood at the anvil, his back to them. He was huge, a mountain of a man with arms as thick as tree limbs and a great, bushy black beard that covered most of his face. He was shirtless, his back a landscape of corded muscle that gleamed with sweat in the forge light. He brought a heavy hammer down on a glowing piece of iron, and the sound echoed off the canyon walls like a gunshot. "Jedediah?" Ethan called out, his voice cautious. The big man didn't stop his work. He brought the hammer down twice more before plunging the hot metal into a slack tub with a furious hiss of steam. Only then did he turn around. His face was broad and fierce, his eyes small and dark under a heavy brow. He held the hammer in his hand, as if it were an extension of his arm. He looked at them, then at their horses, taking in their makeshift saddles and their exhausted, mud-spattered state. "What do you want?" he boomed, his voice as deep and resonant as his anvil. "We're looking for help," Ethan said, swinging down from his horse. Maggie followed suit, her legs stiff and sore. "Our stagecoach broke an axle about 10 miles west of here. We were told you were the best blacksmith in the territory." Jedediah's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Who told you that?" "An old prospector named Silas," Maggie answered, stepping forward. The blacksmith's expression changed slightly at the mention of the name. The fierce hostility in his eyes lessened, replaced by a grudging curiosity. "Silas, eh? That old desert rat is still kicking, is he?" He grunted, resting his hammer on the anvil. "A Concord axle, you say? That's a big job." "We can pay," Ethan said, reaching into his pocket. "I don't care about your money," Jedediah growled. "I've got more work than I can handle from the mine." He jerked his head toward a pile of sharpened drill bits and heavy iron braces. "The Pine Ridge Mine?" Ethan asked, his tone casual. "Corbin's operation?" The blacksmith's face darkened at the name. "I work for the mine, lawman. I don't work for Corbin." There's a difference. He pays the bills, that's all. So he had pegged Ethan as a lawman too. The realization made Maggie uneasy. They were isolated out here, completely at this man's mercy. "We're not here to cause trouble for you, Jedediah," Maggie said, her voice earnest. She decided to appeal to his sense of craft, the one thing she sensed he might respect. "I'm the driver of that coach. My name is Maggie O'Neill. It was my father's company. Without that coach, we're finished. I just need to get my passengers and the U.S. mail to Tucson. I'm asking for your help. One craftsman to another." The big man looked at her, his dark eyes studying her face, her calloused hands, the sincerity in her expression. He saw not a helpless woman, but a fellow worker, someone who understood the value of hard labor and the pride of a job well done. He grunted again, a sound deep in his chest. "O'Neill," he mused, stroking his thick beard. "I remember your father, Pat O'Neill. He was a good man, fair. He bought a set of wheels from me once, years ago, paid what he promised, on time, not like some I could mention." His gaze flickered with a deep-seated resentment. A flicker of hope ignited in Maggie's chest. The comfort of a familiar face, even one she had never seen before. Her father's good name. It was a currency more valuable than silver. "All right," Jedediah said after a long silence, a decision made. "I'll help you. Not for him." He jerked his chin at Ethan. "And not for your money. I'll do it for Pat O'Neill." He looked back at Maggie. "But it'll take time. I'll need to forge it, temper it. It'll be tomorrow morning before it's ready." "Tomorrow morning is fine," Ethan said quickly, relief evident in his voice. "Thank you." Jedediah just grunted again and turned back to his forge, the audience apparently over. "There's a spring behind the cabin. Water your horses. You can sleep in the barn, but stay out of my way." As Maggie led the horses toward the spring, a wave of relief so powerful it almost made her dizzy washed over her. They had done it. They had found their miracle. She felt a surge of gratitude toward her father, a man whose integrity was still paving a road for her, even in death. She also felt a new respect for Ethan. He had been right to trust Silas's information. He had navigated the tense encounter with the blacksmith with a calm assurance, letting her take the lead when he recognized that her name, her story, was the key that would unlock the door. He was more than just a federal agent with a gun. He was smart, observant, and adaptable. He was a man who knew when to fight and when to talk. That night, as she lay in the hay of the barn, the scent of dried grass and horses all around her, she couldn't sleep. The day's events churned in her mind. Ethan was sleeping a few feet away, a dark shape in the moonlight that streamed through the gaps in the barn walls. He was so close, yet he was a world away. A man of secrets and dangers, she was only just beginning to comprehend. She thought about the comfort of a familiar face, of hearing the blacksmith speak her father's name with respect. It was a reminder of who she was, of where she came from. It was an anchor in the storm of uncertainty that her life had become. But there was another, more unsettling comfort she was starting to feel. The comfort of Ethan Carter's presence beside her. The knowledge that she was not facing this danger alone. It was a dangerous feeling, a treacherous warmth that threatened to melt the icy resolve she had built around her heart. Love, her father had once told her, was a fool's gamble in a land that took everything. It made you weak, vulnerable. But as she lay there in the quiet of the barn, listening to the steady rhythm of Ethan's breathing, she wondered if maybe, just maybe, it was the one thing that could make you strong enough to survive. The thought, was a terrifying, exhilarating whisper in the dark, a secret she was not yet ready to admit even to herself. Chapter 6. Whispers in the Saloon. The journey back to the stranded coach was a different kind of trial. The new axle, a heavy, formidable piece of black iron, was a testament to Jedediah's skill. It was also a monstrously awkward burden. They'd had to rig it between their two horses, a clumsy travois that scraped and bumped along the canyon floor. Every jolt sent a fresh ache through Maggie's already sore muscles. But the weight of the iron was also the weight of hope, and she bore it with a grim satisfaction. Jedediah had sent them off at dawn with a sack of jerky and a curt nod. He had refused any payment, saying only, "Tell Pat O'Neill's daughter that Jedediah paid a debt." His gruff kindness was a strange and welcome gift in this harsh land. Ethan was quiet for most of the ride back, his brow furrowed in thought. The name Corbin had settled between them, an unspoken obsession. The mining baron was no longer just a name in a prospector's tale. He was a shadow that loomed over everything, a powerful, unseen enemy whose motives were tangled in a 20-year-old secret. "If Corbin's men hit us once, they'll hit us again," Ethan said, breaking the long silence as they cleared the canyons and saw the wide, flat plains open before them. "They know the coach is disabled. They might send a party to finish the job, to search the mailbags at their leisure." "You said they wouldn't," Maggie countered, a knot of unease tightening in her stomach. "You said they'd wait for the next run." "That was before I knew what they were looking for," he corrected, his voice grim. "A map that could destroy a man like Corbin is not something he'll leave to chance. We have to assume they're coming." The thought spurred them on. They pushed the horses harder, the travois bumping and clattering behind them. The sun was high and hot when they finally saw it, the tiny, isolated shape of the shack, and beyond it, the pathetic, listing wreck of her coach. They were greeted by a relieved and very hungry Abernathy. The salesman's complaints had been replaced by a fawning gratitude that Maggie found almost as irritating. Clara seemed to have returned from whatever distant place she had retreated to. The color had returned to her cheeks, and she offered them a small, shy smile. She had tended to the remaining horses, watering and feeding them with the last of the grain. Her quiet competence was a surprise. There was no sign that anyone had been near the coach. The mailbags were undisturbed. A collective sigh of relief passed through the small group. Their window of time was still open. The work of replacing the axle was brutal, back-breaking labor. Under Ethan's direction, they used the horses to pull the coach upright. Then, using leverage and sheer muscle, he and Maggie worked to remove the broken axle and fit the new one. It was hot, dirty work. They were slick with sweat and grime, their hands raw. Maggie worked with a focused intensity, her knowledge of the coach's mechanics proving invaluable. She felt a fierce, protective pride as she worked to heal her wounded charge. Ethan was a revelation. He was not afraid of hard labor. He worked with a tireless energy, his lean body surprisingly powerful. He knew his way around tools, his movements precise and efficient. At one point, their hands brushed as they were fitting a bolt, and the now familiar jolt of electricity passed between them. Their eyes met for a brief, charged moment over the greasy iron of the axle. The air was thick with more than just the heat of the day. It was an awareness, a magnetism that was growing harder and harder to ignore. By late afternoon, the job was done. The coach stood straight and proud on its four wheels once more, solid and ready. Maggie ran her hand along the new axle, a perfect piece of forged iron. It was a scar, but it was also a symbol of their resilience. They re-hitched the team, the horses eager to be back in their familiar places. The passengers climbed back into the coach with a reverence they had not shown before. The vehicle was no longer just transportation. It was their ark, their salvation. "We'll make Stone Creek Station by nightfall," Maggie said, climbing into her driver's seat. It felt good to be back on her throne, the reins once more in her hands. Ethan swung up beside her, his rifle resting across his lap. The shotgun seat was now undeniably his. "Stay sharp," he said, his eyes already scanning the horizon. "The easy part is over." The rest of the journey to Stone Creek was fraught with a new kind of tension. Every distant dust devil, every shadow in a ravine, looked like an approaching rider. Maggie's hands were tight on the reins, her senses stretched to the breaking point. But the plains remained empty. They rolled into the small, dusty outpost of Stone Creek Station just as the sun was setting, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and crimson. The station was a collection of low adobe buildings, a stable, a small bunkhouse, and the main station house, which doubled as a saloon and a meager general store. It was a lonely, wind-swept place, a tiny island of civilization in a vast sea of prairie. The station master, Mac, was exactly as Silas had described him. A sour, stooped man with a face like a dried apple and eyes that held a permanent squint of disapproval. He looked at the bullet-scarred coach and the exhausted team with a distinct lack of sympathy. "Heard you ran into some trouble," he grunted, his voice a gravelly rasp. "Figured you were buzzard bait by now." "We managed," Maggie said, her tone clipped. She had never liked Mac. He was one of the few men her father had hired that she had never understood. He did his job, but there was a bitterness about him, a resentment that seemed to poison the very air around him. "The mail is safe," Ethan stated, his voice firm, his gaze fixed on Mac. "We'll need fresh horses and a room for the night. The passengers will need accommodations as well." Mac grumbled, but complied. He was paid by the company to do a job, and Ethan's authoritative tone left little room for argument. While Maggie saw to her tired team, rubbing them down and feeding them herself, Ethan took the passengers inside. When she finally entered the main room of the station, the scene was one of weary relief. Abernathy was already at the bar, pouring whiskey down his throat as if it were water. Clara had found a quiet corner, a cup of what looked like tea cradled in her hands. The main room was dimly lit by a few flickering oil lamps that cast long, dancing shadows. It smelled of stale beer, dust, and fried bacon. A few other men were scattered around the room, a pair of trail-hardened cowboys playing a listless game of cards, a lone freighter nursing a beer at a corner table. Ethan was at the bar, speaking in a low voice to Mac. He had paid for the rooms and was now ordering a meal. He looked up as Maggie entered, and his expression softened. "Go get cleaned up," he said, his voice gentle. "I'll have them bring some food to your room. You've earned a rest." The thought of hot water and a moment of peace was overwhelmingly tempting. She nodded, too tired to argue, and went to the small, clean room that Mac had begrudgingly assigned her. She washed the grime and exhaustion of the past 2 days from her face and hands, the simple act feeling like a profound luxury. When she looked in the small, cracked mirror, the woman looking back at her was a stranger, her face smudged with dirt, her hair a wild tangle, her eyes shadowed with a weariness that went bone deep. But there was something else in those eyes, too, a hardness, a resilience that hadn't been there before. Just as she was about to collapse onto the narrow cot, there was a soft knock on her door. It was Ethan, holding a plate of steak and beans and a tin cup of coffee. "I thought you might be too tired to come back out," he said, handing her the plate. "Thank you," she said, her voice softer than she intended. The simple gesture of kindness felt enormous. He lingered in the doorway, his tall frame filling the space. "Maggie," About Mac. I don't like him. Nobody does, she said with a shrug. But he's been with the company for years. He's reliable, if not friendly. Reliability can be a mask for a lot of things, Ethan said, his voice low and serious. The attack happened on his stretch of the line. He'd know the schedules, the cargo. He'd know you were driving. He paused, his gaze intense. Just be careful. The warning hung in the air after he left. She ate the food, her appetite suddenly returning, but her mind was racing. Could Mac be the traitor? The idea seemed both preposterous and horribly plausible. His sourness, his resentment. Could it run deep enough for betrayal? After she finished eating, a restless energy seized her. She couldn't sleep. Not yet. She felt the need to walk, to breathe the night air. She slipped out of her room and into the main station house. The room was quieter now. The cowboys had left. Abernathy had passed out at his table, his head resting in a puddle of spilled whiskey. Only one other person was there. The freighter, a quiet, grizzled man who had been nursing his beer all evening. He was sitting at the bar, talking in a low voice to Mac. Maggie couldn't hear what they were saying, but something about their posture, the way they leaned in close, struck her as secretive. She moved to the far side of the room, near the store shelves, pretending to examine a sack of flour. She strained her ears, trying to catch their words over the sound of the wind rattling the window panes. "Corbin's getting impatient," the freighter was saying, his voice a low growl. "Heard the last attempt was a failure. A real mess." Mac's reply was a bitter grunt. "Wasn't my fault. I gave you the information, told you the girl was driving, told you she was tough. You were supposed to handle it." Maggie's blood ran cold. It was him. Mac was the traitor. The casual, bitter way he spoke of her, of the ambush, sent a wave of icy fury through her. "The girl had help," the freighter muttered. "A man, a professional, shot 2 of my boys. He's a lawman," Max spat. "A federal agent, snooping around, asking questions. He's the reason this is all going wrong." He slammed his hand on the bar. "Corbin needs that map. He's paying us a fortune for it, and we're going to get it for him. The next stop is Apache Wells. It's isolated. No soldiers, no sheriff. It's the perfect place. We'll take them there, all of them." Maggie felt her breath catch in her throat. They were walking into another trap. A final one. She had to get to Ethan, to warn him. She began to back away slowly, silently, trying to melt into the shadows. But her boot heel caught on a loose floorboard. It let out a loud, groaning creak that seemed to echo in the silent room. Both men at the bar froze, their heads snapped around, their eyes locking onto her. Mac's face, which had been a mask of sour resentment, twisted into an expression of pure, murderous rage. The freighter's hand dropped to the butt of the pistol tucked into his belt. The whispers in the saloon had ended. The secret was out in the open, and it was as ugly and as deadly as a coiled rattlesnake. Maggie was trapped, her heart pounding against her ribs like a drum. She was alone, unarmed, and she had just become the one person who could bring Corbin's entire empire crashing down. She had to survive. Chapter 7. A line drawn in the sand. Time seemed to fracture in the instant after the floorboard creaked. The dim, smoky air of the saloon, which had felt heavy and lethargic, was suddenly charged with a lethal electric tension. Every detail became sharp, hyper-real. The way the lamplight glinted off the freighter's sweat-slicked brow, the spiderweb of cracks in the dirty glass behind the bar, the faint, sour smell of spilled whiskey. For a heartbeat, no one moved. It was a frozen tableau of predator and prey, the hunter and the hunted. Maggie's mind screamed at her to run, but her body was locked in place by a primal, paralyzing fear. Mac's face was a grotesque mask of fury and panic. The sour, bitter man she had known for years was gone, replaced by a cornered animal, all bared teeth and feral instinct. The freighter was already moving, his chair scraping against the rough floor as he rose, his hand a blur as it closed around the handle of his pistol. The instinct for survival, honed by years of facing down the dangers of the road, finally broke the spell. Maggie didn't think. She reacted. She grabbed the nearest object, a heavy 50-pound sack of flour from the store shelves, and with a strength born of pure adrenaline, she heaved it at the two men. The sack hit the bar with a deafening thud, bursting open in a spectacular white cloud. Flour exploded into the air, a thick, choking fog that momentarily blinded and disoriented Mac and the freighter. They sputtered and coughed, their vision obscured by the swirling white powder. It was the only chance she would get. Maggie spun on her heel and bolted for the door of her room. It was closer than the main exit. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic, wild bird trapped in a cage. She heard a furious shout behind her, followed by the deafening roar of a gunshot. The bullet splintered the wooden doorframe just inches from her head, showering her with splinters. She didn't look back. She threw herself into her room, slamming the heavy wooden door shut behind her. Her hands fumbled with the iron bolt, her fingers slick with a cold sweat. She slid it into place, just as a heavy body slammed against the other side of the door, making the whole frame shudder. "Open this door, you little witch!" Mac's voice was a ragged, furious roar, muffled by the thick wood. "You're dead! You hear me? Dead!" Another gunshot boomed, this one splintering the wood of the door itself. Maggie scrambled back, her breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. She was trapped. The room had only one small window, too high and narrow to be an escape route. She was cornered. Her frantic gaze swept the small room. There was nowhere to hide. The cot, the small table, the washstand, they offered no protection. Her rifle, her only means of defense, was on the coach. Her pistol was in her saddlebags in the barn. She was defenseless. The freighter began to kick at the door, the blows landing with sickening rhythmic thuds. The wood was old and dry. It wouldn't hold for long. Then she heard another sound from outside, a different kind of commotion, a sharp, authoritative shout. "What in God's name is going on out here?" It was Ethan's voice. A wave of relief so potent it was dizzying washed over her. He was here. He was awake. She wasn't alone. "Stay out of this, lawman," the freighter snarled from the other side of the door. "This is company business." "Gunfire is my business." Ethan's voice was cold, deadly calm. "Drop your weapon, now." There was a tense silence, broken only by the freighter's heavy breathing. Maggie could picture the scene in the main room. Ethan, likely armed, facing down the two men, the air thick with flour and menace. "There's two of us, and one of you." Mac's voice was a low, threatening growl. "You're mistaken," Ethan replied, his voice dangerously soft. "There's one of me and two dead men who haven't had the good sense to fall down yet. I won't ask again." The silence stretched, taut as a bowstring. Maggie held her breath, her ear pressed against the door. She heard a soft metallic click, the sound of a hammer being cocked. Then a heavy thud as a pistol was dropped onto the wooden floor. "Wise choice," Ethan said. Now, back away from the door. Slowly. Maggie heard shuffling footsteps. She waited, her heart still pounding a frantic rhythm. "Maggie?" Ethan's voice was close now, right on the other side of the door. "Are you all right? Can you open the door?" Her hands were shaking so badly she could barely work the bolt. She finally slid it back and pulled the door open. Ethan stood there, his Colt held steady in his hand, his face a grim, hard mask. His eyes swept over her, checking for injuries, the intense concern in them a stark contrast to his cold demeanor. Behind him, Mac and the freighter stood with their hands raised, their faces pale and dusted with flour, looking like furious, malevolent ghosts. "What happened?" Ethan demanded, his gaze flicking from her to the two men. "He's the one," Maggie said, her voice trembling but clear. She pointed a shaking finger at Mac. "He's the traitor. I heard them. They're working for Corbin. They planned the ambush. They're planning another one at Apache Wells." The confession hung in the air, a final, irrevocable line drawn in the sand. There was no going back. Mac's face contorted with a fresh wave of fury. "She's lying," he spat. "The little tramp is crazy." The freighter lunged, a desperate, foolish move. Ethan didn't hesitate. He moved with a liquid speed that was terrifying to behold. He didn't shoot. He reversed his pistol, bringing the heavy butt down in a short, brutal arc that connected with the side of the freighter's head. The man went down like a sack of rocks, unconscious before he hit the floor. Mac froze, his eyes wide with a new kind of fear. He was no longer facing a slick lawman from the city. He was facing a seasoned fighter, a man who dealt in violence with an unnerving efficiency. "Tie him up," Ethan ordered Maggie, his eyes never leaving Mac. He kicked the freighter's pistol over to her. "And keep this pointed at him while you do it." Maggie's hands were still shaking, but a cold, hard anger was beginning to replace the fear. She picked up the heavy revolver. The weight of it was comforting, solid. She found a length of rope in the storeroom and, under Ethan's watchful eye, she bound Mac's hands tightly behind his back. The station master glared at her, his eyes full of a venomous hatred. "You've made a mistake, girl," he hissed. "Corbin will hear about this. He'll hunt you to the ends of the earth. You and your lawman friend." "Let him come," Ethan said, his voice a low growl. He turned his attention to the unconscious freighter, checking his pockets. He pulled out a worn leather wallet. Inside was a handful of money and a letter. Ethan's eyes scanned the page, his expression growing grimmer with every word. "It's from Corbin's foreman," he said, his voice tight. "It confirms everything. The plan was to take the coach at Apache Wells, kill everyone, and make it look like an Apache raid." The cold, calculated brutality of the plan stole Maggie's breath. They were meant to die, all of them. Abernathy, Clara, her. Their lives were just collateral damage in a rich man's war. At that moment, the door to the station creaked open, and a bleary-eyed Abernathy stumbled in, drawn by the commotion. He took in the scene, the flour-dusted room, the unconscious man on the floor, Mac tied up, Ethan and Maggie holding guns, and his face went from a pasty white to a sickly green. "Good heavens!" he squawked. "What is the meaning of this?" "The meaning, Mr. Abernathy," Ethan said, his voice sharp and commanding, "is that you and the other passengers are in grave danger. Our station master has been selling us out to the man who wants us dead." Abernathy's jaw dropped. He looked at Mac with a horrified disbelief. Clara appeared in the doorway behind him, her face pale, her eyes wide with fear as she clutched Ethan's coat around her like a shield. The situation had changed. This was no longer just Maggie and Ethan's fight. The line had been drawn, and everyone at Stone Creek Station was now on one side of it or the other. "What are we going to do?" Clara asked, her voice a small, trembling whisper. Ethan's gaze swept over the small, terrified group. He was the lawman, the authority. They were all looking to him for a plan, for salvation. He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of frustration and weariness. The weight of command had settled firmly on his shoulders. "We can't stay here," he said, his mind clearly working, processing the new reality. "Corbin's men will be expecting to meet Mac and his friend at Apache Wells. When they don't show, they'll come looking for them, and they'll come here first. We have to leave. Now. Tonight." "Leave?" Abernathy yelped. "In the middle of the night? That's madness. The road is dangerous enough in the daylight." "Staying here is a death sentence," Ethan countered, his voice cutting through the salesman's panic. "Our only chance is to run. We have to get to Fort Grant. It's the closest military outpost. We can find safety there, and I can deliver my prisoner and this evidence." Maggie looked at him. Fort Grant was a 2-day ride under normal circumstances, pushing through the night, on dangerous roads, with a team that was already tired. It was a monumental risk. But she knew he was right. Staying here was not an option. "I can do it," she said, her voice clear and steady. The fear had receded, replaced by a cold, hard resolve. This was her coach, her passengers. She would get them through. Her father's words echoed in her mind. "The job isn't done till everyone's safe at the end of the line. The team is rested. The moon is bright enough to see the road. We can do it." Ethan looked at her, and a flicker of something, admiration, respect, something deeper, passed through his eyes. He gave her a short, sharp nod, a silent acknowledgement of their partnership. They were in this together, bound by a shared purpose that transcended duty or circumstance. "All right," he said, taking command. "Here's the plan. Maggie, you get the team hitched. I don't want to waste a minute. Abernathy, you will help me get this one." He nudged the unconscious freighter with his boot. "And our prisoner here into the coach. You will guard them. If they so much as breathe wrong, you have my permission to knock them senseless." He handed a spare length of rope to the stunned salesman. "Clara, you gather up any water and food you can find. We won't be able to stop." The small group, galvanized by the urgency of the situation and Ethan's decisive leadership, sprang into action. There was a frantic energy in the air, a shared sense of purpose born of mortal terror. Maggie rushed out into the cool night air, her heart still pounding, but her mind clear. The moon was a silver disk in a sea of stars, casting a pale, ethereal light over the prairie. The world was quiet, peaceful, belying the deadly drama unfolding within the station walls. As she led the horses from the stable, her hands moving with practiced speed to harness them, she felt a profound shift within herself. The fear was still there, a cold knot in her stomach, but it was no longer in control. She was no longer just a victim of circumstance, a pawn in someone else's game. She had made a choice. She had taken a stand. By exposing Mac, by throwing her lot in with Ethan, she had drawn a line in the sand. On one side was a life of running, of being dictated to by the greed and violence of men like Corbin. On the other was a fight, a dangerous and uncertain struggle for not just survival, but for justice. She didn't know if they would make it to Fort Grant. She didn't know if they would survive the night. But as she climbed onto the high seat of her coach, the familiar leather of the reins in her hands, She knew one thing for certain. She was no longer just Maggie O'Neill, the stagecoach driver. She was a woman who had looked into the face of evil and had refused to back down. And whatever came next, she would face it on her own terms, a full and willing partner in the battle that had just begun. Chapter 8. Under a Blanket of Stars. The Concord coach rolled out of Stone Creek Station like a phantom, its wheels muffled by the damp earth, its passage marked only by the jingle of the harness and the soft, rhythmic puffing of the horses. The moonlight was a cold, silver wash over the landscape, transforming the familiar prairie into a strange and alien world of stark shadows and ghostly light. Every rock, every twisted juniper tree seemed to hold a hidden menace. Maggie sat tall on the driver's seat, the reins a familiar, comforting weight in her hands. The initial rush of adrenaline had subsided, leaving behind a heightened state of awareness, a clarity that was almost painful. Every sense was alive. She could feel the tension in the team, their uncertainty at this nighttime run. She could smell the cool, clean scent of the night air, tinged with the dust kicked up by their hooves, and she could feel the solid, reassuring presence of Ethan beside her, a silent sentinel in the dark. He held his rifle across his lap, his gaze never ceasing its slow, methodical sweep of their surroundings. He was a man transformed. The polished federal agent was gone, stripped away by the raw urgency of their situation. In his place was a creature of the frontier, a man as watchful and dangerous as any predator that stalked the night. Inside the coach, a tense, unhappy silence reigned. Maggie could picture the scene. Abernathy, his face pale with terror, clutching a pistol he likely didn't know how to use, trying to guard two desperate men. Mac, his face a mask of sullen fury. And the freighter, who had been roused and now sat beside him, both of them bound and gagged. And Clara, a quiet, frightened mouse in the corner, caught in a nightmare not of her making. The coach, once a vessel of hope and transit, had become a prison wagon, hurtling through the darkness toward an uncertain dawn. They traveled for what felt like hours, the only sounds the creak and groan of the coach and the steady, thundering beat of 16 hooves. The world seemed to have shrunk to the moving circle of their existence. The blanket of stars above them was a vast, indifferent canopy, a glittering testament to their own smallness, their own insignificance in the grand, silent drama of the cosmos. "How are you holding up?" Ethan's voice was a low murmur, barely disturbing the quiet. "I'm fine," Maggie answered, her own voice steady. It was the truth. The fear was a cold, hard knot in her stomach, but her hands were sure on the reins, her mind clear. "The team is strong. They can keep this pace until morning." "You're a remarkable woman, Maggie O'Neill," he said, his voice soft with an emotion she couldn't quite decipher. It wasn't pity or condescension. It was a simple, quiet statement of fact. The compliment, so unexpected in the midst of their flight, sent a strange warmth spreading through her chest. She had been called tough, stubborn, skilled, but no one had ever called her remarkable. She didn't know how to respond, so she said nothing, her eyes fixed on the silver ribbon of road stretching out before them. They rode on in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Maggie's mind kept replaying the events in the saloon, the look on Mac's face, the splintering wood of the door, the cold, hard weight of the pistol in her hand. She had crossed a threshold back there. The world of simple, honest work, of predictable routes and daily struggles, was gone forever. She was now part of Ethan's world, a world of secrets and violence, where a single piece of information could be worth more than a man's life. She thought of her father. What would he have thought of all this? He had taught her to be strong, to be self-reliant, to face down trouble. But this was beyond anything he could have imagined. A conspiracy that reached into the highest levels of power in the territory. A shadowy villain, willing to kill to protect his stolen empire. Would he have told her to run? To cut her losses and save herself? Or would he have told her to stand and fight, to see it through to the end, just as she was doing now? She hoped it was the latter. She needed to believe she was honoring his memory, not just dragging his legacy into a deadly quagmire. "Tell me about him," Ethan said, his voice once again pulling her from her reverie. "Who?" "Corbin," he clarified. "What do you know about him? Not the rumors. What do people say? What's his reputation?" Maggie gathered her thoughts. "He came to the territory about 15 years ago. No one knew much about him. He had money, Eastern money. He bought up the old Pineridge claim, which everyone thought was played out. But he brought in new equipment, hired his own engineers, and he found silver. A lot of it. The biggest strike in the territory." "He got lucky," Ethan mused. "That's what people thought at first," Maggie continued. "But then things started to happen. Small ranchers who had land near his mine suddenly found their water sources drying up. Prospectors who filed claims on adjacent land were run off by bandits. His influence grew. He bought the local newspaper, installed his own sheriff in the county seat. He became a king in all but name. People fear him. They say he has eyes and ears everywhere. They say he's ruthless with his enemies." "And now we're his enemies," Ethan finished, his voice grim, "all because of a ghost, a 20-year-old mail sack." He fell silent for a moment, his gaze on the distant, dark line of the mountains. "It makes you wonder. What else is buried in the past? What other secrets is this land holding?" The question hung in the night air, heavy with unspoken possibilities. The West was a land of new beginnings, a place where a man could reinvent himself, escape his past. But the past had a long shadow, and sometimes it followed. As the night wore on, a deep, bone-aching weariness began to set in. Maggie's arms ached from the constant tension of the reins. Her eyes burned from staring into the darkness. The steady rhythm of the coach became a hypnotic, lulling drone. She fought against the encroaching exhaustion, shaking her head, biting her lip to stay alert. A moment's inattention, a slight drift of the coach, could mean disaster. Ethan must have sensed her struggle. "We need to rest the team," he said, his voice firm. "And you need to rest your eyes. There's a small hollow up ahead, off the road. It will shield us from view. We can stop for an hour." She wanted to protest, to argue that they needed to keep moving. But she knew he was right. A tired driver was a dangerous driver, and the horses, magnificent as they were not machines. They needed a respite. She guided the team into the small, sheltered depression. It was a shallow bowl in the prairie, surrounded by a thicket of mesquite and scrub oak, invisible from the main road. The moment the coach stopped, the silence was absolute. Ethan swung down, his movements stiff. "I'll check on our prisoners," he said. "You stay here. Rest." He went to the coach, his pistol drawn. Maggie could hear the low murmur of his voice, sharp and commanding, as he checked on the situation inside. She took the opportunity to climb down from her seat, her legs shaky and weak. She moved among her horses, stroking their sweaty necks, speaking to them in low, soothing tones. thanking them for their monumental effort. They were the true heroes of this desperate flight. When Ethan returned, he was carrying 2 blankets and a canteen. "Everyone's settled," he said. "Abernathy looks like he's about to faint, but he's holding up. And our prisoners are secure." He handed her one of the blankets. "Here, sit. Close your eyes, even if it's just for a few minutes." He chose a spot at the edge of the hollow where he could watch the road. Maggie sat down a few feet away, wrapping the rough wool blanket around her shoulders. The ground was cold, but the blanket offered a small measure of warmth. She leaned her head back against a smooth, sun-warmed boulder and closed her eyes. But sleep would not come. Her mind was a churning sea of images and fears. She was too keyed up, too aware of their precarious situation. She could hear every rustle of the wind in the mesquite, every soft stamp of a horse's hoof. She opened her eyes. Ethan was sitting with his back against the same boulder, his rifle across his knees, his gaze fixed on the dark prairie. The moonlight silvered his hair and cast his strong, angular features into sharp relief. In the stillness of the night, under the vast, silent blanket of stars, he seemed less like a lawman and more like an ancient guardian, a timeless figure of vigilance and strength. "You can't sleep either?" His voice was a soft rumble, startling her. He hadn't turned his head, yet he knew she was awake. "My mind won't be quiet," she admitted, her voice a whisper. He was silent for a moment. "It's the quiet that's the hardest," he said, his voice taking on a distant, reflective quality. "After the noise, after the fight, the quiet is when you remember what you saw, what you did." His words resonated with a truth she was only just beginning to understand. She thought of the freighter, the look of surprise on his face as he fell. The image was seared into her memory. "Is it always like this?" she asked, the question slipping out, a raw plea for understanding. "In your world?" He finally turned his head to look at her. In the pale moonlight, his eyes were dark, shadowed pools, and in their depths she saw a weariness that had nothing to do with their current plight. It was an old weariness, a profound sadness that he carried deep inside him. "Sometimes," he said, his voice low and heavy with unspoken history, "sometimes it's worse." He looked away, back at the empty plains. "I wasn't always a post office agent. During the war, I was a scout for the Union. My job was to ride behind enemy lines, to gather information, to do what was necessary." The confession hung between them, stark and revealing. He had been a spy, a soldier in a secret war. He had lived a life of constant danger, of deception and violence. It explained so much about him, his skill with a gun, his tactical mind, his ability to remain calm in the face of chaos. It also explained the sadness in his eyes. "It changes a man," he continued, his voice barely a whisper. "The things you see, the choices you have to make. You draw lines, and then you're forced to cross them. And each time, you leave a piece of yourself behind on the other side." Maggie listened, her heart aching for the man he must have been before the war, for the pieces of himself he had lost. She was seeing behind the mask, beyond the federal agent, to the core of the man himself. He was not just a symbol of the law. He was a man haunted by his past, a man who had paid a heavy price for his duty. "My wife," he said, his voice so soft she had to strain to hear it. "She couldn't live with the man I became. The war ended, but I couldn't leave it behind. I brought the ghosts home with me. She said I was a stranger, that the man she had married was gone. He fell silent, the weight of his loss a palpable presence in the night. The revelation was a shock. He had a wife, or had had one. The thought sent a sharp, unexpected pang of something through her. Jealousy? No, that wasn't it. It was a deeper, more complex emotion. A sense of a shared, hidden sorrow. She, too, was haunted by a ghost, the ghost of her father, and the promise she had made to him. "I'm sorry," she said, the words feeling small and inadequate. He gave a slight, dismissive shake of his head, as if to ward off her pity. It was a long time ago. He turned to face her more fully, his expression earnest. "The point is, Maggie, this world, it's a dangerous place. It can chew you up and spit you out if you let it. But you're stronger than you think. I saw it back at the station. You were afraid, but you didn't let the fear control you. You fought back. You survived." He reached out, his hand covering hers where it rested on the blanket. His touch was warm and firm, a steady anchor in the churning sea of her emotions. "You have a fire in you. Don't ever let anyone, not Corbin, not me, not this whole damn territory, put it out." They sat there for a long moment, their hands touching, the silence no longer empty, but filled with a new, profound understanding. Under the vast, silent blanket of stars, in the heart of a hostile wilderness, two lonely, haunted souls had found a moment of connection, a shared vulnerability that was more intimate than any embrace. The line between the stagecoach driver and the federal agent had dissolved, leaving just a man and a woman facing the darkness together. The road ahead was still fraught with peril, but for the first time, Maggie felt a flicker of something more than just the grim determination to survive. It was hope, and it felt terrifyingly, wonderfully real. Chapter 9. The Ghost of a Lost Letter. The hour of rest passed in what felt like a handful of heartbeats. The sky in the east was just beginning to soften from a deep indigo to a bruised violet when Ethan declared it was time to move. The shared moment of vulnerability in the hollow lingered between them, an unspoken charge in the air. As they prepared to leave, their movements were efficient, their words few, but their occasional glances were freighted with a new and complex understanding. The barrier between them had been breached, and neither of them seemed to know how to rebuild it, or if they even wanted to. Climbing back onto the driver's seat, Maggie felt a subtle shift in the world. The prairie, which had seemed so menacing in the dark, now felt different. It was still dangerous, still a place that could kill you without a second thought. But it no longer felt empty. The shared confession, the brief, warm touch of Ethan's hand on hers, had populated the vast loneliness with a single significant presence. She was not alone. The thought was a small, steady flame against the encroaching dread of what lay ahead. They pushed the team hard through the pre-dawn gloom, making good time on the empty road. The rising sun was at their backs, stretching their long, distorted shadow before them like a spectral finger pointing the way. With the light came a renewed sense of urgency. They were exposed now, a clear and obvious target on the open plains. Corbin's men could be anywhere. Inside the coach, the mood was grim. They had given the prisoners water, but no food. Mac's sullen silence had deepened into a palpable hatred, his eyes tracking Maggie's every move, whenever he caught a glimpse of her. The freighter was a study in bruised, resentful misery. Abernathy, having exhausted his panic, had lapsed into a state of nervous, twitching vigilance, his eyes constantly darting toward the windows. Only Clara seemed to have found a strange sort of calm. She sat quietly, her hands folded in her lap, her gaze distant but no longer vacant. The trauma had forged something new in her, a quiet, stoic resilience that was almost as surprising as Abernathy's cowardice. "Apache Wells is the next stop on the official route," Ethan said, his voice low as he studied the map spread on his knees. "It's a trading post, nothing more. We have to assume that's where Corbin's men are headed. We need to bypass it." "There's an old miner's track that cuts through the foothills," Maggie said, her mind already working, tracing the familiar geography of her route. "It's rough, but it will shave a day off the journey to Fort Grant and keep us well clear of Apache Wells. It joins the main road again at the San Pedro River crossing." "Is it passable for a coach?" "Barely," she admitted. "It's narrow, and the grades are steep. It'll be hard on the team, but it's our best chance." Ethan nodded, trusting her judgment implicitly now. "Then that's our route." They found the turnoff an hour later, a barely there track that veered off the main road and disappeared into the broken rocky landscape of the foothills. The going was immediately harder. The road was a treacherous ribbon of rock and gravel that wound its way through a maze of small canyons and steep-sided mesas. The coach, which had rolled so smoothly on the plains, now lurched and groaned, its sturdy frame protesting the brutal punishment. Maggie's focus narrowed to an intense, pinpoint concentration. This was driving at its most demanding, a constant, delicate dance of control and power. Her arms ached and her shoulders burned with the effort of holding the team on the narrow track, but she felt a grim satisfaction in the challenge. This was her craft, her art, and she would not fail. Ethan was her second pair of eyes, his gaze constantly scanning the high ground, watching their back trail. He was a silent, watchful partner, his presence a steadying influence. He had taken one of the mailbags from the boot and placed it on the floorboards between his feet. It was a canvas sack, no different from the others, but it felt to Maggie like the heart of all their troubles. "What if the map isn't even in there?" she asked, breaking a long silence. "What if this is all for nothing?" "It's a possibility," Ethan conceded, his eyes on the bag. "But Corbin believes it's there. And a man like that doesn't get to where he is au sois by chasing fantasies. He's acting on information. Flawed, perhaps, but he believes it's real." He tapped the bag with the toe of his boot. Silas called it the ghost of a lost letter. It's an apt description. It's not just a map. It's a piece of the past, something that was meant to be delivered 20 years ago. And it's been haunting this territory ever since. He reached down and untied the drawstring on the sack. The mailbags were not locked, their only security the federal seal and the sanctity of the U.S. mail, a sanctity Corbin's men had repeatedly violated. "What are you doing?" Maggie asked, her eyes widening. "You can't. That's a federal offense." "So is treason," he replied dryly. And murder. I think we're past the point of worrying about regulations, don't you?" His hands delved into the bag, pulling out bundles of letters tied with string, official-looking documents with wax seals, rolled-up newspapers. "If we knew what we were looking for, what this map actually looks like, we might be able to use it. As leverage, as bait." He began to go through the contents of the bag, his movements methodical. He scanned each document, his brow furrowed in concentration. Maggie watched him, her heart pounding. It felt like a profound violation, a desecration. The mail was a sacred trust, a promise connecting lonely souls across a vast and empty land. Each letter was a private world, a whisper of love, a cry of grief, a hope for the future. And they were tearing it open, exposing it to the harsh light of day. Most of the mail was mundane: business correspondence for merchants in Tucson, letters from worried mothers to soldier sons stationed at the fort, a thick packet of legal documents for a land office. There was no sign of a 20-year-old map. "Maybe it's not in this bag," Maggie suggested, a faint sense of relief washing over her. "Maybe not," Ethan said, his hands still moving through the letters. Then he stopped. He pulled out a single, slim envelope. It was different from the others. The paper was old, yellowed with age, the corners soft and frayed. The ink of the address was faded, a spidery, elegant script, addressed to a Captain Alistair Finch, U.S. Army Corps of Topographical Engineers, Fort Lowell, Arizona Territory. But what made Maggie's breath catch was the postmark. It was faint, almost illegible, but she could just make it out. St. Louis, Missouri. And the date? April 12, 1858. 20 years ago. "Ethan," she breathed, her voice a hushed whisper. He looked at the envelope, his expression a mixture of disbelief and dawning excitement. "This is it," he said, his voice low with awe. "It must, Barry." How had it gotten here? A letter lost in the system for 2 decades, finally shaken loose from some dusty corner of a forgotten mail office and sent on its way. A ghost finally released to complete its journey. It was a 1-in-a-million chance, a fluke of bureaucratic fate. Ethan's fingers, surprisingly deft, carefully worked at the sealed flap of the envelope. The old wax was brittle and crumbled under his touch. He slid out a single sheet of paper, folded twice. He opened it carefully, the old paper threatening to disintegrate. It wasn't a map. It was a letter, written in the same elegant, spidery hand as the address. Ethan began to read it aloud, his voice a low, captivated murmur. "My dearest Alistair," it began, "I pray this letter finds you in good health, though my heart aches at the distance that separates us. The news from the West is all of silver and gold, but I know it is the beauty of the land itself that has captured your soul. You once told me that a map is not just lines on a page, but a love letter to the land it describes, a way of knowing its secrets, of understanding its heart." Ethan paused, looking at Maggie. "A love letter to the land," he repeated softly, the phrase striking a chord in him. He continued reading. "I have enclosed the little token you asked for, the one you made for me before you left. You said it was a map of your heart, a place where only I could find my way. I am returning it to you now, a reminder of the home that waits for you, of the love that burns for you across these long and empty miles. Follow it, my love. Follow it home to me." The letter was signed, "Yours for eternity, Eleanor." Maggie felt a lump form in her throat. It was a love letter, a poignant, heartbreaking message from a woman to her beloved, a man she might never have seen again. It was a secret not of land patents and stolen fortunes, but of the human heart. "But where's the map?" Maggie asked, confused. Ethan was staring at the empty envelope, a thoughtful, speculative gleam in his eye. He turned it over and over in his hands. It seemed like an ordinary, cheap paper envelope. But then he held it up to the light. "Look," he said, his voice tight with excitement. Maggie leaned closer. Faintly visible, pressed into the very fibers of the paper on the inside of the envelope, was a series of lines. It wasn't ink. It looked like some kind of indentation, a ghost of an image. It was a map, but a secret one, hidden where no one would think to look. The token Eleanor had mentioned must have been a locket or a small metal plate, engraved with the map. which had been pressed into the paper, leaving its faint impression behind. Ethan carefully, painstakingly, began to tear the envelope open along its seams, flattening it out. The map was there, a faint but discernible network of lines and symbols, a complex topography of a small, specific area. There were notations, but they were not in English. They were symbols, a kind of code. "My God," Ethan breathed, staring at the fragile piece of paper. "This is it. This is the key." He recognized a landmark on the map, a distinctive twin-peaked butte they had passed earlier. "I know this area, this map. It's not of the Peeneridge mine. It's for the land just to the east of it, in the canyons." He looked at Maggie, his eyes alight with a sudden, brilliant realization. Jedediah's Forge. The pieces fell into place with a stunning, sickening clarity. The map didn't lead to a silver mine. It led to a source. The original deeds and patents that Silas had spoken of weren't for the land Corbin was on. They were for the source of the river that fed the entire region, including Corbin's mine. "The water rights," Maggie whispered, the implication dawning on her. Whoever controls the water controls everything. If someone could prove they had the original claim to the headwaters of that river, they could cut off Corbin's water supply, Ethan finished, his voice grim. They could turn his silver mine into a worthless hole in the ground. They could ruin him. The ghost of a lost letter had finally revealed its secret. It wasn't about correcting an old theft. It was a weapon, a document that held the power to destroy the most powerful man in the territory. And it was now in their hands. At that moment, a sound cut through the air, sharp and clear in the stillness of the canyons, the unmistakable crack of a rifle shot. It came from the high ground above them. Ethan reacted instantly, shoving the precious map and letter inside his shirt. "They found us!" he yelled. "They must have cut across from Apache Wells." Maggie didn't need to be told. She cracked the whip high above the team's heads, and the horses, already on edge, leaped forward, pulling the heavy coach at a dangerous, reckless speed along the narrow, winding track. The race was on. The ghost had been unearthed, and now its hunters were closing in for the kill. Chapter 10. A Choice at the Crossroads. The rifle shot was a starting pistol for a race they were already losing. The narrow canyon, which had felt like a sanctuary, a secret path to safety, was suddenly transformed into a death trap. The high, rocky walls that had hidden them from view now served as a perfect perch for their attackers, a gallery from which unseen riflemen could rain down fire. "Get down!" Ethan yelled, his voice a sharp, urgent command. He shoved Maggie's head down with one hand, forcing her to hunch low over the footboard, while his other hand brought his own rifle to his shoulder. Another shot rang out, closer this time. A spray of rock chips exploded from the canyon wall just above their heads. Maggie flinched, but her hands, slick with a fresh sheen of sweat, never faltered on the reins. She was driving blind, her world reduced to the straining backs of her wheel horses and the treacherous, rock-strewn track that rushed toward them. "Yah!" she screamed, her voice raw with desperation, urging the team to a speed that was suicidal on this terrain. The coach swayed violently, one wheel lifting from the ground as they careened around a sharp bend. The passengers inside cried out in terror, their bodies thrown about like rag dolls. Ethan was returning fire, his shots methodical and controlled, even as the coach bucked beneath him. He wasn't aiming to kill, he was aiming to suppress, to force the riflemen to keep their heads down, to buy Maggie precious seconds. "They're trying to box us in," he shouted over the din. There are more of them ahead." He was right. As they rounded the next bend, she saw them. 2 riders blocking the narrow track ahead, their rifles raised. They were trapped. For a heart-stopping second, Maggie's mind went blank with despair. There was nowhere to go. The canyon walls were too steep to climb, the track too narrow to turn. They were caught in a deadly crossfire. Then her eyes latched onto something, a fork in the track. It was a small, almost invisible path that branched off to the left, leading up a steep, narrow incline into an even smaller side canyon. It wasn't a road. It was barely a goat path. Taking it would be a monumental gamble. The grade was dangerously steep, and the path was likely a dead end. But the main track was certain death. There was no time to consult Ethan, no time for a plan. There was only instinct. "Hold on!" she screamed, and with every ounce of strength in her arms, she hauled on the left reins, pulling the lead horses off the main track and toward the steep, treacherous incline. The team balked, resisting the impossible command. They were being asked to pull a 2-ton coach up a near-vertical wall of loose rock. But her will, transmitted through the leather reins, was absolute. With a final desperate crack of her whip, they surged forward, their hooves scrambling for purchase on the loose scree. The coach groaned in protest, the iron-rimmed wheels spinning, biting, then finally catching. The massive vehicle began to claw its way up the incline, tilted at a terrifying angle. Maggie felt as if she were trying to drive up the side of a mountain. The 2 riders ahead, stunned by her audacious maneuver, were momentarily frozen in disbelief. That hesitation saved them. Ethan's rifle cracked, and one of the rider's horses went down, screaming. The other rider spurred his mount into cover behind a cluster of boulders. The riflemen on the cliffs above were still firing, the bullets whining around them. But their angle was becoming more difficult as the coach climbed higher, using the curve of the canyon wall as a shield. They were almost at the top of the rise when it happened. The strain was too much. Goliath, one of her lead horses, lost his footing on the loose gravel. He went down onto his knees, his momentum pulling the whole team into a state of chaos. The coach shuddered to a halt, its wheels spinning uselessly, threatening to slide back down the steep grade. "We're stuck!" Maggie cried, her voice laced with panic. They were exposed, a stationary target. "Unhitch the leaders," Ethan commanded, his mind working with lightning speed. "We'll cut them loose. The other 4 can pull us the rest of the way." He was already clambering over the front of the coach, moving out onto the central pole, a feat of breathtaking agility and recklessness. He pulled a knife from his boot, ready to slash the harnesses. But Maggie knew her team. Unhitching them in this precarious position, in a state of panic, could be disastrous. It could cause the entire team to tangle and send the coach rolling. There was another way. "Samson!" she yelled, her voice a commanding roar that cut through the gunfire. "Get up! Get up!" She focused all her energy, all her will, on her other lead horse. Samson was the smartest, the calmest of the team. If he pulled, the others would follow. The magnificent bay responded. He lowered his head, dug his hooves in, and pulled with a strength that seemed impossible. He strained against his harness, his muscles quivering. He was trying to pull not just the coach, but the weight of his fallen partner as well. Goliath, sensing the pull, scrambled, found his footing, and surged to his feet. With a collective groaning effort, the team gave one last monumental heave and the coach crested the rise, lurching into the narrow side canyon. They were safe, for the moment. The gunfire from the main canyon was cut off by the thick rock walls. They had found a temporary sanctuary. Maggie brought the heaving, trembling team to a halt. She slumped forward, her arms feeling like lead, her body shaking with the aftershocks of adrenaline. She laid her forehead against the worn leather of the dashboard, her breath coming in deep, shuddering sobs of relief. Ethan climbed back into his seat, his face grim, his chest heaving. He looked at her, his eyes full of a raw, potent emotion she couldn't name. "I have never," he said, his voice a low, rough whisper, "seen anything like that in my life." The compliment, coming from a man like him, a man who had seen the horrors of war, was the highest praise she could imagine. It was a balm to her frayed soul. But their respite was short-lived. This canyon was a box, a dead end. They had bought themselves time, but they hadn't found an escape. Their attackers knew where they were. They would simply bottle them up and wait. Ethan seemed to realize it at the same time. We can't stay here," he said, his tactical mind re-engaging. "We've lost the element of surprise. They know we're on this track. They'll send riders to block the other end, where it meets the San Pedro." They were caught between a rock and a hard place, their options dwindling with every passing minute. "What do we do?" Maggie asked, her voice small. The fight had gone out of her, replaced by a cold, creeping despair. Ethan was silent for a long moment, his gaze distant. He was looking at the rugged, impassable mountains that surrounded them. He was looking at the sky. He was looking at their situation not as a driver or a lawman, but as a military scout, a man trained to find a way out when there was no way. "We have to split up," he said finally, his voice heavy with the weight of the decision. Maggie stared at him, uncomprehending. "What are you talking about?" "They are after the coach," he explained, his voice low and urgent. "They are after the mail. They think the map is in one of those bags." He gestured to the main body of the coach. "But it's not. It's here." He patted his shirt, where the fragile envelope was hidden. "You and the passengers will continue on with the coach," he continued, laying out the terrible logic of his plan. "You'll be the decoy. You'll draw their fire, keep them occupied. They'll follow you, thinking you have what they want." "And you?" she whispered, a cold dread seeping into her heart. "I will take the map and go on foot, over the mountains. I can travel faster alone. I can cut across country and reach Fort Grant in a day. I will bring back help. Soldiers." The plan was both brilliant and insane. It was also a potential suicide mission. For both of them, she would have to face Corbin's men alone, a target in a rolling wooden box. He would have to cross miles of brutal, unforgiving wilderness, hunted by men who knew the territory far better than he did. "No," she said, the word a strangled cry. "I won't do it. I won't leave you." The admission was out before she could stop it. A raw, naked confession of what he had come to mean to her. His eyes softened, and he reached out, his hand cupping her cheek. His touch was gentle, but his gaze was firm, resolute. "Maggie, listen to me. This is the only way. It's our only chance. You are the only one who can drive that coach out of here. You are the only one who can get those people to safety. Their lives depend on you." He was right. The lives of Abernathy, Clara, even the prisoners were her responsibility. She was the driver. It was her promise. But the thought of him, alone in those mountains, hunted. It was a pain sharper than any fear for her own life. "And what about you?" she asked, her voice thick with unshed tears. "They'll hunt you down. You won't stand a chance." "I'm a hard man to kill," he said, a faint, grim smile touching his lips. "I've been in worse situations than this." He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to an intimate whisper. "You have to trust me, Maggie, just as I'm trusting you." This was the choice at the crossroads, a choice between staying together and certain death, be it or splitting up for a desperate, long-shot chance at survival. It was a choice that would tear them apart, that might send them to their separate dooms, but it was the only choice they had. He explained the rest of the plan quickly. She was to create a diversion, making as much noise as possible to draw the attention of the men in the main canyon, then make a run for it. He would use the ensuing chaos to slip away, unseen, into the mountains. He went to the coach and spoke to the passengers, his voice calm and authoritative, explaining a stripped-down version of the plan. He told them he was going for help, that Maggie would drive them to a secure location. He armed Abernathy with the freighter's pistol and a stern warning to use it if he had to. He gave Clara a canteen of water and a few words of encouragement that seemed to steady her. Then he came back to Maggie. He stood before her, the precious map now tucked securely in a leather pouch on his belt. The moment was charged, heavy with unspoken words, with the terrifying possibility that this would be the last time they ever saw each other. "Get them to the San Pedro crossing," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "Find a defensible spot and hold up there. I will meet you there. I promise." "A promise is a hard thing to keep in this country, Ethan," she said, her voice trembling. "I will keep this one," he said, his gaze intense, unwavering. "Or I will die trying." He took her face in his hands, his thumbs stroking her cheeks. And then he leaned in and kissed her. It was not a gentle, hesitant kiss. It was a kiss of desperation and longing, of fear and hope, of 1,000 things that had been left unsaid. It was a kiss that tasted of dust and gunpowder and the bitter tang of goodbye. It was a brand on her soul, a promise sealed not with words, but with a fire that left her breathless. When he pulled away, his eyes were shining with an emotion so raw, so powerful, it stole the air from her lungs. "Be safe, Maggie O'Neill," he whispered. And then he was gone, melting into the rocks and shadows of the canyon like a ghost, leaving her alone with an impossible choice that had already been made, and the faint, lingering taste of his promise on her lips. Chapter 11. The Scent of Betrayal. The silence that Ethan's departure left behind was a physical presence, a hollow ache in the air where his steadying warmth had been. For a long, paralyzing moment, Maggie could only stare at the spot where he had vanished into the unforgiving landscape. The feel of his kiss was still a phantom fire on her lips, a stark and painful contrast to the icy dread that was spreading through her veins. He was gone. She was alone. The weight of her responsibility settled on her like a physical shroud. She was no longer just a driver. She was a commander, a protector, a decoy. The lives of everyone in the coach, even the 2 men she despised, were now squarely in her hands. The choice had been made, and now came the consequences. She took a deep, shuddering breath, forcing the image of Ethan's disappearing form from her mind. There was no time for grief or fear. Action was the only antidote. She had to focus, to transform her roiling emotions into cold, hard resolve. Her first task was the diversion. She needed to make them believe the entire party was still with the coach, still trapped. She climbed down from her seat, her movements stiff and automatic. She went to the back of the coach and began to yell, her voice sharp and loud, echoing off the canyon walls. "Abernathy, get that rifle loaded! Clara, stay down! They're coming around the west side!" She fired a shot from the pistol Ethan had left her, aiming at the rock wall high above. The report of the gun was deafening in the enclosed space. She was answered almost immediately by a volley of shots from the main canyon. They had taken the bait. They thought they had them pinned down. She moved to the other side of the coach, changing the tone of her voice, trying to sound like a man. "Hold your fire. Wait until they show themselves." It was a desperate, flimsy deception, but it might be enough. It might buy Ethan the precious minutes he needed to get clear. She fired again, then scrambled back to the driver's seat. Her heart was a wild drum against her ribs. She gathered the reins, her hands surprisingly steady. She looked at her team. They were spooked, their eyes rolling, their bodies tense, but they were ready. They trusted her. "All right, boys," she whispered, her voice a low, urgent prayer. "This is it. One more run. The last run." She took one last look toward the mountains that had swallowed Ethan whole. A silent farewell, a promise to keep her end of the bargain. Then, with a scream that was equal parts fury and fear, she cracked the whip, and the coach exploded from its sanctuary. They burst out of the side canyon and back onto the main track with the force of a cannonball. The riflemen on the cliffs were taken completely by surprise. For a crucial second, there was no gunfire, only the stunned disbelief of their attackers. Maggie used that second to its fullest. She pushed the team into a dead gallop, a reckless, thundering charge down the narrow, winding track. The coach swayed and bucked, a runaway beast of wood and iron. The gunfire erupted again, a furious, desperate fusillade. Bullets ricocheted off the canyon walls, whined past Maggie's ears, and thudded into the body of the coach. She didn't flinch. She was a woman possessed, a fury at the reins, her entire being focused on the single desperate goal of forward motion. She drove like she had never driven before, a raw, instinctual dance with death. She used the curves of the canyon, the outcroppings of rock, as her shields. She pushed her team to the very edge of their endurance, and then asked for more. They responded, their great hearts pumping, their powerful legs churning, carrying them through the storm of lead. The canyon began to widen, the steep walls giving way to rolling foothills. They were breaking out. The end of the deadly gauntlet was in sight. But their attackers were not giving up. Riders appeared, emerging from the rocks, spurring their horses in a desperate attempt to cut them off before they reached the open country. There were 4 of them, hard-faced men with rifles in their hands. They were closing in, their horses fresh, while hers were nearing the point of exhaustion. Inside the coach, a shot rang out. It wasn't from the attackers. Abernathy, his face a mask of terror, had actually fired the pistol through one of the windows. He missed wildly, but the shot made one of the riders swerve, momentarily breaking his stride. The small act of defiance, however clumsy, gave Maggie a surge of hope. They were fighting back. They were not just helpless passengers, but the riders were too many, too fast. They were flanking the coach, preparing for a final, coordinated assault. One of them, a man with a cruel, scarred face, pulled alongside, raising his pistol, aiming directly at Maggie. This is it, she thought, a strange sense of calm descending upon her. I kept my promise. Suddenly, a new sound joined the cacophony of the chase. A high, chilling war cry, a sound that seemed to rise from the very earth itself. From a hidden wash, to their right, a group of riders burst forth. They were not Corbin's men. They were Apache warriors. At least a dozen of them, their faces painted for war, their hair flying in the wind. They were armed with rifles and bows, and they rode with a skill that made Corbin's hired guns look like clumsy farmhands. Corbin's men reined in their horses, their faces a mixture of confusion and terror. The Apaches were not supposed to be here. This was not part of the plan. The warriors descended on the small group of attackers like a hawk on a flock of sparrows. The fight was short, brutal, and decisive. The hired guns, who had seemed so menacing moments before, were no match for the speed and ferocity of the Apache warriors. In a chaotic whirlwind of gunfire, arrows, and panicked screams, it was over. Corbin's men were either dead or scattered, their brief reign of terror brought to a sudden, violent end. Maggie brought her exhausted team to a halt, her mind reeling, trying to process what had just happened. Had they been saved? Or had they simply traded one set of executioners for another? The Apaches were not known for their kindness to trespassers. The warriors formed a silent, intimidating circle around the stagecoach. Their leader, a tall, powerfully built man with a face that seemed carved from granite and eyes that held the wisdom of generations, rode forward. He stopped his horse a few feet from the coach, his dark, unreadable gaze fixed on Maggie. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through her shock. She had heard the stories. She knew what could happen now, but the warrior did not raise his weapon. He simply sat on his horse, studying her. He looked at her, at the reins still clutched in her hands, at the exhausted, sweat-soaked team. He looked at the bullet-riddled coach. Then he spoke, his voice deep and resonant. The English words heavily accented but clear. "You are the woman who drives the thundering wagon. The one they call O'Neill." It was not a question. It was a statement. Maggie could only nod, her throat too dry for words. The warrior's gaze was intense, searching. "You fight hard," he said, "like a cornered she-wolf, for a white woman." The backhanded compliment did little to ease the terror coiling in her gut. He turned his gaze to the land around them, to the bodies of Corbin's men lying in the dust. "These men, they are the servants of the man who poisons the earth, the one who steals the water, the one you call Corbin." Maggie stared at him, stunned into silence. He knew about Corbin. "We have watched you," the warrior continued, his gaze returning to her. "We have watched the metal snake." He gestured vaguely toward the direction of the railroad. "And the thundering wagons that follow it. We have seen the men who ride with you. We have smelled the scent of betrayal." He knew about Mac. They had been watching the whole time, silent, unseen observers of their entire drama. The warrior dismounted, his movements fluid and graceful. He walked toward the coach. Abernathy, inside, let out a small, terrified squeak. The Apache leader stopped at the side of the coach and looked in through the window. His gaze fell upon the two bound prisoners. He looked at Mac, his eyes narrowing with contempt. "This one," he said, pointing at the station master. "He carries the stink of the snake on him." He then turned his attention back to Maggie. "The man who rode with you," he said, "the one with the eyes of a hawk. He goes into the mountains, alone." What? Maggie's mind raced. What should she say? The truth? A lie? Her life, and Ethan's, could depend on her answer. She decided in a partial truth, the only thing she could think of. "He goes for help," she said, her voice stronger than she expected. "He goes to bring soldiers, to fight Corbin." The warrior considered this for a long moment, his face an unreadable mask. Maggie's heart pounded. This was a man who likely had no love for the blue-coated soldiers of the U.S. Army. But then, a flicker of something that looked like respect, or perhaps grim amusement, entered his eyes. "The hawk flies into the storm," he murmured, more to himself than to her. "A brave fool." He turned and walked back to his horse. He swung himself into the saddle with effortless ease. He looked down at Maggie, his expression stern, commanding. "The San Pedro Crossing," he said. "It is a place of strong spirits, a good place to make a stand. Go there, we will see that no more of the snake's servants follow you." And with that, he turned his horse, gave a sharp, guttural command to his men, and the entire party of warriors wheeled around and galloped away, disappearing back into the landscape as silently and mysteriously as they had appeared. Maggie sat in stunned silence, the dust settling around her. The world had turned upside down twice in the last hour. She had been saved, not by soldiers, not by the law, but by a band of Apache warriors who were fighting their own war against the same enemy. An enemy who, it seemed, was hated by everyone whose life he touched. She finally found her voice. "Abernathy? Clara? Are you all right?" A shaky yes came from inside the coach. She took a deep breath, the air tasting of freedom and disbelief. She had survived. They had all survived. Ethan's gamble had paid off. Her desperate run had paid off. She looked at her team. They were spent, their heads hanging low, their sides heaving. But they were alive. She was alive. With a gentle click of her tongue and a soft shake of the reins, she urged them forward. The San Pedro Crossing. It was a promise, a destination, a place of hope. As they moved on, leaving the scene of the brief, brutal battle behind them, Maggie's mind churned. The scent of betrayal. The Apache leader had smelled it on Mac. She had smelled it too, in the stale saloon air. It was a poison that had seeped into the very fabric of the territory. And she began to wonder, how deep did it go? Mac was just a bitter old man, a small cog in a large machine. The freighter was just a hired gun. But there had to be others, men in positions of power, men who had been bought by Corbin's silver. The sheriff Ethan had mentioned. The newspaper editor. Who else? Who else carried the stink of the snake? The thought was a chilling one. They were not just fighting a band of hired guns. They were fighting an invisible empire, a web of corruption and deceit that had its tentacles wrapped around the heart of the territory. And the only weapons they had were a 20-year-old love letter and the courage of a handful of desperate people. The odds were impossible. But as she drove on under the hot Arizona sun, the memory of Ethan's kiss still warm on her lips, and the Apache's strange, unexpected blessing echoing in her ears, she felt a flicker of something she hadn't felt before. She felt like they just might have a chance. Chapter 12. A Wound Deeper Than a Bullet. The remainder of the journey to the San Pedro River was a long, surreal anticlimax. After the heart-stopping terror of the chase and the shocking, violent intervention of the Apaches, the quiet, sun-drenched miles that followed felt dreamlike, unreal. The landscape was peaceful, the sky a vast, indifferent blue. It was hard to believe that this same land had, only hours before, been a stage for such desperate, bloody drama. Maggie drove the team at a steady, ground-eating pace, her senses still on high alert, but the road remained empty. The Apaches were true to their word. They had become guardian angels, unseen sentinels ensuring their safe passage. The thought was so bizarre, so contrary to every story she had ever heard, that she almost couldn't comprehend it. An alliance of necessity had been forged in the crucible of a common enemy, a fragile truce between the thundering wagon and the people of the earth. Inside the coach, the atmosphere had undergone a profound transformation. The immediate, life-threatening danger had passed, but it had left a permanent mark on them all. Abernathy was no longer a whining coward. He was a man who had faced death and had, in his own small, clumsy way, fought back. He was still frightened, but a new, quiet dignity had settled over him. He sat with the pistol held firmly in his lap, his gaze fixed on their two prisoners with a grim determination. He had been given a responsibility, and he was taking it seriously. Clara, too, was changed. The timid, grieving girl had been burned away in the fire of their ordeal. In her place was a young woman of surprising strength and compassion. She had taken it upon herself to tend to their small community. She had redistributed the water, ensuring the prisoners received a share. She spoke to Abernathy in a low, calming voice that seemed to soothe his frayed nerves. She had even found the courage to look their prisoners in the eye, not with hatred, but with a kind of sad, pitying resolve. But it was the prisoners who were the most changed. The freighter, his head bandaged with a strip of cloth Clara had torn from her petticoat, was a broken man. The fight had gone out of him completely. He sat slumped in his seat, his eyes vacant, the reality of his failure and the prospect of a federal noose sinking into his soul. Mac, however, was a different story. His fury had curdled into a cold, venomous silence. He sat ramrod straight, his eyes burning with a hatred that was almost palpable. He refused water, refused any form of comfort. He was a man consumed by his own bitterness, his betrayal having led him not to riches, but to this humiliating end. Every time his gaze fell on Maggie, it was like a physical blow, a silent curse that promised a future reckoning. They reached the San Pedro crossing in the late afternoon. The river was a wide, shallow ribbon of life, its banks lined with a thick green forest of cottonwood and willow trees, a verdant paradise in the midst of the dry, dusty landscape. It was a place of peace, of shelter. It was the rendezvous point. Maggie found the spot Ethan had described, a defensible horseshoe bend in the river, where the high bank offered a clear view of the surrounding area, and the thicket of trees provided cover. She brought the weary team to a halt, the journey finally over. "We're here," she called out, her voice thick with an exhaustion that was more than just physical. The passengers stumbled out of the coach, blinking in the dappled sunlight. Abernathy, his duty done, seemed to deflate, his newfound courage giving way to a profound weariness. Clara immediately went to the river's edge, cupping the cool, clear water in her hands as if it were a sacred balm. Maggie's first thought was for her horses. She led them to the river, letting them drink their fill, her hands stroking their tired bodies, her voice a low murmur of praise and gratitude. They had performed a miracle. They had carried them through hell and delivered them to this sanctuary. Her next thought was of Ethan. She scanned the mountains to the east, the rugged, imposing peaks that he was even now trying to cross. Was he safe? Had he made it through? The promise he had made to meet her here was a constant, hopeful refrain in her mind. But it was a fragile hope, easily shattered by the harsh realities of this land. They made camp. It was a strange, subdued affair. They were all too tired, too emotionally drained for much conversation. Abernathy took the first watch, positioning himself on the high bank, his pistol at the ready. Clara gathered driftwood and, with a quiet efficiency that continued to surprise Maggie, built a small, smokeless fire. Maggie's job was to deal with the prisoners. It was a task she dreaded. She approached the coach, her own pistol in her hand. She ordered the freighter out first. He complied without protest, his eyes downcast. She led him to a sturdy cottonwood tree and tied him securely to it. Then it was Mac's turn. He glared at her as she untied the gag, his lips a thin white line of fury. "You think you've won, don't you?" he spat, his voice a low, venomous hiss. "You and your fancy lawman. You think you're heroes." "I think you're a traitor, Mac," Maggie said, her voice cold and steady. "You sold us out. You would have let us all die. For what? A bag of Corbin's silver?" A bitter, ugly laugh escaped his lips. "You know nothing, girl. Nothing. You sit up on your high horse, just like your father did. So proud. So righteous." He sneered the word, making it sound like a curse. "My father was a good man," Maggie said, her voice tight with a fierce, protective anger. "He was an honest man." "Your father was a fool," Mac snarled, his face contorted with a lifetime of resentment. "An idealistic, soft-hearted fool who didn't understand how this world works. He talked about honor and promises, but honor doesn't fill your belly. Promises don't keep the cold out at night." He took a step toward her, and she raised the pistol, her hand steady. He stopped, a look of contempt on his face. "He trusted you, Mac," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "He gave you a job. He treated you like family." "He treated me like a servant." Mac's voice rose to a shout. "I was with him from the beginning. I helped him build this company. I broke my back for him. And what did I get? A pittance of a wage and a pat on the back. While he played the grand lord of the overland stage, I was the one rotting away in dusty, forgotten outposts like Stone Creek. Do you have any idea what that kind of loneliness does to a man?" His words were filled with such a raw, genuine pain that, for a moment, Maggie's anger faltered. She saw not just a traitor, but a man eaten alive by his own envy, by a sense of injustice that had festered in his soul for years. "He left the company to you," Mac continued, his voice dropping to a low, poisonous whisper. "To his precious daughter. Not to me, the one who had earned it. The one who had sacrificed everything. That was the final insult. The one I could not forgive." The confession, so full of pathetic, self-serving justification, was sickening. But it was the next words he spoke that truly found their mark, that struck a wound deeper than any bullet could. "And you're just like him," he hissed, his eyes glinting with a cruel, triumphant light. "You talk of promises. You think your lawman is coming back for you? You think his promise means anything? Men like him, men with power, they don't care about little people like you. He used you. He used your coach, your skill. He needed a decoy, and you, like the fool you are, you let him. He's probably halfway to Mexico by now, the map in his pocket, ready to sell it to the highest bidder. He left you here to die, girl, just like your father left me to rot." The words were a poison dart, aimed with perfect precision at the most vulnerable part of her heart, the tiny, fragile seed of hope that had sustained her, the memory of Ethan's kiss, the sincerity in his eyes. Mac's words were a corrosive acid, eating away at it, planting the ugly seed of doubt. No, she wouldn't believe him. She couldn't. Ethan was not like that. He was a man of honor. He had promised. But the doubt, once planted, was a stubborn weed. Ethan was a man of secrets, a man haunted by a past she barely understood, a man who had admitted that the war had changed him, that he had been forced to cross lines. What if Mac was right? What if she was just a means to an end for him, a pawn in his dangerous game? The thought was an agony, a betrayal that felt more profound, more personal than Mac's. It was a wound to her soul. She finished tying Mac to the tree, her movements jerky, her mind in turmoil. She couldn't look at him. She couldn't bear to see the smug, triumphant look in his eyes. She walked away toward the river, needing to be alone. She stood at the water's edge, staring into the current, but she didn't see it. She saw Ethan's face, heard his promise, "I will meet you there." Was it a lie? Was she a fool to believe it? The sun began to set, and the sky bled into shades of orange and purple. The beauty of it was a mockery of the ugliness in her heart. Abernathy had been relieved from his watch, and now he and Clara were huddled by the fire, speaking in low tones. They were a small, strange family, forged in trauma, and she was an outcast, isolated by a doubt that was eating her alive. She didn't know how long she stood there. Darkness fell, and the stars emerged, the same stars that had blanketed her and Ethan just the night before. Then they had seemed like a symbol of hope, of connection. Now they seemed cold, distant, and uncaring. A full day passed, and then another. There was no sign of Ethan, no sign of soldiers. The hope that had been a flicker was now a dying ember, choked by the rising tide of despair. Mac's words echoed in her mind, a relentless, torturous refrain. "He left you here to die." Abernathy and Clara tried to talk to her, to offer comfort, but she pushed them away. She retreated into a shell of grim, silent duty. She cared for the horses. She took her turn on watch. She performed her tasks with a mechanical efficiency, but inside she was hollow. The fire that Ethan had seen in her was gone, replaced by a cold, gray ash. On the morning of the third day, she was on watch, sitting on the high bank, staring at the empty mountains with dead eyes. The sun was rising, and the world was waking up, but she felt no part of it. She had accepted it. He wasn't coming. She was well and truly alone. And then she saw it. A flicker of movement on a distant ridge. Not a group of riders. A single figure. A man on foot, stumbling, staggering, but still moving, still coming toward them. Her heart stopped. It couldn't be. She grabbed the small spyglass from the coach, her hands trembling so badly she could barely focus it. She raised it to her eye, her breath held in a painful, hopeful gasp. The figure swam into view. He was gaunt, his clothes in tatters. He was using a rifle as a crutch. But it was him. It was Ethan. He was alive. A cry escaped her lips, a sound that was half sob, half cheer. The hollow space inside her was suddenly filled with a rush of emotion so powerful it almost knocked her off her feet. Relief, joy, a fierce, soaring love that obliterated all the doubt, all the fear. He had kept his promise. He saw her then. He raised a weak hand in greeting before stumbling and falling to one knee. But he pushed himself back up, his determination, his will to reach her, evident in every agonizing step. She didn't wait. She scrambled down the bank and began to run toward him, her feet flying over the dry, cracked earth. She ran as if her life depended on it, leaving the camp, the coach, the whole world behind her. The only thing that mattered was the man who was walking out of the mountains, the man who had carried her heart with him and was now, against all odds, bringing it back. The wound of doubt, the deepest wound of all, was finally beginning to heal. Chapter 13. The Shadow in the Stable. The distance between them felt both impossibly vast and intimately small. As Maggie ran, the world dissolved into a blur of motion and emotion. The dry grass whipped at her ankles. The air burned in her lungs, but she felt none of it. Her entire universe was focused on the approaching figure, a man who was the embodiment of a promise kept, the living refutation of her darkest fears. Ethan saw her coming, and a change came over him. The exhausted, stumbling survivor straightened his shoulders, a last reservoir of strength surging through him. He was no longer just moving. He was walking to meet her, his pace still agonizingly slow, but his purpose clear. When she finally reached him, she didn't know what to do. Her first instinct was to throw her arms around him, to hold on and never let go. But he looked so fragile, so broken, she was afraid she might shatter him. His face was gaunt, covered in a dark stubble, his skin burned by the sun and scratched by thorns. His lips were cracked and blistered. His clothes were torn to ribbons, and she could see angry red gashes on his arms and legs. But his eyes were the same intense, piercing blue, and they were fixed on her with a look of such profound relief and tenderness that it took her breath away. "Maggie," he rasped, his voice a dry, cracked whisper. He swayed on his feet, and she rushed forward to support him, her arm going around his waist. He was shockingly light, all lean muscle and bone. He leaned heavily on her, his arm draping over her shoulders, the rifle he had been using as a crutch clattering to the ground. "Ethan," she breathed, her own voice thick with unshed tears. "I was afraid." "I told you I'd come back," he whispered, his breath warm against her hair. "I promised." The simple words were everything. They were an anchor, a balm, the rebuilding of a faith she hadn't realized was so critical to her own survival until she had thought it lost. Together, they made the slow, painful walk back to the camp. Abernathy and Clara rushed to meet them, their faces alight with a joy and relief that mirrored her own. They helped support Ethan, their small, strange family now complete again. Their leader returned from the wilderness. They settled him by the fire, propping him up against a bedroll. Clara immediately pressed a canteen of water to his lips, and he drank greedily, the cool liquid a balm to his parched throat. She then began to tend to his wounds, her touch gentle and surprisingly skilled, cleaning the cuts with water and cloth. "Did you—" Abernathy began, his voice full of a hopeful, nervous energy. "Did you bring help? Are the soldiers coming?" Ethan shook his head wearily. "No, I didn't make it to the fort." He took another long drink of water before continuing, his voice gaining a little of its old strength. "Corbin's men were everywhere. They weren't just on the roads, they were combing the mountains. They knew someone might try to cut across country. I spent 2 days doubling back, hiding in caves, living on what little water I could find." He looked at Maggie, a grim apology in his eyes. "They were hunting me, Maggie. I couldn't risk leading them to the fort, and I couldn't risk leading them back to you." The full extent of his ordeal began to sink in. He hadn't just been crossing a difficult landscape. He had been actively hunted, playing a deadly game of cat and mouse with men who wanted him dead, all while starving and dehydrated. The fact that he had survived at all was a testament to his skill and his sheer, indomitable will. "Then, what do we do?" Abernathy asked, his face falling. "We're still trapped." "Not trapped," Ethan corrected, a new hard edge to his voice. "We're on the offensive now." He reached inside his tattered shirt and pulled out the leather pouch. It was scuffed and worn, but intact. He handed it to Maggie. "The map is safe." She took it, the worn leather feeling warm from his body. It was more than just a map. It was their only weapon. "Corbin thinks he has us pinned down," Ethan continued, his strategic mind, though dulled by exhaustion, beginning to work again. "He thinks we're running scared. He doesn't know that we have what he's been looking for. He doesn't know that we know his greatest secret." He looked around at the small group, his gaze intense. "And that gives us an advantage. He'll make a mistake. Overconfidence is a rich man's disease. We just have to be ready when he does." His plan was simple, audacious, and incredibly dangerous. They would not wait for help. They would continue on to Fort Grant, not as fugitives, but as accusers. They would deliver their prisoners, Mac and the freighter, and present the map and Corbin's letter as evidence. They would force the hand of the law. "But Corbin owns the law in this territory," Maggie argued, voicing the fear that was in all their minds. "You said it yourself. He has his own sheriff. Who's to say the commander at Fort Grant isn't in his pocket as well?" "It's a risk," Ethan admitted. "But it's a calculated one. The commander at Fort Grant is a man named Major Wallace. I served under him during the war. He's a hard man, a stickler for rules and regulations. But he is an honest man. He can't be bought. If we can get to him, if we can present our case, he will act." It was a slim thread of hope to cling to, but it was better than nothing. They had a destination, a plan, and a purpose. They rested for the remainder of the day, allowing Ethan to recover some of his strength. He ate ravenously and slept in deep, exhausted bursts, but even in sleep, he was not at peace. He would twitch and murmur, his hands clenching, his mind still fighting battles in the mountains. Watching him, Maggie felt a fierce, protective ache in her chest. She saw the true cost of his promise, the price he had paid to keep his word to her. That evening, as the sun began to set, they prepared to leave. The prisoners, who had been watching the day's events with a mixture of confusion and dread, were loaded back into the coach. Mac's face was a mask of disbelief. He had been so certain that Ethan would abandon them. The lawman's return had shattered his cynical worldview, leaving him with nothing but the sour taste of his own failed betrayal. As Maggie was making a final check of the harnesses, Ethan approached her. He had cleaned himself up as best he could, and though he was still gaunt and moved with a painful stiffness, some of his old authority had returned. "I'm riding with you," he said, his gaze fixed on the driver's seat. "You're in no condition to ride shotgun, Ethan," she protested. "You need to rest. Ride inside." "No," he said, his voice firm. "My place is beside you." He looked at her, and the weariness in his eyes was replaced by a familiar, intense warmth. "Besides, I've discovered I'm quite fond of the view." The simple words, a callback to their first day, sent a flush of heat through her. The connection between them, forged in fire and tempered in fear, was now an undeniable, powerful force. She couldn't fight it. She didn't want to. She simply nodded, a small smile touching her lips for the first time in what felt like an eternity. "All right, lawman, but if you fall off, I'm still not stopping for you." He smiled back, a genuine, heart-stopping smile that made him look years younger. "I'll try to hang on." They set off into the twilight. The coach once again a solitary vessel in a vast, empty landscape. But this time, it did not feel like a flight. It felt like a mission. They were no longer running from something. They were running toward something. Toward justice. Toward a final confrontation. They reached the outskirts of Fort Grant late the next day. The fort was a sprawling, orderly collection of adobe and timber buildings, surrounded by a high wall, a symbol of federal power and authority in the heart of the lawless territory. The sight of the American flag, flying crisp and proud from the central flagpole, was a welcome, reassuring sight. But as they approached the main gate, a sense of unease began to creep over Maggie. The fort seemed quiet, too quiet. There was none of the usual hustle and bustle of a busy military post. No drills in the parade ground, no wagons coming and going. 2 sentries, their faces grim and wary, stopped them at the gate. Ethan, presenting himself as a federal agent, demanded to be taken to Major Wallace immediately. The guards exchanged a look that Maggie couldn't quite decipher. It was a mixture of suspicion and something else. Fear? After a tense wait, they were escorted, not to the major's office, but to a small, isolated building at the edge of the fort. It was the infirmary. Major Wallace was there. He was a stern-looking man with a neatly trimmed gray beard and cold, intelligent eyes. But he was not in his crisp blue uniform. He was in his shirt sleeves, his face etched with worry and exhaustion. He stood by a cot upon which lay a man, his body racked with fever, his breathing shallow and ragged. "Carter?" the major said, his voice a mixture of shock and relief. "My God, man, we'd heard you were dead. A report came in from the sheriff in Piner Ridge. Said you'd been killed by Apaches." The lie was so blatant, so audacious, that it stole Maggie's breath. Corbin's web reached even here. "The report was inaccurate, Major," Ethan said, his eyes flicking to the sick man on the cot. "Who is this?" "Sergeant Miller," Wallace replied, his voice heavy with grief. "He was leading a patrol near the Pine Ridge mine 2 days ago. They were ambushed. Miller was the only survivor. He was shot. But that's not the worst of it." The major's face darkened. "The arrow that hit him, it was poisoned. A slow, agonizing poison that the post-surgeon has never seen before. We're losing him." Ethan and Maggie exchanged a horrified look. An Apache raid? A poisoned arrow? It was the exact story Corbin had planned to use to cover their own murders. He was already setting the stage, poisoning the well, turning the fort's anger and grief toward the Apaches. "Major," Ethan said, his voice low and urgent, "that was no Apache raid. That was Corbin's handiwork. He's trying to start a war." He quickly laid out the whole story. The mail robberies, the map, Mac's betrayal, the ambush in the canyon. He presented the letter from Corbin's foreman as proof. Major Wallace listened, his expression growing grimmer with every word. He was a military man, trained to be skeptical, but he was also a man who knew Ethan, who trusted him. He looked at the letter, his jaw tight. "I've had my suspicions about Corbin for months," Wallace admitted, his voice a low growl. "He's become too powerful, too arrogant. But I've had no proof, nothing I could act on. This," he tapped the letter, "this changes things." But then a shadow of doubt crossed his face. But why the elaborate deception? The poisoned arrow? Why try to frame the Apaches? And then Maggie understood. The final, missing piece of the puzzle slid into place, and the true diabolical genius of Corbin's plan was revealed. "It's not just about the water rights," she said, her voice a horrified whisper. "It's about the land. The Apache land." They all looked at her. "The Apaches who saved us," she explained, her words tumbling out. Their leader knew about Corbin. He called him the man who poisons the earth. They're his enemies, too. If Corbin can incite a war between the Apaches and the army will be forced to retaliate, Wallace finished, the terrible logic dawning on him. "We'll have to drive the Apaches off their land. The government will declare it open territory. And who will be the first in line to buy it up for pennies on the dollar?" Ethan said, his voice laced with a newfound disgusted respect for his adversary's cunning. "Corbin. He doesn't just want to protect his mine. He wants to expand his empire. He wants the whole damned territory." It was a breathtakingly evil plan. A plan that used murder, betrayal, and the incitement of a race war as mere tools for corporate expansion. At that moment, a young lieutenant entered the room, his face pale. "Major, sir, another patrol just came in. They found Jedediah, the blacksmith." Maggie's heart plummeted. "He's dead, sir," the lieutenant stammered. "It looks like an accident. A forge fire got out of control, but it seems suspicious." It wasn't an accident. Jedediah knew too much. He had helped them, and Corbin, with his network of spies, had found out. The blacksmith had paid the ultimate price for his kindness. The news was a physical blow, filling Maggie with a hot, sickening rage. "Corbin is cleaning house," Ethan said, his voice dangerously quiet. "He's eliminating anyone who might be a witness against him." He looked at Major Wallace, his eyes blazing with a cold fire. "We have to stop him, now. Before he can start a war we can't undo." Major Wallace looked from Ethan to Maggie to the dying sergeant on the cot. He was a man caught in an impossible situation. He had a dying soldier, a brewing Indian war, and a conspiracy that threatened to tear the territory apart. He made a decision. "I can't send my troops out on a civilian matter without direct proof," he said, his voice a low, frustrated growl. "This letter is a start, but Corbin's lawyers would tie it up in court for years. I need something more. I need a confession. I need one of your prisoners to talk." His gaze fell on Maggie. "Can you get it?" The question hung in the air. Could she break a man like Mac? A man consumed by a lifetime of bitterness? "I can try," she said, her voice barely a whisper. Later that evening, Maggie stood before a small barred window in the fort's stockade. It was a crude, temporary jail, little more than a reinforced shed. Inside, in the deepening gloom, sat Mac. She had tried everything. She had appealed to his non-existent sense of decency. She had threatened him with the certainty of a hangman's noose. She had even, in a moment of desperate empathy, tried to appeal to the wounded pride that she now understood was the source of his betrayal. Nothing had worked. He remained silent, his face a mask of stubborn, hateful defiance. He was willing to hang rather than give her the satisfaction of a confession. She was defeated. She had failed. She turned to leave, the weight of their impending doom settling upon her. As she walked across the dusty parade ground back toward the infirmary, she passed the stables. The familiar, comforting scent of horses and hay, Amélie drew her in. She needed a moment of peace, a reminder of a simpler world. She entered the long, dark building. It was quiet, the horses shifting and snorting softly in their stalls. The air was cool and smelled of home. And then she saw him. In the farthest, darkest stall, a man was standing, his back to her. He was speaking in a low, urgent voice to one of the stable hands. Maggie recognized him instantly. It was the lone freighter from the saloon at Stone Creek, the one who had been traveling with the cowboys, the one who had seemed so quiet and unassuming. A chill, colder than any she had felt before, snaked down her spine. Why was he here? What was he doing in the fort's stable? She slipped behind a stack of hay bales, her heart pounding. She strained to hear their words. "Have to get a message to him," the freighter was saying, his voice a low, urgent whisper. "Tell him the lawman is here. Tell him he has the map. The plan has failed. He needs to move on the Apache village now, before the soldiers can act." The stable hand, a young, nervous-looking boy, nodded, his eyes wide with fear. "I'll do it. Just make sure he pays me what he promised." "He will," the freighter assured him. "Corbin always pays his debts." The freighter slipped a small pouch of coins into the boy's hand, then turned to leave. Maggie was frozen in place, her mind reeling. A spy, here, inside the fort. The shadow of betrayal reached even into this sanctuary of law and order. Corbin's web was everywhere. The stable hand scurried away, disappearing into the darkness. The freighter started to walk toward the main entrance of the stable, his path taking him directly past Maggie's hiding place. She knew what she had to do. There was no time to get Ethan, no time to warn the major. This was her chance, her only chance, to capture the proof they needed. As the freighter passed the hay bales, she moved. She stepped out from the shadows, her pistol, which she had never stopped carrying, held steady in her hand. "Looking for someone?" she asked, her voice a low, cold whisper. The freighter spun around, his face a mask of shock and terror. His hand instinctively went for the pistol tucked in his belt. "I wouldn't," Maggie said, her voice as hard as steel. "I'm a much better shot than Mr. Abernathy." The freighter froze, his hand hovering over his gun. He looked at her, at the cold, deadly resolve in her eyes. He saw not a frightened girl, but the same woman who had driven a stagecoach through a hail of bullets. He saw a woman who had nothing left to lose. Slowly, carefully, he raised his hands in the air. The shadow in the stable had been exposed, and Maggie O'Neill, the stagecoach driver, had just captured the key that could unlock Corbin's entire empire of deceit. Chapter 14. A Promise Made in the Rain. The confrontation in the stable was a silent, desperate ballet of shifting power. The air was thick with the scent of hay and fear. The freighter, whose name she later learned was Hobbs, stood frozen, his hands in the air, his face a pasty, terrified mask in the dim lantern light. The arrogance and menace he had displayed at Stone Creek were gone, replaced by the raw, primal terror of a man who saw his world collapsing around him. "You've got a lot of explaining to do," Maggie said, her voice a low, steady murmur that betrayed none of the frantic pounding of her own heart. She gestured with the barrel of her pistol. "Let's go for a walk. I think Major Wallace will be very interested to hear what you have to say." The fight had gone out of Hobbs completely. He was a hired gun, a bully who preyed on the weak. Faced with a determined woman holding a gun and the prospect of a military tribunal, his bravado evaporated. He walked ahead of her, his shoulders slumped in defeat, as she marched him across the parade ground toward the major's office. The scene that followed was a whirlwind of controlled chaos. Major Wallace, his face a thundercloud of fury, listened as Hobbs, under the threat of being shot for espionage in a time of military crisis, spilled his guts. He told them everything. He confirmed that he and his men had been hired by Corbin's foreman to retrieve the map. He confessed to the plan to ambush the coach at Apache Wells and slaughter the passengers. And, most importantly, he confirmed the existence of a network of spies and informants paid by Corbin that stretched from the Pine Ridge mine all the way to Fort Grant itself. The nervous stable hand was quickly apprehended, and his confession, along with the pouch of Corbin's silver, provided the final, irrefutable proof. Wallace now had what he needed. He had a direct link, a chain of evidence and testimony that led from the dead men in the canyon straight to Corbin's front door. He had his proof. "This is no longer a civilian matter," the major declared, his voice ringing with the cold, hard authority of command. "This is an act of treason against the United States government. Corbin isn't just a mining baron. He's an insurrectionist." He turned to Ethan, who had been listening to the confession with a look of grim satisfaction. "Carter, you are hereby deputized as a federal marshal. You will lead a detachment of my men. Your orders are to ride to the Pine Ridge mine, arrest a one Bartholomew Corbin on charges of treason, murder, and incitement to war, and bring him back here to face military justice." It was happening. The tide was turning. The weight of the federal government was finally being brought to bear on the shadowy empire Corbin had built. As the fort sprang to life, the bugles sounding, soldiers mustering, a new sense of purpose filled the air. Maggie watched, a strange sense of detachment settling over her. Her part in this, the driving, the running, the fighting, seemed to be over. She was just a witness now, a bystander to the great machine of military justice as it ground into motion. Ethan found her standing by the corral, where her team was being fed and cared for by the fort's hostlers. He had changed into a fresh uniform borrowed from the quartermaster. The blue wool, the brass buttons, transformed him once more. He was no longer the tattered survivor from the mountains. He was a figure of authority, a lawman with a mission. "They're giving me 20 men," he said, his voice a low, determined rumble. "We ride in an hour." "It's finally happening," she said, her voice quiet. "You're going to get him. We're going to get him," he corrected, his gaze intense. "None of this would have happened without you, Maggie. You drove us through the fire. You exposed Mac. You captured Hobbs. You are the one who broke this case wide open." His praise was a warm, comforting glow in the cool night air, but it was tinged with a sense of finality. Their partnership, born of desperation and forged in shared danger, was coming to an end. He was going off to fight a war. And she, what was she going to do? Drive her coach back to Redemption Creek? Try to pick up the pieces of her old life? A life that no longer seemed to fit her? The thought left her feeling hollow, adrift. "What will happen to you now?" he asked, as if reading her mind. She shrugged, her gaze on the familiar, comforting shapes of her horses. "I'll get the company back on its feet, I suppose. There are debts to pay, a reputation to rebuild." The words sounded empty, a pale imitation of the ambitions that had once consumed her. "After all this," he said, his voice soft, "can you really go back to just hauling passengers and mail?" The question hit her with the force of a physical blow, because it was the same question she had been asking herself. Could she? After facing down killers, after holding the fate of a territory in her hands, after feeling the exhilarating, terrifying thrill of being truly alive, could she go back to a life of routine and predictability? Before she could answer, the sky, which had been clear and star-dusted, opened up. A sudden, drenching rain began to fall, a classic, unpredictable desert downpour. It was a cold, cleansing rain, turning the dust of the parade ground to dark, fragrant mud. They were forced to take shelter in the relative dryness of the stable, the same stable where she had confronted Hobbs just hours before. The stable was empty now, save for the two of them. The rain drummed a loud, hypnotic rhythm on the wooden roof, isolating them from the rest of the world, creating a small, intimate pocket of time and space. The air was cool and smelled of wet earth and horses. They stood in the central aisle, the sound of the rain filling the silence between them. This felt, Maggie realized with a pang, like another goodbye, a final one. "When this is over," Ethan said, his voice low and serious, breaking the quiet. "When Corbin is brought to justice, I have to go back to Washington. I'll have to make my report, testify at the trial." The words were a confirmation of her fears. He was leaving. His world was in Washington, a world of politics and power, a world she could not imagine. Her world was here, a world of dust and leather and the open road. The chasm between them seemed immense, unbridgeable. "I see," she said, her voice a small, tight knot of disappointment. She looked down at her hands, unable to meet his gaze. "Maggie," he said, taking a step closer. He reached out and gently took her chin in his hand, tilting her face up to his. His eyes were searching, his expression a mixture of hope and uncertainty. "I told you once that the war changed me, that it took something from me. I thought that part of me was gone forever, the part that could feel anything other than duty or regret." He paused, and his thumb gently stroked her cheek. "But then I met you, a stubborn, fearless woman who handles a 6-horse team better than any man I've ever seen. A woman who drove through a hail of bullets and faced down traitors and killers, all to protect her father's legacy." His voice dropped to a whisper, a confession more intimate than any he had made before. "You, Maggie O'Neill, you made me feel again. You reminded me of what it's like to fight for something more than just a principle. To fight for someone. You brought a piece of me back to life. The piece I thought I had lost for good." Tears welled in Maggie's eyes, blurring his face. His words were a gift, a healing balm on the wounds of her own doubt and fear. "But what happens now?" she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. "You're leaving." "I'm coming back," he said, his voice firm, unwavering. "This is where I belong now. Not in Washington. Out here. In this land that is as wild and beautiful and dangerous as you are." He smiled, a slow, gentle smile that lit up his entire face. "My work for the post office is done. But I think there might be a place for a federal marshal in this territory. A man to help keep the peace. A man to help build something new and better out of the ashes of Corbin's empire." He took both of her hands in his grip warm and strong. "But I can't do it alone. I don't want to do it alone." The question was there, hanging in the air between them, unspoken, but as clear as the rain falling outside. It was a question about a future she had not dared to imagine. A future with him. The sound of the bugle, sharp and clear, cut through the drumming of the rain. It was the call to assemble. It was time for him to go. The moment was broken. He had to leave. The future would have to wait. He leaned in, and his lips met hers. This kiss was nothing like the desperate, frantic kiss in the canyon. It was slow, deep, and full of a profound, heartfelt tenderness. It was a kiss that spoke of a future, of a shared path, of a home waiting to be built. It was a promise made in the rain. He pulled away, his forehead resting against hers for a long moment. "Wait for me," he whispered against her lips. "I will," she promised, her voice a quiet, certain vow. He squeezed her hands one last time, then turned and walked out of the stable, into the rain, toward the assembled troops and the dangerous mission that awaited him. Maggie stood there for a long time, the sound of the rain her only companion. She brought her fingers to her lips, the memory of his kiss still tingling there. The future was uncertain. The dangers were far from over. Corbin was still out there, a wounded, cornered snake who would be at his most vicious. But the fear and doubt that had plagued her were gone. In their place was a new, quiet strength, a certainty. She had found something in the midst of the chaos and the violence. She had found a partner, a purpose, a love she had never thought possible. She was no longer just the keeper of her father's legacy. She was now a part of a new story, a new promise. A promise of a future she would fight for, a future she would build alongside the man who had ridden out of the wilderness and into her heart. The rain was washing the world clean, and for the first time, Maggie O'Neill could see the clear, bright promise of a new dawn. Chapter 15. Two Paths, One Heart. The days that followed Ethan's departure were a strange and unsettling limbo. The fort, which had been a haven, a destination, now felt like a cage. The initial heady rush of victory and the raw emotional high of Ethan's promise gave way to the slow, agonizing crawl of time. Waiting was a unique form of torture, a passive state that left far too much room for the imagination to conjure up 1,000 terrible possibilities. Maggie found herself caught between two worlds. By day, she was the competent, no-nonsense stagecoach driver. She spent her time in the stables, her hands busy with the familiar, comforting tasks of caring for her team. She groomed them until their coats shone. She mended harnesses. She oiled leather. She spoke to them in the low, easy tones of a lifelong horsewoman. The work grounded her, connected her to the person she had been before her world had been turned upside down. It was a physical, tangible reality in a world that had become fraught with abstracts like justice and treason. But by night, in the quiet of her small, borrowed room, she was a different person. She was a woman in love, a woman waiting for a soldier to return from a war. She would lie awake, listening to the lonely sounds of the fort, the distant call of a sentry, the soft stamp of a horse in its stall, the mournful howl of a coyote on the prairie, and her mind would travel with Ethan. She pictured him and his men riding through the rugged country, their faces set with grim determination. She imagined the confrontation at the Pine Ridge mine, the showdown with the man who had become a mythic, monstrous figure in her mind. She prayed for Ethan's safety with a fervor she hadn't known she possessed, her heart a tight, anxious knot in her chest. Her small, makeshift family from the coach was a source of both comfort and complication. Abernathy, now that the immediate danger had passed, had reverted to a softer, more civilized version of himself. He was endlessly grateful to Maggie, treating her with a new, profound respect. He spent his days writing voluminous, dramatic letters to his company and his wife, detailing their harrowing adventure. He had become the hero of his own story, and in a way, Maggie was glad for him. The ordeal had given him a substance he had previously lacked. Clara was her shadow, her quiet, devoted companion. The young woman's grief for whatever life she had left behind had been subsumed by her fierce loyalty to her rescuers. She helped Maggie in the stables, her small hands learning the unfamiliar tasks of brushing a horse or cleaning tack. A deep, unspoken bond had formed between them, the easy camaraderie of two women who had survived a shared trauma. Clara's quiet presence was a comfort, but it was also a constant reminder of the lives that had been thrown into her care. The prisoners were a darker, more constant presence. Mac and Hobbs were kept under heavy guard in the stockade. Major Wallace had tried to interrogate Mac again, but the old man remained stubbornly, hatefully silent. He had sealed himself inside a tomb of his own bitterness. Maggie avoided the stockade. She couldn't bear to look at Mac's face, to see the reflection of a life so twisted by envy and regret. He was a ghost of a path not taken, a dark mirror to the loyalty and honor she held so dear. One afternoon, as Maggie was replacing a worn strap on Goliath's harness, Major Wallace sought her out in the stables. His face was grim, his usual military bearing weighed down by a heavy burden. "Miss O'Neill," he said, his voice low, "I've had a report from one of my scouts." Maggie's heart leaped into her throat. She dropped the harness, her hands suddenly cold. "Ethan?" she breathed. "Is he—" "Marshal Carter is fine," the major said quickly, seeing the terror in her eyes. "He and his men have reached the Pine Ridge mine. They've established a perimeter. There has been no open conflict. Yet." The relief was so intense it made her feel weak. She leaned against the stable wall for support. "Then what is it?" she asked. "Corbin has fortified the mine," Wallace explained, his voice tight with frustration. "He has a small army of his own in there, at least 50 men, all heavily armed. They have supplies, ammunition, and the high ground. It's not just a mine, it's a fortress." He began to pace the dusty floor of the stable. "Carter is a good soldier, but he's outnumbered more than 2 to 1. A frontal assault would be a slaughter. He's settled in for a siege to starve them out. But Corbin is a cunning bastard. He won't just sit and wait. He'll have a plan, a way out." The news was a cold splash of reality. The quick, decisive victory she had imagined was a fantasy. This was going to be a long, drawn-out, and bloody affair. A siege, a war of attrition, and Ethan was at the heart of it. "Is there anything we can do?" she asked, her voice pleading. "Can't you send more men?" Wallace shook his head, his face a mask of frustration. "I've already stretched my resources to the limit. I have to maintain patrols, guard the reservation border, protect the settlements. The Apaches are quiet for now, thanks to your intervention. But that peace is fragile. If I pull all my men to focus on Corbin, I leave the rest of the territory vulnerable. I'm walking a knife's edge, Miss O'Neill." He stopped his pacing and looked at her, his expression softening. "He's a good man, Carter. One of the best I've ever known. If anyone can find a way to win this, he can. All we can do now is wait. And pray." The waiting became unbearable. The fort was a hotbed of rumor and speculation. Every scout who rode in was besieged with questions. The reports were all the same. A tense, quiet stalemate at the mine, It was a war of nerves, a deadly chess match being played out in the mountains. During this time, Maggie and Clara became closer. One evening, as they sat outside the barracks, watching the stars appear in the darkening sky, Clara finally spoke of the life she had been running from. "I was promised to a man," she said, her voice a soft, sad whisper. "My father, he has a small farm, heavily mortgaged. The man was a banker in our town. He was old, twice my age, and he was not a kind man. But he held the note on my father's land. It was a business transaction, my hand in marriage for my family's security." She looked at Maggie, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "I know it was my duty, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't condemn myself to a life without the possibility of love. So I stole my dowry money, and I ran. I was on my way to California to start a new life where no one knew me." Her story was a quiet tragedy, a small, personal rebellion against a world that saw her as a commodity. Maggie's heart went out to her. She, too, had fought against the expectations of the world, had chosen a path that was not laid out for her. "You were brave," Maggie said, taking Clara's hand. "No," Clara said, a small, sad smile on her lips. "I was a coward. I ran away. You ran toward the fight. You faced it. You're the brave one, Maggie." She squeezed Maggie's hand. "Ethan is a good man. He looks at you, the way a woman dreams of being looked at. He will come back for you." Clara's simple, heartfelt faith was a small comfort, but it couldn't quiet the growing storm of anxiety in Maggie's own heart. The breaking point came a week after Ethan had left. A lone rider galloped into the fort, his horse lathered in sweat, his face pale with urgency. He was one of Ethan's men. He carried a message for Major Wallace, but he found Maggie first. "Miss O'Neill," he said, his voice ragged. "The marshal sent me. He said to tell you that Corbin has made his move." Maggie's blood ran cold. "What happened?" "He's not trying to break out," the soldier explained, his words tumbling out in a rush. "He sent a rider under a flag of truce. He wants to negotiate. But he won't negotiate with Marshal Carter. He says the lawman is biased, that he can't get a fair hearing. He'll only speak to one person." The soldier paused, taking a deep breath. "He'll only speak to you." The demand was as shocking as it was insane. Why her? What could Corbin possibly want with her? Major Wallace and the soldier found her moments later, and the major confirmed the news, his face a mask of disbelief. "It's a trap, obviously," Wallace growled. "He's trying to lure you out there. Take a hostage. Something." "But why me?" Maggie asked, her mind reeling. "Because you're not a soldier," Wallace reasoned. "You're a civilian, a woman. He probably thinks you're the weak link, that he can manipulate you, frighten you." "Or maybe," Maggie said, a new terrifying thought dawning on her, "it's not about me at all. Maybe it's about Ethan." She looked at the major, the pieces of a new, diabolical plan falling into place in her mind. "Corbin knows that he knows that I'm Ethan's weakness. He's not trying to lure me into a trap. He's trying to lure Ethan into one. He thinks that if I'm in danger, Ethan will do something reckless, break the siege, make a mistake, and in that moment of chaos, Corbin and his men can escape." It was a brilliant, cruel, psychological game. Corbin was using her, using their connection as a weapon against the man he could not defeat by force. "I forbid it," Major Wallace said, his voice absolute. "I will not send a civilian, a woman, into that snake pit. It's out of the question." "But what if it's our only chance?" Maggie argued, her mind racing. "The siege could go on for weeks. Your men are exposed. Ethan is exposed. People will die. But if I go, if I can get inside that fortress, I can be your eyes and ears. I can find a weakness, a way to end this without a slaughter." "Absolutely not," Wallace said, his voice firm. "It's suicide." Maggie looked at him, her heart set with a cold, hard resolve. She thought of Ethan, out there, facing down an army for her, for them. She thought of his promise, and the one she had made in return. She thought of the two paths they had walked, his as a soldier and hers as a driver, and how they had converged into a single road. A road that led directly to the heart of that mountain fortress. "With all due respect, Major," she said, her voice quiet but unyielding, "you are not the one he asked for. I am." She took a deep breath, the choice, as terrifying as it was, becoming clear. "This started on my coach. It started with my company, with my father's legacy. It is my fight, as much as it is Ethan's or yours. I will not hide here, while he risks his life out there." She looked the Major straight in the eye, and he saw in her face the same stubborn, unbreakable will that he had seen in the best soldiers he had ever commanded. He saw a woman who had made up her mind, who would not be swayed by orders or by fear. "I have a condition," she said. "I will go, but I will not go unarmed. And I will not go alone. I need a partner, someone I can trust." "I'll send a man with you," Wallace offered, already beginning to relent in the face of her determination. "No," Maggie said, a plan forming in her mind, a long shot, a desperate gamble. "Not one of your men. I need someone Corbin would never expect, someone he has already dismissed." She took a deep breath. "I want you to release one of your prisoners into my custody. I want Mac." Major Wallace stared at her as if she had lost her mind. "The traitor? The man who sold you out? You want to take him with you? He'll kill you the first chance he gets." "No, he won't," Maggie said, a strange certainty settling over her. "Because I'm going to offer him the one thing he wants more than my death. The one thing he has wanted his entire life." She looked at the Major, her plan now fully formed, a desperate, crazy gambit that could either save them all or get them killed. "I'm going to offer him a chance at redemption. I'm going to offer him his own line drawn in the sand. And I think, when faced with the man who truly ruined his life, he'll finally choose the right side." It was a choice between two paths, one of safety and waiting, the other of unimaginable danger and active participation. For Maggie, whose heart was tied to the man on that mountain, there was no real choice at all. She would ride toward the fight, one last time. Chapter 16. The Devil's Ledger. The stockade at Fort Grant was a place where hope went to die. It smelled of sweat, fear, and the damp, earthy finality of confinement. When Maggie entered, escorted by two nervous-looking guards, the air grew thick and still. Mac sat on a crude wooden cot in the corner of his cell, a shrunken figure in the gloomy light. He looked up as she approached. His eyes, which had burned with such hateful fire, were now dull, embers of a rage that had consumed all its fuel, leaving only ash behind. He had been told of Corbin's demand. He had been told of Maggie's insane counter-proposal. He looked at her now, not with hatred, but with a weary, contemptuous curiosity. He saw a fool walking willingly into the lion's den. "So," he rasped, his voice a dry, unused thing, "the prodigal daughter comes to bargain with the traitor. What do you want, girl? A final apology before you go get yourself killed?" Maggie stood before his cell, the iron bars a stark physical representation of the divide between them. She did not feel fear or even anger anymore. Looking at the broken man before her, she felt only a profound, aching pity. "I'm offering you a choice, Mac," she said, her voice quiet and even. "A chance to walk out of this cell, a free man." A harsh, joyless laugh escaped his lips. "And what's the price? I help you commit suicide? I walk into Corbin's fortress with you and wait for him to put a bullet in both our heads? No, thank you. I'd rather take my chances with the hangman. It's a quicker death." "I'm not asking you to fight," Maggie said. "I'm not asking you to be a hero. I'm asking you to be a witness." She took a step closer to the bars, her voice dropping, becoming more intense. "You hate me, Mac. You hate me because you hated my father. You think he cheated you, that he stole the life you deserved, but you're wrong. My father wasn't the one who cheated you. He was." She let the word hang in the air. "Corbin, he was the one. He promised you riches, a reward for your betrayal. But what did he give you? Nothing. He used you, just like he uses everyone. He used your bitterness, your envy. He saw the poison in your soul and he fed it, nurtured it, until it consumed you. He's the one who put you in this cell, Mac. Not me. Not my father." She could see a flicker of something in his dead eyes, a spark of the old anger, but this time it wasn't directed at her. "What do you know about it?" he muttered, his gaze dropping to the floor. "I know that he's the one who truly looks down on you," Maggie pressed, her words sharp, precise, like a surgeon's scalpel. "To him, you're nothing, a tool to be used and then discarded. A sour old man in a dusty outpost, easily bought, easily forgotten. Do you think for 1 second he's tried to rescue you? That he's lost any sleep over your fate? You are a loose end, Mac. And men like Corbin, they tie up their loose ends." She had him. She could see it in the way his hands clenched into fists, in the tight white line of his jaw. She was giving his hatred a new target, a true target. "Come with me," she said, her voice softening, becoming an appeal. "Not for me, not for the law, for yourself. Come with me and face the man who truly destroyed you. Look him in the eye, and be the witness to his downfall. It's the only justice you're ever going to get. It's the only way to reclaim the last shred of the man you used to be." She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in. Then she played her final desperate card. "You do this. You help me bring him down, and I will speak for you at the trial. I will tell them that in the end, you chose the right side. But more than that, I will give you what you've always wanted." He looked up, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. "What are you talking about?" "The company," Maggie said, the words costing her a piece of her own soul. "The Overland Stage Company. It's failing, Mac. It's drowning in debt. After this, its reputation will be in tatters. I can't save it alone." She took a deep breath. "You help me, you survive this, and I'll make you my partner. We'll rebuild it together. The O'Neill and McTavish stage line. A new beginning. A clean slate." It was an impossible offer, a shocking, audacious gamble. She was offering him his life's dream, the very thing his bitterness had been born from. She was offering him redemption, a path back from the darkness. He stared at her, his mouth agape, a maelstrom of emotions warring in his eyes. Disbelief, suspicion, and a tiny, fragile glimmer of something she hadn't seen in him before. Hope. He whispered, the single word a testament to his profound confusion. Why would you do that, after what I did? Because, Maggie said, and the truth of it surprised even herself, my father would have. He believed in second chances, and because I don't want to see your life end like this, a bitter postscript in another man's story of greed. You deserve to write your own final chapter. She had drawn a new line in the sand, right in the middle of his cell. The choice was his: to rot away in a tomb of his own making, or to take one last, desperate ride toward a future he had never thought possible. Major Wallace, against his better judgment, agreed to her plan. He saw the tactical genius in its madness. Sending in the traitor was a message to Corbin, a psychological blow. It showed that his web of deceit was unraveling, that his own people were turning against him. The journey to the Pineridge mine was a tense, silent affair. Maggie drove a small, sturdy buckboard, with Mac sitting beside her, his hands unbound, but his spirit still in chains. He had not spoken a word since leaving the cell. A single guard rode with them, a discreet distance behind. They traveled under a flag of truce, a small white banner fluttering from a pole on the buckboard, a fragile symbol of peace in a land on the brink of war. As they drew closer to the mine, the landscape became more imposing, more menacing. The air grew thin and cool. They were entering Corbin's kingdom. The signs of his power were everywhere. Newly built roads, timber-shorn hillsides, the distant, smoky haze of the smelters. They were met at the base of the mountain by a patrol of Corbin's men. They were not the rough, undisciplined thugs from the canyon. These were different. They were uniformed, organized, and armed with new, repeating rifles. They were a private army. They looked at Maggie with a cold, dismissive arrogance, but their eyes widened in shock when they saw her passenger. The sight of Mac, alive and in her company, was a visible disruption to their confidence. They were escorted up a steep, winding road to the mine entrance. The place was, as Wallace had said, a fortress. Bunkers had been built into the mountainside. Barricades of rock and timber blocked the road, and armed sentries were posted on every ridge. It was an impregnable position. They were led, not to an office, but to a place that was clearly Corbin's personal domain. It was a large, lavishly appointed cabin, built of massive logs, with a wide veranda that offered a breathtaking panoramic view of the territory he controlled. The inside was a startling contradiction. The rustic exterior housed a world of Eastern luxury. Thick carpets covered the floors, oil paintings hung on the walls, and a massive, polished mahogany desk dominated the room. And behind the desk sat Bartholomew Corbin. He was not the monstrous figure Maggie had imagined. He was a man in his late 50s, impeccably dressed in a fine wool suit, his silver hair neatly combed, his hands soft and manicured. He had a calm, patrician face and intelligent, watchful eyes. He looked more like a senator than a mining baron. The only thing that betrayed his ruthlessness was his mouth. It was a thin, hard line, a feature that even a practiced smile could not soften. He rose as they entered, a polite, almost welcoming smile on his face. "Miss O'Neill," he said, his voice a smooth, cultured baritone. "A pleasure to finally meet you. I have heard a great deal about your tenacity." His gaze flickered to Mac, a brief, dismissive glance of contempt. "And I see you've brought one of my stray dogs back to me. How thoughtful." Mac flinched as if struck, the insult hitting its mark. "I am not here for pleasantries, Mr. Corbin," Maggie said, her voice steady, refusing to be intimidated by his display of power. "You asked to see me. I'm here." Corbin gestured to a leather armchair before his desk. "Please sit. We have much to discuss." He looked at Mac. "You, wait outside." Mac hesitated, looking at Maggie. She gave him a subtle, almost imperceptible nod. He turned and left the room, his shoulders, for the first time, not slumped in defeat, but squared with a new, uncertain resolve. Corbin sat back down behind his desk, steepling his fingers. He looked at Maggie, his eyes holding a kind of intellectual curiosity, as if she were an interesting but predictable puzzle. "You have something that belongs to me, Miss O'Neill," he said, his voice smooth as silk. "A very old, very sentimental piece of paper. I would like it back." "It's not yours," Maggie countered. "It never was." He sighed, a sound of theatrical patience. "Ownership is a fluid concept out here, my dear. It belongs to the one with the power to hold it. A concept your idealistic lawman friend seems to have trouble grasping. He is a man of laws. I am a man of results. Laws can be rewritten. Results are final." He opened a drawer in his desk and pulled out a large leather-bound book. He placed it on the desk between them. It was a ledger. "This is the true law of the territory, Miss O'Neill," he said, patting the cover. "This is my ledger. In it are the names of every important man in this territory. Sheriffs, judges, politicians, newspaper editors, and next to each name is a number, the amount of money I have paid them, the debts they owe me. They are all my employees, whether they know it or not." He opened the book. Maggie could see the pages, filled with neat columns of names and figures. It was a record of his corruption, a map of his empire of deceit. It was the Devil's Ledger. "Major Wallace's name is not in this book," Corbin said, a note of genuine frustration in his voice. "A rare, incorruptible man. It makes things inconvenient." He looked at her, his polite mask finally slipping, revealing the cold, hard predator beneath. "So here is my proposal. You are a businesswoman. You understand the art of the deal. You give me the map. In exchange, I give you a name from this book. The name of the man who holds the mortgage on your father's company. I will have that debt erased. You will be free and clear. Your father's legacy will be secure." He leaned forward, his eyes glinting. "And, of course, I will allow you and your friends to leave here alive. A generous offer, I think you'll agree. A much better offer than the one your lawman is making, which is a protracted, bloody fight that he cannot possibly win." The offer was a stunning, diabolical temptation. He was offering her everything she had been fighting for: the security of her company, the fulfillment of her promise to her father. All it would cost was the map. All it would cost was Ethan's mission. All it would cost was her soul. She looked at the ledger, at the names of the powerful men who were in this man's pocket. She looked at his calm, confident face, the face of a man who had never been told no, who believed that everything and everyone had a price. And in that moment, she understood the true nature of the fight. It wasn't just about a map or water rights. It was about two opposing views of the world. His was a world of power, greed, and corruption. A world where everything was for sale. Hers, her father's, Ethan's. It was a world of honor, promises, and a belief that some things were not negotiable. She thought of Jedediah, the blacksmith who had died for his kindness. She thought of the Apache warriors, fighting to protect their sacred land. She thought of Ethan, risking his life in the mountains, all for a promise he had made to her. She looked Corbin straight in the eye, the fire he had tried to extinguish blazing hotter and brighter than ever before. "There is no deal, Mr. Corbin," she said, her voice ringing with a clarity and a certainty that surprised them both. "My company is not for sale, and neither am I." The battle lines had been drawn, the negotiations were over, and the final, deadly phase of the war was about to begin. Chapter 17. A Trap of Dust and Deceit. Corbin's polite facade did not crack, but a dangerous, glacial coldness seeped into his eyes. He had made his offer, the kind of offer that had built his empire, the kind of offer no one in their right mind ever refused. And this young woman, this insignificant stagecoach driver, had looked him in the face and thrown it back at him. It was not just a refusal. It was an act of defiance so profound that it momentarily disrupted his carefully ordered world. "A pity," he said, his voice losing its silken smoothness, becoming thin and sharp as a shard of glass. "I admire your principles, Miss O'Neill, truly. They are a charming, if antiquated, novelty. But they will not serve you well here." He closed the ledger with a soft, final thud. "You have made a grave miscalculation." He rose from his desk and walked to the large window that overlooked his domain. He stood with his back to her, a powerful, silhouetted figure against the vast panorama of the territory he considered his own. "You see, I am not a man who leaves things to chance," he said, his voice a low, menacing murmur. "I anticipated that your romantic idealism might cloud your business sense, so I prepared a contingency." A cold dread, sharp and familiar, pricked at Maggie's skin. She had walked into his fortress, into the heart of his power, believing she held the cards. But the game was, and always had been, rigged. "While you and I have been having this enlightening conversation," Corbin continued, still not turning around, "my men have been busy. I sent a small party, under a flag of truce, down to your lawman's position. A gesture of goodwill, an offer to exchange medical supplies for the wounded. A humanitarian act." He paused, letting the implication hang in the air. "Your Marshal Carter, being a man of honor, accepted the truce. He allowed my men into his camp." The dread in Maggie's stomach coalesced into a hard, sick knot of terror. She could see the trap unfolding, a beautiful, intricate mechanism of deceit. "My men," Corbin said, his voice laced with a cold, cruel amusement, "are very persuasive. They have convinced Marshal Carter and his soldiers to lay down their arms. He is my guest now, just as you are." He finally turned to face her, a thin, triumphant smile on his lips. "Checkmate, I believe the term is." The room seemed to tilt, the blood draining from Maggie's face. Ethan, captured. The siege was over. They had lost. Corbin had outmaneuvered them at every turn, using their own honor, their own decency, against them. He had used her as the bait, not to lure Ethan into a reckless attack, but to create a distraction, a moment of false hope, while the real trap was sprung. "What have you done with him?" she whispered, her voice a raw, broken thing. "He is being treated with the utmost respect due a federal officer," Corbin said smoothly. "For now, his fate and the fate of his men is entirely in your hands, Miss O'Neill." He walked back to his desk and sat down, once again the calm, rational businessman. "My offer stands. The map, in exchange for your lives. All of your lives. A simple transaction." She was trapped, utterly and completely. Her defiance, her brave stand, had been for nothing. Worse than nothing. It had sealed Ethan's fate. If she refused, Corbin would kill them all. If she agreed, she would be handing him the weapon he needed to complete his conquest of the territory, to ruin the lives of countless others, to win the war. Her mind was a maelstrom of panic and despair. There was no way out. Corbin held all the cards. He had played the game perfectly. At that moment, the door to the cabin opened, and Mac stepped inside. He had clearly been listening at the door. His face was pale, his expression a mixture of fear and a new, unfamiliar emotion, rage. He had come here, taken her insane offer, hoping to find some measure of redemption, only to walk into the final, ultimate betrayal. He looked at Corbin, and for the first time, Maggie saw in his eyes the pure, unadulterated hatred she had once seen him direct at her. "You son of a bitch," Mac breathed, the words a low, guttural growl. Corbin glanced at him with an air of mild irritation, as if a dog had barked unexpectedly. "Control your man, Miss O'Neill. His presence is becoming tiresome." But Mac was no longer Maggie's man. He was no longer anyone's man but his own. The lifetime of bitterness, of feeling used and discarded, had found its true focus. He looked at Corbin, the architect of his ruin, the man who had treated him as a pawn and was now about to sweep him from the board, and something inside him finally snapped. "You promised me," Max snarled, taking a stumbling step forward. "You promised me a reward, a future." "And you failed to deliver," Corbin replied, his voice cold and dismissive. "Your future is no longer my concern. Now, get out." He reached for a small silver bell on his desk, intending to summon his guards. What happened next was a blur. Mac, with a strangled cry of pure nihilistic rage, lunged forward. He was not aiming for Corbin. He was aiming for the desk. For the one thing in the room that represented all of Corbin's power, all of his secrets. He grabbed the devil's ledger. Corbin's eyes widened in a rare expression of shock and fury. "You fool!" he screamed, lunging for the book. But Mac was faster. He clutched the heavy ledger to his chest like a sacred text and scrambled backward, his eyes wild. He was a cornered rat, with nothing left to lose, making one last suicidal lunge at the king of the cats. The guards, alerted by the shouting, burst into the room, their rifles raised. "Shoot him!" Corbin roared. "Shoot the old fool!" But before they could fire, Maggie acted. In that split second of chaos, her mind, which had been frozen with despair, suddenly became crystal clear. She saw one chance, a desperate, insane, infinitesimal chance. She kicked over the heavy mahogany desk. It crashed to the floor with a sound like thunder, sending papers, inkwells, and Corbin's precious silver bell flying. The massive piece of furniture created a barrier, a temporary barricade between them and the guards. "Mac! The fireplace!" she screamed. Mac, understanding instantly, spun toward the massive stone fireplace at the end of the room. A low fire was burning there, casting a warm, hellish glow. With a final, triumphant cry of defiance, He threw the ledger into the flames. The thick, dry paper caught instantly. The secrets of Corbin's empire, the names of his co-conspirators, the record of his crimes, began to curl and blacken, the ink of his meticulous records turning to smoke and ash. Corbin let out a scream of pure, animalistic rage. It was the sound of a king watching his kingdom burn. He drew a small, silver-plated derringer from his coat pocket and fired at Mac. The shot was wild, born of fury, but it found its mark. Mac staggered back, a look of surprise on his face, a small, dark hole appearing on his chest. He clutched at the wound, his eyes locking with Maggie's for one last, fleeting moment. In them, she saw not regret, but a strange, peaceful look of completion. He had written his own final chapter. He had chosen his side. Then he collapsed to the floor. The guards were now scrambling over the overturned desk. Maggie knew they had only seconds. Her gaze darted around the room, searching for an escape, for a weapon, for anything. Her eyes fell on the large window, the one that looked out over the vast expanse of the territory. It was their only way out. She grabbed a heavy iron poker from the fireplace, and with a strength she didn't know she possessed, she smashed it against the large pane of glass. The window exploded in a shower of glittering shards. "This way!" she yelled, though there was no one to yell to. She didn't hesitate. She scrambled through the broken window, cutting her hands on the jagged edges of the glass, and half fell, half jumped onto the wide veranda outside. She landed hard, the impact jarring her to the bone. She was exposed, a clear target. The guards were already at the window, taking aim, but the chaos inside had created a new opportunity outside. The sound of the gunshot, the smashing glass, the screams, it had drawn the attention of the sentries below. But more importantly, it had drawn the attention of Ethan's men. The siege, though officially ended by the truce, was still a tense standoff. The soldiers, though disarmed, were not contained. They were watching, waiting. And Ethan, a man who never trusted a truce with an enemy like Corbin, would have had a contingency of his own. A single rifle shot cracked from the woods below the fortress. It was not one of Corbin's men. It was a sharpshooter. One of the guards on the veranda cried out and crumpled to the ground. The fight was back on. Maggie scrambled to her feet and ran along the veranda, seeking the cover of the corner of the cabin. More shots were ringing out now. A full-fledged firefight erupting between the soldiers in the woods and Corbin's men on the ramparts. The false truce had been shattered. Corbin appeared in the broken window, his face a mask of incandescent fury. His manicured hair was askew, his fine suit rumpled. The mask of the civilized man had been burned away, leaving only the raw, desperate beast beneath. He still held the derringer in his hand. He saw Maggie and raised the small pistol, his eyes full of a murderous intent. But before he could fire, another figure appeared beside him in the window. It was Ethan. He was bruised and disheveled, but his eyes were blazing with a cold, deadly fire. He must have overpowered his guards in the chaos. He slammed into Corbin, a savage, brutal tackle that sent both men crashing back into the cabin. Maggie didn't wait to see the outcome. She knew Ethan could handle himself. She had to get away, to get to the soldiers, to tell them what had happened. She leaped from the veranda, a drop of 10 feet, landing in a painful, jarring heap in a thicket of bushes below. She was scratched, bruised, and bleeding, but she was free. She scrambled to her feet and began to run, half crouching, using the chaos of the gunfight as her cover. She ran toward the woods, toward the sound of the army rifles, toward the man who was even now fighting for their lives, for their future. The trap of dust and deceit had been sprung, but it had backfired. By trying to use her as a pawn, Corbin had underestimated her. He had underestimated Mac's capacity for rebellion, and he had underestimated Ethan's readiness for betrayal. He had brought all the pieces of his own destruction together in one room, and now his carefully constructed fortress was coming down around him, a casualty of the very fire he had ignited. Maggie ran, not from the fight, but toward its conclusion, her heart pounding with a fierce, wild, and triumphant hope. Chapter 18. The Price of Loyalty. Maggie ran with the desperate, burning-lunged urgency of an animal escaping a forest fire. The sounds of the battle behind her were a chaotic symphony of destruction. The sharp, distinct crack of army rifles, the heavier, more rapid reports of Corbin's repeating carbines, the shouts of men, the screams of the wounded. It was the sound of a kingdom imploding. She scrambled through the underbrush, thorns and branches tearing at her clothes and skin, but she barely felt the pain. Her entire being was focused on reaching the tree line, on finding the soldiers, on getting back to Ethan. The image of him tackling Corbin back into the cabin was seared into her mind. It was a raw, primal act. The civilized lawman stripped away to reveal the warrior beneath, a man willing to do whatever it took to protect what was his. She burst through the last line of scrub oak and into the relative safety of the pine forest. A figure in a blue uniform rose from behind a fallen log, his rifle leveled at her. "Hold there," he commanded. "It's me, Maggie O'Neill," she gasped, her chest heaving. "Marshal Carter sent me." The soldier, a young corporal with wide, serious eyes, lowered his weapon, his expression a mixture of relief and disbelief. "Miss O'Neill, we saw the commotion. The marshal, he's alive," she said, gulping in air. "He's inside the main cabin, fighting Corbin. The ledger, the proof, it's been destroyed. But Corbin's men don't know that. We have to end this, now." The corporal nodded, his face grim. "The lieutenant is this way. He's coordinating the assault." He led her deeper into the woods, to a small, natural clearing, where a handful of soldiers were crouched, using the terrain for cover. A young, determined-looking lieutenant was directing their fire, sending orders to the sharpshooters who were methodically picking off Corbin's men on the ramparts. The lieutenant spun around as Maggie approached, his face smudged with gunpowder and sweat. "Miss O'Neill, what the hell happened in there? The marshal's orders were to hold our position unless attacked." "Corbin attacked," Maggie said, her voice clear and strong despite her exhaustion. "He captured the marshal. He was using me as bait. It was all a trap." She quickly explained the events that had transpired in the cabin. Mac's sacrifice, the burning of the ledger, Corbin's desperate rage. The lieutenant listened, his expression hardening with every word. "So Carter is a prisoner inside that cabin, with Corbin and his personal guards." He looked toward the fortress, a grim calculation in his eyes. "We can't lay down a field of fire on the cabin without risking the marshal's life." "Then we have to go in," Maggie stated, her voice resolute. The lieutenant stared at her. "It's a suicide mission. The main approach is a killing field. They'll mow us down before we get halfway there." "Not the main approach," Maggie said, her mind racing, piecing together the bits of information she had gathered. She thought of Jedediah's forge, tucked away in the canyons. She thought of Silas's map, the secret paths known only to the old prospectors. She thought of the mine itself. "There's another way. There has to be. A mine this large, It would need ventilation shafts, drainage tunnels, back entrances. The lieutenant's eyes lit up with a flicker of hope. He was a good soldier, but he was trained for open battle, not for this kind of unconventional warfare. He needed a key, a secret, to unlock the fortress. At that moment, a new voice joined them, a low, gravelly rasp from the shadows. "The girl is right." They all turned. Leaning against a pine tree, looking as if he had grown there, was Silas, the old prospector. He was holding a long rifle, and there was a grim, determined set to his weathered face. He must have followed them, a silent, ghostly observer to the whole affair. "There's a tunnel," Silas said, stepping into the clearing. "An old exploratory shaft that Corbin's men think is played out. It comes up right under the main smelting house, not 50 yards from Corbin's cabin." He looked at Maggie, a glint of respect in his old eyes. "Jedediah told me about it once. He said it was Corbin's emergency exit, a rat's escape hatch." The mention of his dead friend's name filled his voice with a cold, quiet fury. This was it, the way in, the chance they needed. The lieutenant didn't hesitate. "Show me," he commanded. The plan they formulated was desperate, a long shot. But it was their only shot. The main body of soldiers would continue their suppressing fire, keeping the bulk of Corbin's army pinned down, making them believe the attack was still coming from the front. Meanwhile, a small strike team, the lieutenant, Silas, a handful of his best men, and Maggie, would follow the old prospector through the hidden tunnel. Maggie refused to be left behind. "I know what Corbin looks like," she argued when the lieutenant protested. "I know the layout of the cabin, and I am not waiting behind while Ethan is in there." Her fierce determination was unarguable. They moved like ghosts through the forest, Silas leading the way with an unerring sense of direction. He led them to a narrow, almost invisible cleft in the rock face, hidden by a thick growth of manzanita bushes. The entrance to the tunnel was dark and forbidding, a black maw that smelled of damp earth and cold, forgotten stone. "It'll be tight in places," Silas warned, lighting a small, shielded lantern. "And watch your footing." They plunged into the darkness. The tunnel was a claustrophobic nightmare, the rock walls pressing in on them, the air cold and stagnant. They moved in single file, the only sounds their own ragged breathing and the scuff of their boots on the rock floor. For Maggie, it was a journey into the heart of the earth, a descent into the underworld to rescue the man she loved. After what felt like an eternity, Silas stopped. "We're here," he whispered. "The smelter should be right above us. There's a ladder up ahead." They found it, a series of rusty iron rungs set into the rock wall, leading up into a patch of even deeper darkness. The lieutenant sent one of his men up first. He disappeared into the blackness, and for a tense, silent moment, they waited. Then, a rope snaked down. He had secured the exit. One by one, they climbed the ladder. They emerged, not into the smelter, but into a small, dark storage shed adjacent to it. The air here was hot and thick, with the acrid smell of coal smoke and sulfur. Through a grimy window, they could see the main compound. They were inside. The firefight was still raging at the front of the fortress, the constant crackle of gunfire a perfect cover for their infiltration. The main compound was surprisingly empty, most of Corbin's men having been drawn to the outer defenses. "The cabin is just across the yard," the lieutenant whispered, pointing. "We'll move from cover to cover. On my signal." They burst from the shed, a small, deadly team running across the open ground. They made it to the cover of a large stack of timber without being seen. The cabin was only 30 yards away now. They could hear shouting from inside, the sounds of a struggle. Ethan was still alive. He was still fighting. "We need a diversion," the lieutenant said, his mind working quickly. He pointed to a large stack of barrels near the smelter. "What's in those?" he asked Silas. The old prospector's lips curled into a grim smile. "Black powder, enough to send this whole damned mountain to kingdom come." The final desperate phase of the plan was set. Silas and 2 of the soldiers would create a massive diversion, while the lieutenant and the rest of the team stormed the cabin to rescue Ethan. Maggie watched as Silas, his face alight with a righteous fury, disappeared toward the barrels of black powder. He was not a soldier, he was not a lawman, but he was a man about to exact a terrible vengeance for his murdered friend. He was here to collect on a debt of loyalty. The lieutenant turned to Maggie. "Stay here," he ordered. "Stay in cover. That's an order." But Maggie knew she couldn't. Her place was with Ethan. The world erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Silas had done his work. A massive, brilliant fireball roared into the sky from the smelting house, followed by a shock wave that shook the very ground they stood on. The diversion was more successful than any of them could have imagined. Corbin's men, stunned by the new attack from within their own fortress, were thrown into chaos and confusion. In that moment, the lieutenant and his men charged the cabin. Maggie was right behind them. They burst through the front door. The scene inside was one of utter chaos. 2 of Corbin's personal guards lay dead on the floor. Ethan was locked in a brutal hand-to-hand struggle with a 3rd guard, a man twice his size. Ethan was weakened, exhausted, but he was fighting with the ferocity of a cornered wolf, his fists and elbows a blur of motion. And Corbin was trying to escape. He was scrambling toward a back door, his face a mask of panicked desperation. His empire was burning, his army was in chaos, and his only thought was to save himself. The soldiers dispatched the last guard quickly. The lieutenant turned his attention to Corbin, raising his rifle. "It's over, Corbin! Surrender!" But Corbin wasn't surrendering. He wrenched open the back door and disappeared. Ethan, free from his own fight, saw him go. "He's heading for the stables," he yelled, his voice raw. "He'll have a horse waiting." Ethan started for the back door, but he staggered, a deep, bleeding gash on his forehead blinding him with blood. He wasn't going to make it in time. Maggie didn't hesitate. She ran. She pushed past the lieutenant, past Ethan, and out the back door, in hot pursuit of Corbin. She emerged into a small private stable yard behind the cabin. Corbin was there, frantically trying to untie a sleek black stallion from a hitching post. He saw her, and a look of pure animalistic hatred twisted his features. He drew his derringer, the small, deadly pistol he had used to kill Mac. He aimed it at her, but he was fumbling, his hands shaking with panic. Maggie had the pistol she had taken from Hobbs still tucked into her belt. She drew it now, the movement smooth, practiced, instinctual. She had never intentionally shot a man before. She had driven through gunfire. She had captured prisoners. But she had never taken a life. She looked at Corbin, at the man who had caused so much death and destruction, the man who had murdered Jedediah, who had tried to kill her and the man she loved, who had torn the territory apart for his own greed. She saw not a man, but a cancer, a poison that had to be cut out. She raised the pistol, her hand steady, her aim true. Their eyes met across the small yard. In his, she saw a final, dawning realization. The realization that he had been beaten, not by an army or a lawman, but by the stubborn, unyielding spirit of a woman he had dismissed as a mere pawn. He fired his derringer. The shot went wide, a pathetic pop in the thunderous noise of the battle. Her own shot was not. The report of her pistol was sharp, clean, and final. Corbin staggered back, a look of profound surprise on his face. He dropped the derringer, his hand going to the dark, spreading stain on his pristine white shirt. He looked down at it, a look of almost academic curiosity on his face, as if he couldn't quite comprehend what had happened. Then, the king of the Pine Ridge mine, the man who had thought himself an emperor, crumpled to the ground and lay still. Silence descended on the small yard, a pocket of quiet in the heart of the storm. Maggie stood there, the heavy pistol still in her hand, the acrid smell of gunpowder in the air. Her hand was not shaking. She felt no remorse, no guilt. She felt only a cold, quiet sense of finality, of a debt being paid. Ethan stumbled out of the back door, wiping the blood from his eyes. He saw Corbin's body on the ground. He saw Maggie standing over him, the smoking pistol in her hand. He stopped, his gaze taking in the scene. He looked at her face, which was calm, resolute, and impossibly strong. He walked toward her, his steps slow but steady. He came to stand before her and gently took the pistol from her unresisting hand. He looked down at Corbin, then back at her. He didn't say anything. He didn't have to. He simply opened his arms, and Maggie, the stagecoach driver, the warrior, the victor, collapsed into his embrace, the last of her strength, giving way to a wave of emotion so powerful it threatened to consume her. She had paid the price of loyalty to her father, to her passengers, and to the man who now held her as if he would never let her go. The war was over, and in the heart of the fire she had not been consumed. She had been forged anew. Chapter 19. The Echo of a Gunshot. The battle for the Pine Ridge mine did not end with the thunderous roar of an explosion, but with a series of whimpering surrenders. With Corbin dead and their command structure shattered, the fight went out of his private army. They were mercenaries, not zealots, their loyalty bought with silver, not forged in belief. Faced with the disciplined advance of the U.S. Army and the terrifying unknown threat that had destroyed their smelting house from within, they began to throw down their weapons, emerging from their fortifications with their hands in the air, their faces a mixture of fear and sullen defeat. Maggie stood in the circle of Ethan's arms, the world a dizzying, surreal blur. The cacophony of the gunfight slowly faded, replaced by the shouts of soldiers, the rounding up of prisoners, the establishment of order. The scent of gunpowder was thick in the air, a harsh, acrid perfume that she felt would cling to her forever. Ethan held her, his grip a solid, grounding force in the chaos. He said nothing, simply stroking her hair, his presence a silent testament to their shared survival. The aftermath was a grim accounting. The lieutenant, his face streaked with grime, but his eyes shining with the light of victory, came to make his report. They had taken over 40 prisoners. The army had suffered only a few casualties, a testament to Ethan's initial siege strategy and the stunning effectiveness of their final audacious assault. They found Mac's body in the cabin, lying near the fireplace where he had made his final, defiant stand. The ledger he had thrown into the flames was a charred, unrecognizable lump, its secrets turned to ash. In death, he had found a strange, tragic nobility. He had died not as a traitor, but as a rebel, striking one last, telling blow against the man who had been the true author of his ruin. Maggie looked down at his still form, and the pity she felt was now unmixed with contempt. He had been a flawed, bitter man, but in his final moments he had paid the highest price for a loyalty he had only just rediscovered. Ethan's wounds were tended to by a medic. The gash on his forehead was deep but not serious. He had a collection of bruises and scrapes that testified to the brutality of his fight. But he was alive. He was whole. As the medic stitched his wound, Ethan's eyes never left Maggie. He watched her with an intensity that was both possessive and tender. A look that acknowledged the terrible, bloody line she had crossed for him, for them. The journey back to Fort Grant was a somber, triumphant procession. The victorious soldiers marched with their heads held high, herding their column of dispirited prisoners. Maggie drove her buckboard, with Ethan sitting beside her, his arm in a sling, his head bandaged. The silence between them was not awkward or strained. It was the deep, resonant quiet of two people who had been to the edge of existence together and had returned, changed, but intact. There were 1,000 things to say, but for now, the shared silence was enough. It was a space for healing, for the echoes of the gunshots to finally begin to fade. Their arrival at the fort was met with a stunned, joyous celebration. Major Wallace greeted them at the gate, his stern face broken by a wide, relieved smile. He clapped Ethan on the shoulder, a rare display of emotion from the stoic commander. He looked at Maggie with a new, profound respect. She was no longer just a civilian caught in the crossfire. She was a veteran, a warrior in her own right. The days that followed were a blur of official business. Ethan, despite his injuries, was consumed with his duties as a federal marshal. There were prisoners to be interrogated, reports to be written, a vast and complex conspiracy to unravel. The capture of Corbin's fortress had been the decisive battle, but the war against his web of corruption was far from over. Maggie found herself in a strange, dislocated state. She was a hero, lauded by the soldiers, treated with a kind of awed reverence by Abernathy and Clara, but she felt a profound sense of anticlimax, of being unmoored. The single driving purpose that had consumed her for weeks was gone. She had fulfilled her promise to her father. She had saved her company from the threat of Corbin's machinations, but the victory felt hollow. She visited Mac's grave in the small, dusty cemetery behind the fort. He had been buried with little ceremony, a traitor who had, in the end, done one right thing. She stood before the simple wooden cross, a swirl of complex emotions in her heart. He had been her enemy, the cause of so much of her suffering. But his final act, his suicidal rebellion, had saved them all. He had given her the chance she needed. She owed him a debt she could never repay. She laid a single wild prairie flower on the freshly turned earth, a quiet acknowledgement of their strange, intertwined fates. She saw little of Ethan. He was a man driven, working day and night with Major Wallace to dismantle Corbin's network. She would catch glimpses of him, striding across the parade ground, deep in conversation with other officers, his face set with a grim, focused determination. He would always meet her eye, a quick, reassuring smile flashing across his face, a silent promise that he had not forgotten her, that what had passed between them was real. But the demands of his new role were a barrier between them. He was a lawman again, a public figure, and she was a stagecoach driver. The two paths that had run so closely together were beginning to diverge once more. An old, familiar fear began to creep back into her heart. The doubt that Mac had so cruelly planted, though vanquished by Ethan's return, had left a scar. Was this new world of his, This world of duty and federal authority, a world where she could truly belong? Or was she destined to be just a chapter in his story, a dramatic episode before he returned to the life he was meant to live? One evening, unable to bear the confines of the fort any longer, she walked out onto the prairie. The sun was setting, a spectacular, fiery display that painted the sky in shades of blood and gold. The land was vast, empty, and peaceful. It was her home, her sanctuary. This was the world she understood. She heard footsteps behind her and turned to see Ethan approaching. He had shed his uniform jacket and was in his shirt sleeves, his head still bandaged. He looked tired, but the relentless, driven look was gone from his eyes. He looked, for the first time in days, like the man she had come to know in the quiet moments between the battles. "I was hoping I'd find you out here," he said, his voice soft. "It's the only place I can seem to breathe," she admitted, turning her gaze back to the sunset. He came to stand beside her, and for a long moment they watched the day die in silence. "It's almost over," he said finally. "We've arrested the sheriff and a dozen other officials. We have testimonies, evidence. We've broken the back of the conspiracy." "And then what?" she asked, her voice quiet, almost afraid of the answer. "Back to Washington?" He was silent for a moment. "They want me to," he admitted. "There will be a major inquiry. They want me to lead it. It's a promotion, a chance to have a real career, a desk, a respectable life." The words were like a death knell to the fragile hope she had been nursing. A desk, a respectable life. It was everything she was not. It was a world away from the dust and the leather and the freedom of the open road. "You should take it," she said, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. She was trying to protect herself, to build a wall around her heart before he could be the one to break it. "It's what you deserve." He turned to her, his expression serious, searching. "Is that what you think I want, Maggie? A desk?" "It's a better life than this," she said, gesturing to the vast, empty prairie. "This is a hard land. It takes everything and gives back nothing but scars." "It gave me you," he said, his voice a low, intense whisper. He took her hands, his grip firm, forcing her to look at him. "Maggie, I have spent my entire life doing my duty. First for the army, then for the government. I have followed orders. I have walked the path that was laid out for me. And it led me to a place of profound emptiness. I was a ghost, living in the shadow of a man I used to be." He brought one of her hands to his chest, placing it over his heart. "You are the one who brought me back into the light. You are the one who showed me that there is a life beyond duty, beyond the echoes of the past. A life worth fighting for, a life worth living." He looked deep into her eyes, and she saw in them a raw, breathtaking vulnerability. "I don't want a desk in Washington, Maggie. I want a home. I want a partner. I want a future. And the only future I can imagine, the only one I want, is one with you, here, in this land that you love." The wall around her heart crumbled, washed away by the sheer, unvarnished force of his confession. The tears she had been holding back for days finally fell, hot and silent on her cheeks. "But I'm just a stagecoach driver, Ethan," she whispered, the old insecurity, the feeling of not being enough, rising to the surface. "And you're a federal marshal. Our worlds are so different." He smiled, a gentle, tender smile. Are they? You protect your passengers. You deliver the mail. You bring connection to isolated places. I protect the innocent. I deliver justice. I try to bring order to chaos. It seems to me we're in the same business, Maggie. The business of building a civilization in this wild country. And I can't think of anyone I'd rather have as a partner. He was not just offering her his love. He was offering her a shared purpose. He was not asking her to join his world or he to join hers. He was asking her to build a new world with him, together. At that moment, from the direction of the fort, came the sharp, distinct sound of a single gunshot. They both froze. The idyllic moment shattered. They spun around, their bodies instantly tense, their minds snapping back to a state of high alert. The war was supposed to be over, but the echo of a gunshot was a harsh reminder that in this land, peace was a fragile, fleeting thing. They saw soldiers running toward the stockade. A sense of cold, sickening dread washed over Maggie. There was only one unresolved piece of business, one final, hateful ghost from their ordeal, left in that stockade. They began to run back toward the fort, the beautiful, painted sunset at their backs, the future they had just begun to imagine once again, threatened by the violent echoes of the past. The gunshot was more than just a sound. It was a question, a final, deadly question in a story that they had thought was over, and they were running to find the answer. Chapter 20. A Ride Against the Dawn. The run back to the fort was a frantic, heart-pounding race against a nameless dread. The single gunshot had been a punctuation mark at the end of their conversation. A brutal interruption of a moment so perfect, it had felt sacred. It was a stark reminder that while they had been dreaming of a future, the bloody business of the present was not yet concluded. They burst through the main gate to a scene of controlled, grim-faced activity. Soldiers were converging on the stockade, their rifles at the ready. Major Wallace was striding toward the small building, his face a mask of thunderous fury. "What happened?" Ethan yelled to a passing sergeant. "It's the prisoner, sir," the sergeant called back over his shoulder. "The one they call Hobbs. He's dead. And the other one, McTavish, he's gone." The news was a 1-2 punch that left Maggie reeling. Hobbs dead, Mac escaped? It made no sense. Mac had been a broken man, consumed by a hateful silence. Where would he find the will, the means to escape? And why would he kill Hobbs? They followed Major Wallace to the stockade. The door to Mac's cell hung open, the lock smashed. Inside Hobbs's cell, the freighter lay on the floor in a pool of blood, a single neat hole in his temple. The guard who had been on duty lay unconscious nearby, a large bleeding lump on the back of his head. He must have overpowered the guard, taken his pistol, and shot Hobbs on his way out, the major growled, his voice tight with frustration and anger. "But why? What could he possibly gain?" Ethan knelt beside Hobbs's body, his gaze sharp, analytical, the lawman taking over once more. He examined the wound, the position of the body. He looked around the cell. There was no sign of a struggle. "This wasn't a panicked escape, Major," Ethan said, his voice low and thoughtful. "This was an execution." He stood up, his eyes scanning the scene. "And Mac didn't do it." "What are you talking about, Carter?" Wallace demanded. "He's the one who's missing." Mac was a bitter, hateful man, Ethan reasoned. But he wasn't a cold-blooded killer. And he had no reason to kill Hobbs. Hobbs was a witness against Corbin, the man Mac had come to hate. Killing him and I would only help Corbin's case. It doesn't fit. He looked at the unconscious guard. And Mac may have been strong for his age, but I doubt he had the strength to overpower a young, fit soldier like this one. Then who? The Major asked, his frustration mounting. A cold, terrible thought began to dawn in Maggie's mind. A thought so dark, so insidious, she could barely give it voice. She thought of the Devil's Ledger. She thought of the names in it, the men in power who owed their careers, their fortunes to Corbin. Corbin was dead, but his network, his web of corruption, was not. They had cut off the head of the snake, but the body was still twitching, still dangerous. "It was one of the others," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "One of the names from the ledger. Someone here, in the fort." Wallace and Ethan both turned to look at her. "Hobbs knew things," she continued, the pieces falling into place with a sickening clarity. "He knew who else was on Corbin's payroll. He was a threat, not just to Corbin, but to everyone who was in business with him. Someone silenced him before he could talk more, and they used Mac's escape as a cover." "But who?" Wallace demanded. "I trust my men, my officers." "Do you?" Ethan asked, his gaze hard. "Corbin's influence ran deep. He had a spy in your stables. Are you so sure he didn't have one in your officers' mess?" He looked at Maggie, a silent acknowledgement of her terrifying logic. "She's right. This was an inside job. Someone killed Hobbs and freed Mac to create confusion, to make it look like a simple jailbreak. They're trying to bury the conspiracy with Corbin." The true, horrifying scope of what they were up against was revealed. This was not just a criminal enterprise, it was a shadow government, and its members would do anything to protect themselves. "But where would Mac go?" Maggie asked, her mind racing. "He has nowhere to run. No friends, no money." Silas, the old prospector, had appeared at the edge of the crowd, drawn by the commotion. He had been a quiet, constant presence at the fort since their return. A ghostly observer who seemed to see and hear everything. He stepped forward now, his weathered face grim. "He's gone home," Silas said, his voice a low, gravelly rasp. They all looked at him. "What are you talking about?" Wallace asked. His only home for the last 20 years was Stone Creek Station. "Not that home," Silas said, his eyes on Maggie. "His real home, the one he lost. Before he ever met your father, before he became the sour old man you knew, McTavish was a prospector. He had a claim, a small one, up in the Dragoon Mountains. They say he was close to a big strike, but he lost it. He said he was swindled out of it by a slick lawyer from back east." Ethan's eyes widened. "A lawyer working for whom?" "He never knew for sure," Silas said. "But the man who ended up with the claim, who bought it for pennies on the dollar after Mac was ruined, was a young, ambitious investor named Bartholomew Corbin." The final tragic piece of Mac's story fell into place. His bitterness hadn't started with Pat O'Neill. It had started years before with the loss of his dream, a loss orchestrated by the very man he had later served. Corbin had not just stolen his future, he had stolen his past as well. "He's gone back there," Maggie breathed, a profound sadness for the old man washing over her. "It's the only place he has left. He's gone back to the source of all his pain." "We have to find him," Ethan said, his voice urgent. "He's a witness, but more than that, he's in danger. The person who freed him didn't do it out of kindness. They set him up. They wanted a scapegoat. When they're sure the trail is cold, they'll hunt him down and kill him to silence him for good." A new race had begun, a race to find Mac before Corbin's real accomplice, the killer in their midst, could. But the Dragoon Mountains were vast, a rugged wilderness, Finding one old man in that maze would be impossible. "I know the place," Silas said quietly. "He showed it to me on a map once, long ago, when he was still a man who could dream. I can find it." A new, desperate plan was forged in the deepening twilight. A small, secret party would ride out at once. Ethan, Silas, and a handful of soldiers that Major Wallace trusted implicitly. They would ride against the dawn, in a desperate attempt to find Mac before his mysterious benefactor did. But as they prepared to leave, Maggie approached Ethan. She was no longer dressed in the simple skirt and blouse she had been wearing around the fort. She was wearing her canvas trousers, her sturdy boots, her worn leather jacket. She was dressed for the road. "I'm coming with you," she said. It was not a request. "Maggie, no," Ethan began, his face etched with concern. "This is too dangerous. This is a job for soldiers." "I'm the one who made him a promise, Ethan," she said, her voice quiet but unyielding. "I offered him a partnership, a second chance. I put him on this path. I will not abandon him on it now." She looked him straight in the eye, and he saw in her gaze the same unbreakable resolve he had seen in the heart of the battle. "Besides," she added, a faint, grim smile on her lips, "you'll need a good driver. The roads in those mountains are hell, and I know the way." He knew he couldn't argue. He knew that her loyalty, her fierce, unwavering sense of honor, was as much a part of her as the color of her eyes. It was one of the things he loved most about her. He simply nodded, a look of profound, weary resignation on his face. "All right, Maggie, we ride together." They left the fort under the cover of darkness, a small, ghostly procession slipping out a side gate. They rode not on a coach or a buckboard, but on horseback, the fastest way to travel in the mountains. Maggie felt a strange sense of rightness, of coming full circle. Her journey had begun with a chase, a desperate flight for survival, and now it seemed it would end with one. They rode through the night, the stars their only guide, Silas leading them with an almost supernatural instinct through the dark, treacherous landscape. The silence of the ride was a heavy, thoughtful thing. Each of them was lost in their own thoughts, contemplating the strange twists of fate that had brought them to this point. Maggie thought of Mac, the man she had hated. The man who had been her tormentor was now the object of a desperate rescue mission. She had offered him redemption, and in doing so, had inadvertently placed a death sentence on his head. The irony was a bitter taste in her mouth. The price of loyalty, she was learning, was often paid in blood. As the first faint hint of dawn began to gray the eastern sky, Silas reined in his horse. They had reached the foothills of the dragoons. "His claim is up there," Silas said, pointing toward a high, remote canyon, a dark slash in the rugged face of the mountain, in a place he called Last Hope. They began the slow, arduous climb into the mountains. The air grew cool and thin, scented with pine and damp rock. The world was quiet, peaceful, a stark contrast to the urgency of their mission. They were nearing the canyon when Ethan, who had been scanning their back trail, held up a hand, signaling for them to stop. "Riders," he said, his voice a low, tense whisper. "3 of them, coming up fast." They spurred their horses into the cover of a thick grove of aspen trees, their hearts pounding. They watched as 3 figures on horseback galloped past on the trail below. They were not soldiers. They were civilians, hard-faced men with rifles held at the ready. "They're not wasting any time," Ethan muttered, his hand resting on the butt of his pistol. "They must have left the fort right after us." The killer was closing in on his prey. "We have to get to him first," Maggie said, her voice tight with urgency. They cut off the main trail, Silas leading them on a steep, winding path that was barely visible. It was a race now, a desperate, three-way convergence in a lonely canyon at the top of the world. They found the claim at the very end of the canyon. It was a pathetic, heartbreaking sight. A small, dilapidated cabin, its roof caved in, and the dark, yawning mouth of a small mine shaft. It was a place of ghosts, a monument to a shattered dream. And sitting on the ground, his back against the wall of the ruined cabin, was Mac. He was not looking at them. He was staring at a small, smooth, gold-colored rock that he held in the palm of his hand. A piece of fool's gold, perhaps. Or maybe, Maggie thought, the one and only nugget he had ever found. A tiny, tangible piece of the dream he had lost. He looked up as they approached, his face weary, resigned. There was no surprise in his eyes. It was as if he had been waiting for them. "So," he said, his voice a dry, tired rustle. "The hangman comes after all." "We're not here to hang you, Mac," Ethan said, his voice gentle. "We're here to help you." A bitter, humorless smile touched Mac's lips. "A little late for that, isn't it, lawman?" At that moment, the other riders appeared at the mouth of the canyon, blocking the only way out. There were 3 of them, as Ethan had seen, and leading them was a man Maggie recognized with a jolt of ice-cold shock. It was the lieutenant, the young, determined officer who had led the charge into Corbin's fortress, the man who had been privy to every aspect of their plan, the man who had stood beside them in victory. The shadow in the fort was not just a stable hand. It was a trusted officer of the United States Army. The lieutenant's face was a cold, hard mask, his eyes devoid of any of the youthful idealism they had held before. He raised his rifle, its barrel pointed directly at them. "It's over," the lieutenant said, his voice flat, emotionless. "All of you." The final betrayal was revealed, and they were trapped in a lonely canyon with no backup, no escape, facing down the last, most dangerous ghost of Corbin's dead empire. The ride against the dawn had brought them to the end of the line.